played a really young team.
Yeah. Stop talking at 17-10.
Yeah, if they were talking, it would be going up.
I don't think. Alright, I should probably go.
Alright.
Have a little look. Alright, good luck.
Cheers.
Very good morning and welcome to our umpires, James Middlebrook and Ben Debenham. Alex Davis leading Warwickshire onto the field. Opening the batting for Worcestershire, Jake Libby and Gareth Roderick.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play is about to get underway on day one of this Division 1 County Championship game between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. The news from the toss is that Warwickshire have won the toss, and not surprisingly, have chosen to have a throw. I say not surprisingly because it is September, it is a temperate start, and there has been a lot of rain around Worcester in the last 36 hours. A great deal of rain, almost.
Opening the bowling from the New Road end, Oliver Hannon Dolby. Gareth Roderick will face the first delivery of the game.
And I'll just bring you the news of the teams as we go through the first over, which is going to be bowled from the New Road end by Ollie Hannon Dolby. I am Frank Watson from BBC Health and News, alongside me from BBC CWR, and W1 is Carl Wilson. Morning, Carl.
Happy to be here at New Road, two teams who ease the pressure on themselves, the wins in the last round of matches. But it worked for Warwickshire against Kent. With the Kookaburra ball, they bowled first and they did take a whole lot of wickets in the first couple of sessions and won the game that way. It's found the first innings of Kookaburra ball somewhat frustrating.
So here is Ollie Hannon Dolby, first ball of the game from the New Road end, and it bounces quite steeply, not surprising given that he's about 6'6" tall, but pushed away on the offside by Gareth Roderick, standing up tall, and there is no run. Just about to update listeners to BBC Health and Worcester momentarily. Give you that team news, as I say, as we go through the first over. A couple of changes for Worcestershire from the team which won in spectacular fashion at Chelmsford last week. Well, Jones drops out, as does Joe Leach. They are replaced by Jack Holmes, who makes his debut, and by Matthew Waite, who returns after injury.
No, it's not you, right?
Which one of these is it? That one.
It has just got underway. We've had 3 balls of the first over, bowled from the new road end by the tall Ollie Hallen-Dalby, Warwickshire opening bowler. That tells you that they have taken the field first. They won the toss and chose to have a bowl. Not surprising given that we've had quite a lot of rain in the last 36 hours and there is bound to be a bit of moisture in the pitch. Worcestershire make a couple of changes from the team which won at Essex last week. Rob Jones drops out, Matthew Wade comes back in, and also Joe Leach drops out, and he is replaced by Jack Home, young pace bowler who made such a big impression in the white ball competitions this year. Having just left school this summer, he comes in for a first-class debut. So we're underway, 4 balls gone, no runs yet on the board, and a bright sunny day here at New Road. Commentary continues online and on the BBC Sport website, and you could get down here if you want to watch some lovely cricket in the sunshine. Hallen-Dalby again to Roderick, pushes that out on the offside, and there's no run. So that Warwickshire side, which I promised you during the course of the over: Rob Yates, Alex Davis, skipper, Will Rhodes, Sam Hain, Hamza Sheikh, who made a lovely 90 here for the Lions against Sri Lanka about 3 weeks ago. Ed Barnard returns to New Road, Michael Burgess the keeper, Michael Ray, Chris Rushworth and Ollie Hallen-Dalby with left arm spinner Danny Briggs completing the lineup. Here's Hallen-Dalby in again, and he bowls, and Roderick drives nicely, but straight to mid-on. There's no run. It's the end of a maiden over. Good start from Hallen-Dalby, and a slightly tentative start from Gareth Roderick after 1 over Worcestershire, 0 without Ross.
Yeah, so 2 changes to the Warwickshire team that beat Kent. They are without Dan Mosley and Jacob Bethel, who've been called up to the England squad. Now, Mosley didn't actually play against Kent. Those 2 be called up to the England squad. I think the one silver lining I can take from the debacle of another quarter-final defeat in the T20 Blast for the Bears, 4th in as many years, is that it makes things a lot less complicated for Mosley and Bethel. They can enjoy being with the England squad without any can they come back for finals day talk. So then the Bethel drops out from the team against Kent, and Michael Booth left out with Danny Briggs preferred, which is interesting. The Warwickshire opted for the spinner ahead of the seamer to complete their bowling attack. Chris Rushworth, back for the last couple of matches after injury layoff, comes in with 4 slips, and that one is prodded away safely by Jake Libby. None without loss, so still no runs scored. Here, Worcestershire put in by Warwickshire. Decent crowd, not a huge one yet here at New Road, and that one a bit of the inside of the bat there from Libby. He thinks about maybe going for the first run, but it's not to be had. So the Warwickshire players are wearing their cape and knit jumpers. They don't normally do that. Must have a new badge sent to them, which does mean they haven't got their numbers on their backs. I mean, I know I should recognise them anyway, but it's a bit of a departure. 4 slips in place. It's Rushworth from the Diglis end, comes running in, right arm over, that's left, back will go with the second. Trying to sort out some technicals at the moment, usually the way for all of us really. First morning of a commentary, there's usually something that needs sorting out. But, we have a pleasant enough day, a little bit of blue sky, just 2 greyish clouds, but not too bad at the moment. It's not a hot day, but not cold either. It's okay. So in comes Rushworth to bowl to Libby, who leans back and scores the first run of the Worcestershire innings through the offside. enough shot. Outfield looks aggressive, longish for an outfield. It might be quite a slow outfield, quite lush. Pitch very close to us, and looking very new. I think talked to some of the guys out there, reckon it is a new pitch, but not a hybrid pitch. Might be relief for well, hybrid pitches in four-day cricket. They have the problems with the one at Bristol, forcing an abandonment of a match after day one. Rushworth comes into bowl to Libby, and that hits Libby on the pads, and it's going to be not Libby, I beg your pardon, it's Roderick. Of course, Libby got a single the previous ball. Roderick gets a leg by there, so should get the leg by. 2 without loss. So we think it's a new pitch, not a hybrid pitch, and it's quite well over to the right. I'm currently fielding at third here. Feels as if I'm almost on the outfield. The pitch is that close to us. Rushworth comes running in to bowl right arm over. That's quite well wide, and it is ignored by Jake Libby. End of the over. A single to Libby and a leg by means Worcestershire 2 without loss after 2.
And we are now, I'm pleased to say, going out on the BBC Sport app. Just wasted an over commentary, that's why.
Well, it was a brilliant piece of commentary as well.
I rarely feel that I've started a day better. Anyway, we're okay now on that. I'm not sure about the live stream yet. If you're listening, apologies. It doesn't matter how early we set up, how much we trial things. When the game actually begins, we always have the odd technical issue. Hannon, Dolby and Rushworth couldn't really pick a more suitable opening attack, could you, for a September morning at 10:30. Rushworth, who's many times been a thorn in Worcestershire's side, and Hannon Dolby, who started with a maiden testimonial this year, moves away from us and bowls, and Gareth Roderick, who's on his toes and punching this one away square on the offside, just in front of square, and he picks up a single. And I'm now pleased to say that I can report that our commentary is going out on all relevant platforms. So good news.
Good that we got action, because there's 3 matches that haven't started on time out of the 9.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, Chester Street, Chelmsford and Canterbury all been delayed by rain.
Eastern side of the country, I suppose you could say. Here's Hannon Dolby in again, he bowls, and this time Libby is on his toes and punching away off the back foot out on the offside. He gets a bit more of it than Roderick did. In fact, he'll pick up 3 runs. Has to hurry for the third as the throw comes in, but good from Libby, and Worcestershire's total moves on to 6 without loss. I must say, Clive, as an ex-Warwickshire player, I suppose you could say, or certainly up to sort of second level, one thing I do like when I see Warwickshire, even though I've now turned my coat, as I say, and become a pair, I love the old-fashioned sweaters.
Yeah, they don't always wear them though.
Hannon Dolby in bowls, and Roderick blocks up to mid-on. Well, they are today.
They are today.
Somerset
I've
have noticed this year.
Yes.
Somerset have brought back the old woolen sweaters, but the Warwickshire sweater, which so many players wore with pride for so long, with the bare and ragged staff on the chest embroidered into the sweater, it just looks great. Takes you back, doesn't it?
It does.
The
It
days
does.
of
It
Willis
does.
and Amos and Jameson and Canai and all the rest of them. Here's Ollie Hannon Dolby moving away from us past umpire Debenham. He bowls, and Roderick lifts his bat well clear of that and allows it through outside the off stump. An examination by medium pace, you'd say, Clive, this morning with these two. It's not high pace. Hannon Dolby, with his height, always gets a bit of bounce, but they hit the seam, these two, quite significantly, quite consistently, and the batsmen need to be aware of that. It's going to be a testing first hour, I would imagine, and the openers would have known that when the coin came down on the right side as far as Warwickshire were concerned. It's Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and slightly tentative push by Roderick this time, as he just takes his bottom hand off and pushes it out on the offside.
He's currently narrowly the top wicket taker in the first division, Ollie Hannon Dolby, with 43.
which is a good effort, isn't it? In a side that's only won one game, to be honest, it's a very, very good effort. He's a super bowler, very deserving as testimonial this year. Moves in again now. Tall, rangy figure. He bowls, and Roderick drives beautifully down the ground. That'll be the first boundary of the day. Over pitch from Alan Dalby, to be fair. He'll be annoyed with himself. Full half volley, and Roderick just leaned into it, didn't try and hit it too hard, made sure that he found the gap between the bowler and mid-off, and that made its way over the damp and lush outfield down to the boundary for 4. Roderick has 5, Libby has 4, 3 overs completed. Worcestershire put into bat of 10 without loss.
Yeah, it's 43 wickets. The next highest wicket taker for Warwickshire is Ed Barnard with 19, so it shows how much they have been dependent on Ollie. They felt against Kent that they managed to get the Kookaburra ball to swing a fair bit. Maybe not necessarily straight away. The big wicket sort of fell a little bit in, as that one is a little bit short and wide by Chris Rushworth, and it is very efficiently punished there by Libby, who crashes it through the covers for 4. So Worcestershire are getting going, 14 without loss.
Yeah, good shot from Libby. He's very strong there. Small man, gets inside the line nicely and gives himself a bit of room. If he's got a trademark shot, it is that sort of square drive off the back foot. Sometimes cut, sometimes with a straight bat, punching a little bit further in front of square. That was a cracking shot.
Ball is retrieved. Rushworth hands on hips. Both these teams eased their relegation concerns with wins in the last round. Worcestershire got wins in the last 2. Warwickshire got their first win in the last round. And neither can consider themselves completely safe yet. Rushworth comes in the bowl and it's short, and there's a bit of a ugly looking swish there from Jake Libby. Got a little carried away there, and he swings and misses. So Warwick, they're only 2 points apart, these two teams. Worcestershire in 5th place on 134 points. Warwickshire in 6th on 132. Warwickshire 26 points clear of Lancashire, who are second from bottom with 3 games to go. So if Lancashire were to win, say, 2 of the last 3 games, it would keep a bit of pressure on these two teams. That was delivery that lifted a bit there from Rushworth, and Libby does well to play it down into the ground, but that shot up a little bit. He's going down the pitch to do a bit of prodding, Jake Libby. So Lancashire 106. It's looking like Kent almost certain to go down. And it's looking like one of Lancashire or Notts, but if both those two were to get a couple of wins in the closing stages, and Durham, Warwickshire and Worcestershire could also come into the equation. That's for relegation. Being pessimistic, that's played down to back square leg for a single. On the other hand, the teams are looking up. Certainly 3rd place is a potential possibility. Worcestershire 22 points behind Hampshire in 3rd. I don't think they're likely to catch the top 2, either of these teams. 15 without loss, Worcestershire.
No, I think that's a fair assessment, Clive. You'd be either Warwickshire or Worcestershire be disappointed if they got dragged back down into it now, I think. But that said, anything's possible. Durham and Lancashire and Notts could all string results together.
Keeper Burgess standing up to Rushworth, as that one from Roderick, he defends, not quite out of the middle of the bat, so pushes away, goes on a little bit of a walkabout. I do remember the season when Warwickshire were 3 games out, and we sort of all said, well, if they win the last 3 games they might avoid relegation, but obviously they won't, and they did. They won the last 3 games and survived, so teams can do it. In comes Rushworth to bowl, and that's gone past the outside edge, well taken by Burgess, as Roderick prodded out. So Rushworth beginning to find maybe a little bit of rhythm after a loose ball at the start of that over, which was hit for 4. Worcestershire 15 without loss now after 3.
Yeah, decent start for Worcestershire. Considerably better than last time out when they were put into bat at Essex. No, they chose to bat at Essex and found themselves 10 for 4 in the 5th over, and I was astonishingly came back to win that game. But they won't be taking anything for granted this morning against this attack in these conditions as Hannon Dalby begins. A new over, that one outside the off stump, left alone by Libby and taken by Michael Burgess, who's standing back for Hannon Dalby but has already come up to the stumps for the medium pace of Chris Rushworth. And it's an autumnal field this morning. It's bright enough, but it's pretty breezy. Leaves blowing across the ground here at New Road, and an early start in a kind of, how would you describe it, sort of watery sunshine really this morning as Hannon Dalby comes in again and bowls. And again, Libby shows us that shot that I was referring to as his trademark on the back foot, straight back this time, punched through the gap between extra cover and cover point and out to the boundary. So good timing from Jake Libby on that one, and he moves on to 13 and Worcestershire to 19 without loss. Ollie Hannon Dalby asks for a bit of sawdust to be spread in the footholds at the bowling end. And Worcester should be pretty pleased with this start so far, as Dalby is in again and bowls, and this time he's on leg stump and very full, and Libby just turns it on the leg side for a single, for a no run, mid-on fields.
Yes, not much has gone past the outside edge so far, has it? Maybe 2 this
Couple
morning?
really, yeah, and they've played and they've let a few go, haven't they? The lines have been pretty good, I think. Haven't seen either bowler get hit through the leg side at all, and this is what you would expect from Hannon Dalby and Rushworth. They are two bowlers who absolutely know their game, perhaps not at the peak of their powers anymore, either of them, but both very, very experienced campaigners. Hannon Dalby right on the mark this time, and Libby is forward and pushing out defensively on the offside. You've got to weigh up that sort of, they're not perhaps as quick as they used to be, Clive, and they maybe don't hit the deck quite as hard, but what they lack in those physical aspects of their game they make up for with nous and experience, and they're just two really canny campaigners, aren't they?
Yeah, and Hannon Dalby's actually got more effective with age, really, in terms of his wicket taking.
As did Rushworth, I think, for a while, really. Hannon Dalby is in again and bowls, and Libby pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. You can't argue with stats. Hannon Dalby is the leading wicket taker in Division 1. That tells you everything you need to know.
I did hear Rob Key argue with stats.
Well,
He's been interviewed by
I
John
don't know if he argues with stats as much as just dismisses them and says what the quote was, over county cricketers over-indexed on medium pace bowling. Well, if you just want pace, then I suppose you could argue that's true, but if you want skill and technique, there is a counter argument. Here's Hannon Dalby in again and bowls, and he's got him. Libby's gone, just absolutely proves what we were saying. Just pushed at it outside the off stump, little nicks, regulation catch, absolutely straight through to Michael Burgess, and the first wicket goes down. Worcestershire 19 for 1. Jake Libby caught Burgess, bowled Hannon Dalby for 13.
So 44th wicket of the season for Hannon Dalby, is heading for 50 for the second season in a row. Still 3 games, including this one, to go. He's got a very decent chance of achieving that. Good wicket. Libby hit a couple of decent shots, but he's been nipped in the bud.
Yeah, he walks off with the resignation of a man who thinks, well, couldn't really have done much about that. And interesting from a sort of Warwickshire point of view that the man coming to the crease is Kashif Ali, who made 100 in either innings of the corresponding fixture at Edgbaston at the start of the season. Slightly different circumstances for him as he comes to the crease now. Has had a wonderful season in many ways, Kashif Ali, considering that he's still fairly new to the county game. Really exciting player, but testing circumstances to come in, Clive.
One of only 3 players to have scored centuries in both innings in the Championship this season. The other 2 happened in the same game. Keaton Jennings for Lancashire and David Bellingham for Durham at Blackpool. Yeah,
well, Kashif Ali, who always attractive when he's batting, even if he doesn't make big scores. They made 2 20s in the game at Chelmsford last week, but both of them contain at least a couple of very, very attractive strokes, and he's a lovely batsman to watch. He won't be on strike because it was the end of the over, so Ollie Hannon-Dalby, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12, and it'll be Gareth Roderick on strike facing Chris Rushworth from the Diglis end.
More sunshine on the ground, a few more people slowly arriving here at New Road. This wonderful picturesque ground. Its future in some doubt for climate reasons, but it remains a beautiful ground.
Home game for you, Clive.
It is, but yeah. Yeah. The cathedral overlooking the ground. Rushworth comes into bowl, and that's driven down the ground by Roderick. Might go all the way, not sure, no, won't it? There's quite a slow outfield, you'll just get the 2 for it. But neat push down the ground. And Roderick moves on to 7.21 for 1. Yes, quite a short train journey for me, so much so that by the time I got the Wi-Fi working on my laptop,
You were here?
arrived at the station, yes. Michael Burgess continuing to stand up to Rushworth. He did have 4 slips in place, but one of them's coming out now. Hamza Sheikh's moved to mid-wicket, so just the 3 slips in place. As Rushworth, right arm over, comes in. Oh, that one goes through the bat onto the thigh pad of Roderick, made him look a little uncomfortable. Looks like his padding has done its job, though. It doesn't seem to be in any discomfort. But again, he's prodding the pitch. A couple of suspicious prods on the pitch from both the opening batters. Libby did it earlier, now Roderick. A few hands in pockets from the Warwickshire players, and pretty much all of them wearing jumpers. No doubt some hand warmers there in the slip cordon. That's going down the leg side, and Burgess can't reach it. It's going to go for 4 something. It's 4 byes. Just straight down the leg side. Burgess moved his gloves swiftly towards the ball, but couldn't cling on. So 4 bonus runs for Worcestershire, 25 for 1.
The other problem with the sweaters, Clive, having said how
No
lovely they
numbers,
are.
yeah.
Can't
Yeah.
see who's who. Barnard at second, Slip Yates at first. Can see that much.
That'll be
Yates at third, I should. No, Yates at
yes, Will Rhodes
Barnard at
is in there.
third. Will Rhodes at first, Yates at second. Yeah, those are the important ones.
In comes Rushworth, and a forward defensive by Roderick.
It's a case of just getting through this first hour and a half for these two. I think Sun will ease things, I'm sure, out there, and ball by ball, really, over by over, when you put into bat in a situation like this.
Especially with the Kookaburra ball as well. I think it does become easier. Rushworth comes into bowl, and he leans back there. Roderick plays a lovely shot through the covers for 4. And it's nicely timed, nicely placed. And the runs are coming for Worcestershire. They've had the blow of losing the early wicket, but they're scoring well. 25 for 1 in the 6th over. I had to chuckle and ask Mark Robinson before the Kent game if they'd learned any lessons from the Kookaburra boys. He says, yes, it's rubbish.
Did he? Really?
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
interesting.
I think in the English conditions, when it's particularly when it's damp about, he said the ball just becomes a soggy mess.
Yeah, interesting.
In comes Rushworth, and that one is pushed out to the onside, and there's no run. End of the 6th over, 29 for 1.
Interesting, because there are alternative views about the Kookaburra encouraging spinners, but a lot more spin been bowled in the games where the Kookaburra has been used than the Duke, I think. And Rob Key not surprisingly, again going against popular thinking, saying that he thinks some very good cricket has been played with the Kookaburra. I don't know. It divides opinion. My query about it, Clive, is the fact that it's an odd thing to use the Kookaburra at the beginning and the end. It just seems almost counterintuitive, really, that a ball which is better by all accounts in dry conditions, and which we're using to try and teach people to bowl in Australian conditions, is being used in the most English of conditions. Here's Hannon Dalby into Kashif Ali, his first ball, and he's very solidly forward to a full length delivery, plays it back up the pitch, and the bowler does his own fielding. There's no run.
I think that's Mark Robertson's point. He's not trying to sort of slander the Kookaburra ball, just as in English conditions, particularly when it's a bit damp, as it has been for much of this summer. It's not ideal.
It's just interesting to hear a coach with such a kind of extreme view about it, because most of the coaches, if you talk to them, I've talked to Alan Richardson about it, and he says, well, you know, there's swings and roundabouts, there's strengths and weaknesses. Hannon Dalby in, bowls, Kashif not really on the front or the back foot. Well, his weight was on the back foot, but he just stayed on the crease and just defended this out on the offside. 3 slips in place. I still haven't identified them all properly, because Ed Barnard isn't one of them. So it's Yates, is it Hayne at first slip?
Likely to be,
Yates at second.
I forgot my binoculars today.
Yeah.
I'll bring them tomorrow and I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Kit Harris is going to replace me.
Definitely Yates at second, I think. Barnard in the covers as Hannon Dalby is in. And bowls, and that's outside the off stump. A little bit further outside off and left alone comfortably on this occasion by Kashif Ali. One man out this morning then, Jake Libby, caught behind by Michael Burgess off this man, Ollie Hannon Dalby, for 13. That was 19 for 1. 10 runs added since. Gareth Roderick has 11. Kashif Ali yet to get off the mark. Worcestershire 29 for 1. Hannon Dalby is in again and bowls, and Kashif is again watchfully forward, pushing up to the Warwickshire skipper Alex Davis at mid-off. Beautiful morning here at Worcester, as I say, a little bit autumnal, quite a bit of rain in the last 36 hours. The ground is very lush, the outfield never short of water, as you are aware here at New Road, but I always think New Road in September, when the sun shines, looks at its very best, and that is the case this morning as Hannon Dalby moves in once more and bowls, and that's short and wide outside the off stump, and Kashif Ali plays a beautiful shot to get off the mark, up on his toes, on the back foot, straight bat, punched through extra, glorious, and a lovely way to open his account. He goes to 4, and it's 33 for 1. And it's good morning to Kit Harris.
Good morning. And it is a good morning. We had a lot of rain last night, but things seem veritably fair.
And even more rain the night before. Huge downpours in Worcester on Saturday night into Sunday morning. But the ground has recovered well. Hannon Dalby is in again and bowls, and this time he's much fuller. And Kashif is forward and pushing up to mid-off. It's the end of the over from Ollie Hannon Dalby. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16, his figures. And Worcestershire 33 for 1 off 7 overs, having been invited to bat this morning.
Well, the ground staff have done a fantastic job, haven't they? It looks, if you didn't know that it was full of moisture all around the outfield, it looks lightning fast and has been proven to be so. As soon as you get the ball off the square, even on the longer part of the field, up towards the cathedral, the ball races away as soon as it's struck. In fact, I rather fancy that there's not a lot of movement out there, as Rushworth bowls and just turns Roderick around a little bit, looking to play to leg. The ball took the leading edge. In spite of the overhead conditions, which sneak you towards the idea that there'd be a bit of swing, well, everything else seems aligned towards the batting side. Pitch looks light, dry, hard. As I say, the outfield's good. Here's Rushworth again, and Roderick comes awkwardly forward once more, defending.
Yeah, I think it probably a little bit less friendly for batting than you might think. The pitches here this year haven't been great, to be honest, by everybody's admission, including the ground staff. 8 floods, the last of which was in March, haven't helped, and I suspect that Worcestershire might be a little bit flattered by this start, if I'm honest.
Rushworth in again. A little bit more lift that time, and Roderick hit high on the bat blade.
I'd love to be wrong about that, Kit,
Well,
I hasten to add, but
A couple of overs ago, Rushworth did bowl one that really took off and beat everyone.
It'll nip around a little bit throughout. I think with the Kookaburra in the last game against Kent, certainly the first 25 overs, 30 overs or so, it did a bit, and then when the Kookaburra softened and the seam was flattened down, it didn't quite do as much. But we are not sure what to expect from any pitch at New Road this year.
Rushworth bowls, and it's straight, back of a length again, and another defensive from Roderick.
And it's
the outfield is lush enough, isn't it, Frank, that it will keep the ball going for a while.
Absolutely, and the Kookaburras, they do shine pretty well. One thing I've also noticed with the Kookaburras is that they haven't gone out of shape in the way that the Dukes have, so you haven't had the bowlers and the fielders constantly asking for the umpires to put them through the rings. But, as we know, once they get past about 30 overs or so, they don't tend to offer a great deal of assistance.
Rushworth bowls and completes his follow through slightly awkwardly there onto the adjacent strip. He doesn't follow through a long way down the pitch, Rushworth. He doesn't have a lot of momentum after those first couple of steps. The keeper standing up shows that there isn't a massive swing. 5 dots in the over so far. And he bowls, and Roderick tries to flick away down the leg side, and that is a very good stop behind the wicket. It didn't go into the gloves of the keeper, but it's hit him somewhere, almost ruefully looking as though there was a stumping chance there, as Roderick banged his back foot back into the crease, but that was very nearly 4 byes.
Yeah, going back to the pitches here at New Road, there's a suggestion, isn't there, that teams prepare pitches to suit their own attacks, and that's perfectly legitimate. We turned up at Chelmsford 10 days ago and could see that the pitch was going to turn from the very start of the game, and the groundsman grinned and said, well, how many spinners have you brought with you? And everybody knew, and there's nothing wrong with that. But here at Worcester, there's literally no suggestion this year that that's been the case, because even the groundsman has been unable to tell you what the pitch is going to be like, really, because of the difficulties that they've had with preparation this year. Hannon Dolby in bowls, and Kashif pushes up to mid-on. So it's been difficult to even make any kind of prediction about how pitches here at New Road are going to play, and they also vary as you go across the square towards the cathedral. This is about as far to this side as a game has been played in red ball competition this year. So we will reserve judgment on the pitch. 33 for 1 in the sunshine as Ollie Hannon Dolby, the wicket taker, moves away from us and bowls to Kashif Ali, who pushes up to Alex Davis, the captain, at mid-off. Kashif, who made 200s in the corresponding fixture, the opening fixture of the season up at Edgbaston, 100 in each innings, having been tried at number 3 in that game, and he's kept his position at number 3 in the Worcestershire lineup since. Took a short break from the game earlier in the season for mental health reasons, but back and playing a big part once again now, despite his relative inexperience, and he's pushing forward to this one and steering it down into the gully, and again there is no run.
Frank, does the fact that this pitch is slightly more westward and further away from the river, does that make it less likely to be moist? Or
no.
Are we splitting hairs?
No, it doesn't. The water table is very, very high, and when the ground floods, it actually floods from this side first.
Oh, it floods from the...
Yeah, it doesn't.
the
The
leftward side.
water doesn't come in from the river like that. I'll just break off as Hannah Dorby is in again and bowls, and Cashew tries beautifully, but straight to Alex Davis at mid-off, and there's no run. Forgive me, Worcestershire listeners and viewers, if you've heard me say this before. The ground floods from underneath, so when there's heavy rain, you could sit here where we are, Kit, looking out and just watch it disappear, and the water would come up, but it starts to come up mainly over in front of the ladies' pavilion and the marquee over there. That's probably the area of the ground that is dampest, so it might even counterintuitively be a little bit drier on the far side. Hannah Dorby in, bowls, and Cashew drives on the front foot nicely through the covers, won't go all the way, beats Davis at mid-off, sliding stop from the Warwickshire captain, and 2 runs taken by Kashif Ali. He moves on to 6. It's the end of the over. No, it's not the end of the over. There's 1 ball left in the over from Ollie Hannah Dorby, and the total goes on to 35 for 1. This after Worcestershire were put into bat this morning by Alex Davis when the coin dropped in his favour. The one man out is Jake Libby, who was caught behind by Michael Burgess off the bowling of this man, Ollie Hannah Dorby, for 13. That was when the score was 19, and a man is now being dispatched to deep backward square leg. Will it be a short one from Hannah Dorby, or is it a bluff? It's a bluff, and he bowls a full-length delivery which Cashew drives up to mid-on. This time it is the end of the over. 9 gone, Hannah Dorby 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Worcestershire 35 for 1 from 9.
A whole bunch of all-rounders in the Worcestershire side today. BBC Sport app has Ethan Brooks listed at 4, but
Yeah, I think that might happen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
and it's a direct swap for Jones.
Well, no, Ethan Brooks played in the last game.
I mean, in the order.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It is. It's a challenge. It's a gamble.
Is Rushworth and Roderick this time bat and pad together, a little bit of a bobble off one or the other, a stifled appeal and no run.
Brooks, a player who made the move to Worcestershire from Warwickshire because of lack of opportunity in red ball cricket, came into the white ball side, did really, really well, played in the last 3 championship games, all of which has been won, and every new challenge that he's been presented with, he has met with some success, and it's a bit of a one-off, I think, but they're going to give him a go at 4 and see if his technique's up to it.
Rushworth is in, and that's a bit more bounce, and Roderick is riding it. There wasn't enough room to cut, just glides it down to a backward point.
So that's the thinking. Rob Jones not been in great form, although he will be missed in the slips, Rob Jones, where he's become a very reliable catcher. But I think Brooks will bat 4, Hose 5, D'Oliveira 6, Waite 7, Van Beek 8, Taylor 9. It's a pretty decent batting lineup for Worcestershire.
Rushworth bowls, and he's beaten the bat and the wicketkeeper, or the wicketkeeper's gloves at least. It's parried off them. There isn't a run. Cover comes in to pick it up, but now Gareth Roderick really does look rueful. He's prodding a length. It was a length ball. It's got up a bit. There is some unusual bounce. And whenever Rushworth is bowling from that southern end, he's eager to have another go, and bowls again. Length and bounce once more. Actually, that was a little back of a length. Perhaps not quite so lively as the ball before. Roderick again in defence. And then at the bottom of that order, Frank, Jack Home coming in. What do you know of him?
He's a Shropshire boy. He's just left Shrewsbury School, where he did very, very well. Was expecting to spend the summer playing for the Worcestershire Academy and for Shropshire in minor counties cricket, but was thrust into white ball action in the first team.
Rushworth has beaten the bat. There's an appeal. Must have been some sort of noise. Roderick holds the pose in defence. Umpire says not out.
Worcestershire's white ball campaign, he played a few T20s and then played in all the one-day kept games, or most of them, because the injury list was ridiculous, and Worcestershire were bringing in low knees and schoolboys and college students and waifs and strays from all sorts of areas, and Home was one of them, and he did really very, very well in the white ball games.
Here is Rushworth again. Roderick slightly more confident in defence, just pushes it out to mid-off, and that's another very tidy over from Rushworth. He's getting some bounce, if not swing. There's another maiden. Worcestershire are 35 for 1 at the end of it. Roderick 11. Kashif Ali has 6.
It was all a bit sudden for Jack Home, but he's since gone back into second-team cricket and league cricket and so on, but has been brought in for a debut today with Joe Leach out injured, and I think he wouldn't have played had James Hartshorn, the Kiwi, been fit, and he was expected to play, but Hartshorn picked up an injury in training this week, and therefore Home has been brought in. I think that's the scenario. So it's quite exciting for him. He's very inexperienced. I mean, the idea that he's going to bowl more than 10 overs in a day, for example, is probably something that he's almost never done, I would imagine. And maybe a bit more in school cricket. But it will, and he's a slip of a lad. He's not a big unit by any means. Ed Barnard into the attack at the New Road end, bowls to Kashif Ali, who plays up to mid-off. Davies is the fielder. Barnard, for many years, a stalwart here at New Road. I think we were talking about the game when we last worked together, Kit, down at Taunton, and it was Ed Barnard's first ever 10-wicket haul, I think.
That's exactly what it was.
And he got one in the very next game as well, so he waited years and then got 2 in the space of 2 weeks. In he comes now and bowls, and Kashif drives up to mid-on, where Hannon Dalby is the fielder, and there's no run. 35 for 1 then. But yeah, Ed Barnard still fondly thought of in these parts.
I remember when we interviewed him at the end of that game at Taunton, and he was very wide-eyed and back then, but he was a lovely boy. That was our conclusion.
He's a superb all-round cricketer. He's in now and bowls, and Kashif Ali is driving up to mid-on where Hannon Dalby fields. I must say that Worcestershire supporters and viewers, we miss Ed Barnard a great deal. He's still, as I say, held in high esteem here, and watching Warwickshire get knocked out of the T20 the other day, many Worcestershire supporters were saying, how on earth can he not be in the side? He bowls here, and Kashif is forward, pushing up to mid-on again, and there's no run. He's a fantastic all-rounder. Probably Worcestershire's best batsman in his last couple of years here, certainly in his last year here. He was Worcestershire's best batsman statistically and in every other way, really. Along with Libby, he was particularly productive, but he's made the move, and he is now against the pairs, coming into bowl to Kashif. That one a little bit short of a length outside of some. Nicely played by Kashif Ali, just gets in behind it and steers the ball out square on the offside for a single, which takes him on to 7, and the Worcestershire total on to 36 for 1. Barnard, another Shrewsbury schoolboy, of course, like Jack Home, and I think Barnard has 2 brothers who've also played club cricket in the Shrewsbury area. His dad Andy played for Shropshire, was a very fine seam bowler. Barnard is in again outside the off stump. Good leave from Roderick. That one climbed quite steeply, having pitched. Taken by Burgess. End of the over, 36 for 1. And just going back to Jack Home, he's from a cricketing family as well. I think his brother and father and various other members of the Home family are quite prominent figures in the Shropshire cricket circle, both at county and club level. So there's a bit of pedigree there, but it will be a big day for him when he eventually gets out there with the ball in his hand.
So wait in for Jones.
Yeah.
And Home in for Leach, who's
having a rest.
Is having a rest.
In the hope that he can persuade his body to give him a couple more games before he retires at the end of the season. Waite fit again after a long layoff with a side strain, but very good early in the season.
Right, these 2 batters have changed ends now. Now it's Kashif is going to face Rushworth, and straight away, you see, he plays the same backward push, but it races to cover fielder. He just has so much timing.
Timer of the ball, it really is.
Right, he won't necessarily want to get bogged down too much by Rushworth. I feel that Roderick was pretty content just to stay there and wait for the bad ball, and it didn't come. But I'm not sure if Kashif is necessarily of the mind to wait for the bad ball. Rushworth bowls to him. Immaculate back foot defensive, very straight bat this time, finds extra cover. Kashif might just try and force the issue a bit and play that gorgeous cover drive of his. Those offside fielders were the key to that. A very, very square point, a cover, and a wide mid-off. 3 slips standing back and the keeper standing up. Rushworth in again, and a checked drive this time from Ali. Rushworth is not giving him anything full or anything wide. The cover cleans up on this occasion. A couple of overs ago against Hannon Dolby, we saw Kashif Ali play one of those swordsman-like cover drives. Only went for 2. We saw that fantastic follow-through, that flourish he has. Rushworth bowls to him, and that's a very, very soft-handed back foot defensive shot this time. The bat really at an angle. He doesn't defend with a vertical bat. His hands at the top of the blade are much, much further forward than at the bottom. Really angled bat.
He has an extraordinary right-hand grip, Kit. Extraordinary.
He wraps it right around the bat, doesn't he?
Round there, right. That's amazing how he can hit through the covers with that.
Here is Rushworth, and Ali just finds the outside part of the blade there. I won't call it an edge. Looking to play a straight defensive, and the ball bobbled out into the covers.
I think he must have a remarkably flexible right elbow, because when he gets his hand round there, for most of us to play through the covers would be impossible with a straight bat, but he does it beautifully.
He really has been one of the big finds of the season, not just here at New Road either, but on the whole county circuit. Rushworth bowls to him, and he's only get a tiny little bit of leg side straightness there, and he's whipped it away through mid-wicket off the back foot for 4.
And that's what the right-hand grip allows him to do so quickly, get onto the length and whip through
Close
the
the
leg
face.
side. Yeah.
It was just fractionally shorter and a little straight. And it was the longest boundary out in the ground there towards the cathedral, and it was all timing. So both of these batters now have 11. Worcestershire 40 for 1.
Yeah, which is representing a pretty decent start. They won't get too carried away, having been put into bat. As we say, they will be well aware that this first session is crucial, and the Kookaburra will, as Kit say, keep its shape and its shine on this lush outfield, although it is a bit damp. It's Barnard bowls, and Roderick is pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. Gareth Roderick, 11 of 33 balls, a patient innings so far from him. The man who has played in every game that Worcestershire have played this season, in every competition, which is quite remarkable. I think it's his 35th game, and he's set his stall out to play every one this season, keeping wicket and opening the batting. Remarkable effort by Roderick, who waits now as Barnard is in and bowls, and he's pushing out on the offside defensively again, and there's no runners, and he Briggs does the fielding in the covers.
These 2 Warwickshire changes, I think they're quite instructive in terms of understanding how the team expects this pitch to play, because with the Kookaburra ball in September, what we saw in the last round of games suggested it was a 2-spinner situation.
Barnard is in and bowls, and that was left alone by Roderick.
I mean, there were some games, Nottinghamshire bowled an entire innings of 53 overs, all with 2 spinners, unchanged. Frank's you've been talking about how the pitches here have been a bit unpredictable and livelier when it comes to seam, and
yeah, there's not been any particularly spin-influenced innings here at New Road.
Both
That's a
teams
good one from Barnard. Beats Roderick outside the off-stump. I was at Chelmsford where there was a huge amount of spin was bowled in that game. Simon Harmer 27 overs in the first innings, opened the bowling in the second innings and bowled 29 overs. And for Worcestershire, Amar Verdi 37 overs in the first innings and 23 in the second. But it's not been like that here at New Road at all. Barnard bowls and Roderick defends up to mid-on. In fact, it hasn't been like that at New Road for quite some time actually. The pitches here are not particularly conducive to spin. Having said that, as you say, the Kookaburra ball might have an effect, and if it stays dry on the fourth day, there might be a bit of spin. But you haven't seen many spinners take a great number of wickets here for a long time. Barnard in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Roderick, taken by Burgess, tidy over from Ed Barnard, and at the end of it, Worcestershire are 40 for 1 off 13.
Yeah, both teams restricting themselves to one frontline spinner. Briggs in for Booth in the Warwickshire team, and Bethel, who's off with England, has been replaced by Hamza Sheikh. I wonder, Frank, if Bethel had been playing, with a view of what you're saying, perhaps they might not even have brought in a specialist spinner. They might have just stuck with Bethel.
Yeah, they might. I don't know. Although Briggs, I think Briggs, the good thing about Danny Briggs is that even on a pitch that isn't offering a left turn, he's got such control that he can tie one end up quite nicely for you. And that could well be his role here. Amar Verdi the same for Worcestershire. I very much doubt that we'll see a great deal of turn out there in this game. There might be a bit, but it will be slow. I don't think we'll see a great deal of turn. That's not to say that Verdi and Briggs won't bowl a good number of overs. Michael Ray from the Diglis end.
Diglis end, well, we now see those typical wristbands and headband. Michael Ray, keeper standing back now, fires one in outside the off stump, and Kashif shoulders arms. That was a little wide. Just got his loosener in. Ray has got a touch of extra pace. Quickest of the bowlers in the Warwickshire side, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so. Not express, but
just something, there's bustle and liveliness about him.
Yeah.
Still the same three fielders in the offside ring though, and Sheikh again allows one to go by. I fancy there's a touch of outswing here.
Definitely, yeah.
The way that Kashif reacted to that might have been late swing, which is what the bowlers want the most. Not much good at this level if the ball swings from the hand. The batter can pick that up very easily. Just as a precaution or bluff, Hannon Dolby bluffed before, as Frank described. We've got two men back on that rather longer leg side boundary. Hamza just glides one off the face, outside off stump, Fuller this time, down to deep third for 4. He knew he was going to get the swing, the width didn't come as a surprise, and he just softly played it past third slip. Beautifully done. 15 to him, Worcestershire 44 for 1. We haven't seen the bumper particularly today. There's two men being posted back out towards the hotel and the cathedral. At the very least, putting the idea in Kashif's mind that there might be one. And there's the drive. You probably heard that come off the bat. It was hit so hard to cover. Who did parry it? Would have been 4 otherwise. Mid-off picks up, single to Kashif. 15 to him, 16 to him, 45 for 1.
Yeah, good bit of fielding by Danny Briggs, I thought, at cover. As you say, when he hit it, you thought that would be 4. Good work.
I think it's gone in his right hand as well, which is good news for a left-arm spinner. Ray bowls, and that's higher up on the bat this time, and as Roderick defends it, he just takes the bottom hand off the handle, as though he's got a bit of a nasty vibration. Those are difficult, those. The ball hits very high up the blade. It's not sprung and balanced in the same way, and you get a real stinger. I think that's what's happened to Roderick there, but no harm done. The deep mid-wicket has come up into the ring. That's the only change as Ray bowls to Roderick. He allows that one through outside the off stump to conclude the over. There was a bit of bounce there again. This is certainly the livelier end to bowl from, the Diglis end. Worcestershire 45 for 1 at the end of it.
Yeah, big man Michael Ray hits the deck quite hard. Got that one ball in particular to climb and leave Gareth Roderick, but he left it alone, fortunately for him. But further indication that even though this looks like a tidy start for Worcestershire 45 for 1, they are not out of the woods yet by any means against the new ball on a pitch which will offer assistance. My prediction about the pitch will be that it will offer a little bit of assistance in terms of sideways movement to the seamers for all 4 days. As Barnard is in again and bowls, and that one bounces quite sharply and hits Kashif painfully on the inside thigh, I think. Never a nice place to get hit. I don't think it was quite in the box, but just pinched the flesh at the top of the inside thigh, and he goes for a little walk. Barnard, no great pace, but quick enough to hurt you if he hits you in that sensitive area. Kashif just gives it a rub, settles down over his bat, and again there, indication that the bounce is just a little bit unpredictable. Barnard is in again, and he's got him. A classic bit of bowling from Ed Barnard. He's nipped one back and hit him in the thigh, and the next one he's nipped it away off the seam, and Kashif offering a little tentative push at it, almost in exactly the same way that Jake Libby was dismissed, and a straightforward catch from Michael Burgess. Excellent bit of bowling from Ed Barnard, and a promising innings from Kashif Ali. Ends, he's out for 16, and that's a perfect example of what I was trying to say about this pitch. Just a little bit of nip still in it for both bowlers from both ends, really, and I confidently expect that to be the case throughout the game.
Yeah, that did look like the old outswingers 1-2, the off cutter and then the away swinger, and Kashif was drawn into playing at it. He only nibbled. He didn't get himself out. He didn't take anything on. There was no recklessness on his part, but a promising innings has been cut short at 16. For a neutral, that's a pity. We were going to look forward to seeing Kashif, and you were quite right in your anticipation of who was going to be at number 4, Frank.
Yeah, Ethan Brooks, who batted very well in the first innings at Chelmsford last week, got 46 in that first innings, batting at 6, but this is new territory for him, and it will be a testing introduction to the top order for Ethan Brooks, with Ed Barnard 2.2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1, back on his old stomping ground, and having found a good area to bowl, just short of a length, 4th or 5th stump, one nip back, hit Kashif on the thigh, next one nipped away and took the edge, and Michael Burgess taking his second very comfortable catch of the morning. Here's Barnard now to Brooks, 3 slips waiting. He bowls, and Brooks leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and Burgess takes 3 slips, as I say, waiting. Hayne at first, Yates at second, and I think it's Rhodes at third. Hamza Sheikh deepish in the gully, you could call it backward point. And we've got Briggs at extra cover, Davis at mid off, Hannon Dorby at mid on, and Ray at mid wicket. As Barnard is in and bowls, and Brooks is feeling for that one outside the off stump and beaten. So Barnard absolutely on top at the moment on a pitch that's offering sideways movement and a bit of bounce for this newish Kookaburra. And although Worcestershire were 45 for 1 at the start of this over, I did suggest I thought that was a little bit flattering, and Barnard has evened things up. Hamza Sheikh now coming into 4th slip. They fancy another edge here as he bowls, and Brooks is in behind this one and covering up, pushing it out on the onside. So you've got Barnard ex-Worcestershire bowling at Brooks ex-Warwickshire. Quite a bit of movement between these two counties over the years. Both Alan Richardson and Kadir Ali, the Worcestershire coaching team, part of the Warwickshire coaching team just a few years ago, although both played here, so there's a lot of interaction between these two clubs, and despite the great rivalry, also a great deal of affection for one another as well. Barnard is in and bowls, and Brooks is forward, pushing out on the offside. Barnard quickly across to do his own fielding, and that is the end of another very, very good over from Ed Barnard. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1. Libby 13 and Kashif 16, the men out. Worcestershire put into bat this morning after 1 hour are 45 for 2, and after more from Kit Harris, he'll be joined by Clive Eakin.
Thank you, Frank Watson. Well, we've completed the first hour then here in Vitality County Championship Division 1 game at New Road, Worcester, between Worcestershire and Warwickshire on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC WM, BBC CWR, and of course the BBC Sport website and app. Here is Michael Ray to continue bowling. Gareth Roderick, and he's bowled him right through him. That looked like it held its line. Was expecting the outswinger. Smashed into middle. Hasn't knocked it out of the ground, but it's knocked it back a few inches. And Worcestershire, from a promising start, 44 for 1, are now in trouble. 45 for 3, as Gareth Roderick is out for 11, bowled by Ray, and Brooks, the new number 4, is about to be joined by a new partner. Good morning, Clive Eakin.
Morning, Kit. Yeah, that's somewhat changed the complexion of the morning. Those 2 wickets in successive overs for Warwickshire, for no addition to the score. So Frank talking about the exchange between the counties, of course, former Warwickshire seconds wicket keeper, now in Worcestershire, and I started my broadcast career covering Worcestershire, so it's not just the players.
All these dismissed batters so far have made a start. Roderick 11, Libby 13, Kashif 16, but there are now 2 new batters on the ground. Neither of them have scored yet. Adam Hose, another lad who was, is it fair to say, underachieved somewhat in his championship stint?
Yes, championship. Well, he wasn't really getting opportunities in championship cricket too much for Warwickshire. It is the problem of having a big squad. Warwickshire is that they end up somewhat pigeonholing players a little bit, and he was very effective with the white ball, but he was frustrated that he wasn't getting red ball opportunities.
Which was precisely the reason he left Somerset for Warwickshire originally.
Yeah.
He has found a regular place here in the Worcestershire middle order. 430 runs this season at an average of 26, top score of 90. He's got 3 slips and a sort of wideish 4th slip. No, it's going into more conventional 4th slip position now. In fact, it's being moved around. That's Hamza being adjusted. 4 slips awaiting as Ray bowls first ball to Adam Hose. Straighter. He's prodded it towards mid-wicket, thinks about a run, but Brooks sensibly sends him back.
Of the scores elsewhere, the one that stands out is Grace Road, where Leicestershire are 21 for 7 against Yorkshire. They were 3 for 4, but I don't think you can quite call it a recovery. Now they're 21 for 7. So that's something's going on there at Grace Road. Ben Code's got 4 the wickets, Matthew Fisher 3.
Bat and pad together, and there's a stifled appeal from the slips. They realised that there were 2 noises there. Hose survives. It looks like Ray's found a tighter, more aggressive, penetrative line in this over compared to the outswingers in his first. Nearly snuck through Hose there. Who's taken the wickets then?
Ben Code's got 4, Matthew Fisher 3.
Ben Code 4 for 7 off 7 overs. Wow.
Yes.
3 balls left in this tricky over from Ray. Hose shoulders arms, and that's a genuine outswinger. And Burgess goes across in front of first slip to gather.
Quite a story, really, Michael Ray. He's a good character to have around the changing room. He played first-class cricket in New Zealand. He was over here to play club cricket in Suffolk when he contacted Gavin Larson.
Comes in again, and Hose tries to drop it into the covers. They're going for a quick single. The throw comes in from point and misses, and I think probably Brooks would have been home had it hit. He was certainly decelerating. So Hose is off the mark with a lively bit of running. 46 for 3 Worcestershire.
And Warwickshire had horrendous injury problems with the bowling, so they signed him up, and he's done pretty well. Kept his place in the team, playing ahead of Michael Booth at the moment. As you say, I think Warwickshire are forced really to bring in Danny Briggs as a spinner because both Jacob Bessel and Dan Mosley can bowl spin, but neither are available.
Brooks is about to get his first taste of Ray. Last ball of Ray's second over, and he opens up his stance, steps his right foot across his stumps and defends with a very, very straight bat. That's the sort of defensive shot that you play when the ball is spinning sharply. He's covered up. Ray 1 for 6, Barnard 1 for 1, Worcestershire 46 for 3, and the complexion of the morning's play has changed in the last 10 minutes.
It certainly has. In terms of, we are still looking over our shoulders. These two teams will be watching Lancashire and Notts with interest, for both those teams have been frustrated by the weather at the moment. Durham are also just below Warwickshire and Worcestershire on the table, playing Lancashire at Chester Street, Essex, Notts at Chelmsford. No play so far, although I think they are going to start at Chelmsford shortly. Ed Barnard to continue. Well, at the moment, set fair enough here. Barnard, with 3 slips in place, comes into bowl. He's prodding at that one. Is Adam Hose and missing outside off stump. This is a similar pattern actually to Warwickshire against Kent with the Kookaburra ball at Edgbaston. It was a little bit into the innings when Warwickshire suddenly managed to get the ball to do a bit and had Kent in all sorts of trouble.
Now what's that? It's an interesting exchange between that square leg umpire Adam Hose, and it looked as though instructions on how to play the forward defensive were being given, and not the way round you would expect.
Next one is pushed onto the onside for no run. 46 for 3.
And who is the umpire at square leg? Is that Middlebrook or Debenham?
Good question.
I don't recognise them well from here.
Let's have a look.
Oh, that's it. Yes, get your binoculars out. Very sensible.
Yeah, unfortunately I forgot to bring mine, but I've nicked Frank's just briefly. I think it's Middlebrook. It is Middlebrook at square leg as Barnard comes in, and that's solidly defended this time by Hose. And maybe he took Middlebrook's advice.
That's exactly what James Middlebrook was telling him to do. Get forward defending. No coaching. If this were a junior cricket game at club level, there'd be no coaching. No coaching from the umpires, please.
I'd have thought at a junior game you'd want the umpires to do it.
Oh no, it's not the done thing, Clive.
Isn't it?
No, don't interfere.
Barnard comes into bowl, and that one is driven, but to a field from the covers, there's no run. Shows how long I've been doing this now. I remember commentating on James Middlebrook when he was just a young Yorkshire cricketer.
Did you see an umpire in him back then, Clive?
No, I don't.
Can you tell who's going to become an umpire?
Do you know that? Really. I mean, a lot of players clearly fancy themselves as umpires. That's the way they react to decisions. But Barnard in to bowl, and that's gone past the outside edge again. Who's playing forward to that? Looks like Barnard, but not really at a perfect angle. It looks like Barnard's getting a bit of swing here. Movement off the seam. Michael Ray's just jogged back to the mid-wicket boundary. I mean, inside the field, so at mid-wicket. Perhaps get himself a bit closer to the cakes in the ladies' pavilion. This next one is left. There's no run. He has to come jogging in now, Michael Ray, from that position where he was fairly redundant for one ball and to prepare to bowl the next over. So a couple of decent deliveries that over from Ed Barnard, not quite finding the edge. And Worcestershire are 46 for 3 here at New Road after 17 overs having been put in by Warwickshire.
Will you go to get cakes from the ladies' pavilion, Clive?
I don't know, I might.
I wonder if they take contactless.
It's a long time actually since I've been there, but
I would have thought it was a pilgrimage for a visiting commentator.
well, there's usually a bit of a queue, that's the problem. We don't get that much time to...
I would forgive you if you were late on the mic as long as you came back with cake. Here's Ray, bowling to Brooks, still yet to get off the mark. He's forward in defence.
Well, that's the other thing. It's going to be expensive if you have to buy cake for everyone else.
Oh, I see. This is the famous Midlands generosity that we hear so much about. Oh, that explains it. Sun's out again. Very, very beautiful out here. One of the few grounds where you can still watch from your car. You're parked in the right place. That really does give it the 1980s feel. Ray to Brooks. That's gone past the outside edge. Some interest from the slips, but it zipped over the shoulder of the bat. There's that unusual extra bounce that's occasionally coming up from the Diglis end. The south of the ground.
Yes, out of all grounds, it's changed a lot since I was first year. It was my first cricket broadcasting job, really, was to cover Worcestershire when they were winning the title back in '89.
It's still very pretty.
It is still very pretty. It's still got the cathedral, obviously, overlooking it.
Ray again to Brooks, defending this time. But I don't want to be too controversial, especially to our BBC Hereford Worcester listeners, but it's not as beautiful as it was on account of that hotel.
Yeah,
it's not doing favours to the architectural vernacular of the ground.
Got the hotel to the left, and the pavilion is somewhat changed as well, the new Graham Hick pavilion. But we mentioned the ladies' pavilion, that remains as it always has been.
Ray steaming in, and there's another play and miss. You feel as though at any minute Brooks or Hose is going to snick one. They keep going at balls. I mean, that really was quite wide. At least to the point that he didn't need to play at that. He's keen to get off the mark, and I'll tell you what, is that Warwickshire have set the trap very well. The cover has come out to fourth slip. And there's that lovely, big, inviting, enticing gap for that off drive. Another ball, he goes for it again, misses once more, outside off. It's not so much cat and mouse this as cat so far, as he has completely dominated, has Ray.
Can't quite believe he hasn't found the edge there. Not for the first time, but particularly the bowling coming at the Diglis ends. A few times now the batter's gone down the pitch to do a bit of prodding, as if to say it's misbehaving.
But it's just such a sucker punch, isn't it, that big gap? Don't be tempted, Mr. Brooks. This time he goes for a defensive shot, and even that goes past the outside edge of the bat, and Ray is down on his haunches. He can't believe his bad luck in that over. Played and missed more often than not, Ethan Brooks, and I don't know quite what we make of Mr. Brooks at 4. It hasn't been convincing so far. 11 balls for 0 not out. Remember, he's still only at the very beginning of his professional journey with the bat. 179 career runs with a top score of 50. And here he is at number 4, the stroke maker's position. Worcestershire against a Warwickshire who've got their tails up.
Yeah, he and Harry Brooks, of course, Henry Brooks rather, left Warwickshire, both the two brothers from Solihull. Both left Warwickshire in search of first team cricket elsewhere. But that one leaps off the top of the bat there from Hose. A little bit of extra bounce from Barnard. He's got 2 runs, but it leapt up in the air. Fortunately for Hose, nowhere near a fielder. But that's got I think that's got Alex Davis thinking about whether he wants to place the fielder where that ball went.
Where's that come from? This is what Frank Watson was talking about earlier on, about the unpredictable bounce. But you wouldn't, to look at it from the boundary, the pitch is, well, it's more concrete than straw. It looks completely light, flat. There's not much green on it. There's lift from unusual areas.
This next one, he's played a miss to that one outside off stump. But the home crowd will be getting excited at Grace Road now, because there's an 8th wicket partnership of 32 so far. So Leicestershire have leapt to 47 for 7 against Yorkshire. Still no play down at Chesterfield, just getting underway at Chelmsford. Essex are batting against Notts. No play at Canterbury. Somerset 62 for 2 in the big game against Surrey at Taunton. As in comes Barnard to bowl, and that's solidly defended this time by Hose. In the second division, Middlesex are 75 for 2 against Gloucestershire. Northants 45 for 3 against Derbyshire at Northampton, and Glamorgan are 57 for 2 at Hove against Sussex. Sri Lanka have lost 1 wicket this morning. They seem to be going quite slowly, but they're still seemingly heading for victory. 123 for 2, need 96 more. And England's women are playing Ireland, second game there. As Barnard comes in to bowl, and that's played to the onside. Some of the top England players been rested for this one, giving opportunities for others. Izzy Wong back in the England side, the Warwickshire bowler. She plays in this one. Hannah Baker made her debut in the first game. She's not in the side this time. Georgia Davis of Warwickshire is. England's women 67 for 1 after 16 overs against Ireland in a 50-over match.
They're going for squad rotation, aren't they, the England women? Making sure that everyone gets their taste.
Barnard to bowl to Hose, who just opens the face of the bat, runs that down towards third. He will get a single. It's been fairly tough going for Worcestershire in the last few overs. 48 for 3. Sponsors marquee, which appears to have quite a number of guests in it. That's been there as long as I can remember. They might have changed the tarpaulin a bit, but it's always been a marquee there. It looks like it's been well used today. Barnard to bowl, and that one again, a bit of unpredictable bounce. I think that bounced a little higher than the batter was expecting. Brooks played it down, but from fairly high in the bat. End of the over, 49 for 3 Worcestershire. Adam Hose on 4. Ethan Brooks yet to score. The batter's out. Jake Libby caught behind off Ollie Hindleby for 13. Kashivalli caught behind off Ed Barnard for 16, and Gareth Roderick bowled by Michael Ray for 11.
Well, it ought to be a position of reconstitution here, just getting themselves back together, defending and leaving with care. But at the moment, Hose and Brooks have been in all kinds of pickle. They're doing neither with much confidence. But now it's Hose's turn to face Ray. Still the 4 slips, and that is a confident leave, a step forward, and a shouldering arms to a lifting ball outside off stump. Brooks yet to score. Hose has got the 4 from that ferocious lifter in the last over from Barnard, just off the edge.
Talking about the ground, it changes. One thing it hasn't changed much at all is the press box. We've been here for as long as I can remember.
Ray has beaten the outside edge once more. Hose playing an immaculate forward defensive shot. Trouble was, it was down the wrong line. There's certainly some broadcast paraphernalia in the box. There's
old-fashioned, yes.
Wouldn't look out of place in Churchill's war rooms.
Yeah, most grounds I go to, I can think of several different places where I've commentated from, but this one we've been pretty constant. What is nice about the box here is there's a few little seats outside which some of the media choose to use. You can sit outdoors if you want.
Ray to Hose. Drops it into the offside this time, thinks about that quick single, but mid-off is very, very quick to run round and cut it off. Well, we have the same thing in the press box here that everyone has when they come to the ground, which is that you're always very close to the action.
Well, particularly with the pitch being where it is here. It's very good. It just feel like we're fielding at third. Does remind me of a match. It's gone back a few years now when Glamorgan were here and I was covering Worcestershire. And Sir Viv Richards, although I think he was playing old Viv Richards at the time, was batting.
This is finally threaded through the gap. Not sure it'll be 4, just the 1 in fact. Hose tentatively came forward and played a checked drive. And that polite applause that you can hear, this is very Worcestershire, isn't it? Never miss a landmark is for the 50. 50 for 3. Hose has got 5.
Just talking about that game with Viv Richards, and he hit a couple of big shots which came perilously close to the press box. And after a while, it became apparent to the press that he was doing it on purpose.
Ray bowls outside off, and that's left as much on length as on line by Brooks.
He was aiming to pepper the press box because I don't know which one it was, but a journalist had upset him with something that he'd written that morning in the papers. So Viv Richards was clattering 6s towards the press box.
I mean, this is. I mean,
I don't know how strong the window is.
This is glass. It
is.
We're very
it's probably
smashable.
Protected by the roof a little bit.
Ray bowls, and Brooks just looks to angle it down through third man, and that's very well done. He's got 4. Raced off the outside edge of the bat, just had a little bit of width to play with, and at last, off his 14th ball, Brooks is off the mark. Worcestershire 54 for 3.
Yes, he had limited opportunities in his time at Warwickshire. Ethan Brooks got to play a few white ball games mainly. He was often in the squad, but not quite getting in the team. His brother was ahead of him, Henry Brooks, who was a regular for a while, but had injury problems, which saw him drop out, so he's gone off to Middlesex. Leicestershire's revival has come to a shuddering halt. They're 52 for 8 now against Yorkshire. See where that's going to take him in terms of low scores this season. Barnard comes into bowl, and that's driven down the ground. That's a good shot from Adam Hose. That'll be 4 straight down the ground.
That's one of the rare occasions when either of these bowlers, Barnard in this case, has strayed onto the full, almost a half volley.
Well, Leicestershire have to get to 77 to beat the lowest score this season, which was also against Yorkshire's attack. Derbyshire were bowled out for 76 at Chesterfield. 2 teams, including Worcestershire, bowled out for 80 on point this season. That's played back to the bowler. There's no run. Nottinghamshire were bowled out by Essex for 80 at Trent Bridge. Worcestershire were bowled out by Nottinghamshire for 80 here. Worcestershire just beginning to get going again after being bogged down. They lost 2 wickets on 45 and found it tough going after that, but they're pushing on a little bit now, so that's just played round to mid-on by Hose for no run, 58 for 3. The first 50 came in 118 balls. With 3 wickets down. Actually started pretty briskly this morning. Worcestershire, Barnard into bowl, and that's defended. There's no run. Got off to a rapid enough start, and we're still looking pretty good despite the loss of 1 wicket at 45 for 1. Lost their second wicket in the 15th over, which time they put 45 on the board. It slowed down a little bit just before that wicket went. Barnard in, that's a solid defensive shot from Hose, who played some terrific attacking shots with the white ball for Warwickshire. He's the only Bears batter to have made 2 T20 centuries for the Bears. As in comes Barnard. It's a defensive shot to backward point. There's no run.
He's bowled a lot fuller in that over, Ed Barnard. Hasn't looked like posing the same sort of difficulties that he was in his first few. He's now bowled 6 off the reel, so that might be it for his first spell. Michael Ray is going to continue. Brooks on strike. Short sleeve shirt and a short sleeve sweater too. Still being offered that big gap through the covers for a drive. Ray bowls to him and he finds the deep third boundary once again. Opens the face. Just glides it all along the ground past fourth slip. Having had a few wafts at Ray through the offside, trying to play in front of square, he's now alighted upon a new method of scoring, which is just to wait for the ball and open the face, and that has rather put Davies off his plan, and he has now sent Hamza down from fourth slip to the deep third boundary. Ray is in again, very full this time, and for the second time Brooks steps across to the offside, opens up his stance and plays very front on in defence, as one does to a leg spinner who's turning it out of the rough on leg stump. And what that is about, with the ball swinging around, that is about using your back leg as a second line of defence. This time Brooks defends again, so that if you do get a fine snick but you've moved your back leg across in front of off stump and squaring up your stance, you've got a chance of edging onto your pad rather than edging to the wicketkeeper. That's what that is about. It's not a second line of defence to get bowled so much as to get an inside edge or outside edge onto your pad. Here's Ray once more. He tries it again this time, Brooks. Close the face, get an outside or leading edge back to the bowler, but all along the ground. Brooks is being very positive in his defence, trying to take those slips out of play. There's also a gambit from Davies now, who's sent the mid-wicket fielder back to the boundary, trying to encourage him to play a bit harder, closing the face. This one is defended to the offside. Davies is saying to Brooks, well, okay, if you're going to open up your stance and play with a closed face to leg, why don't you push at it a little bit harder and take the single that's on offer? Maybe then he might get a leading edge. So as the batters have started to score in the last 10 minutes, Davies moving things around to try and meet the plans, and this one is a very big shout for LBW, but it's going down leg. I think that was patent from the start. An appeal from Ray in hope more than expectation. 5 overs from him now, 1 for 15, 62 for 3, and we welcome back Frank Watson.
Yeah, good recovery underway from these two. But difficult conditions, ball steaming around, and this pair asking a lot of questions, Ray and Barnard, of Hose and Brooks, their techniques being examined. Neither has yet looked comfortable. Both have managed occasional shots of authority. Barnard from the New Road end, moving in again now to bowl to Hose. He's forward, pushing out on the onside. Hose, who's one first-class 100 in his career was for Warwickshire, having started at Somerset, moved to Warwickshire. Yet to reach three figures for Worcestershire, got 90 at Canterbury earlier this year, but has played some very useful innings in the middle order, testing himself, trying to establish himself as a top order batter in red ball cricket. Barnard into him, and he just takes his hand off that one and steers it down for a single behind square on the offside. Again, quite significant bounce for Barnard, underlining what I said about this pitch earlier on, that throughout the season here at New Road it's been a difficult surface for batters, and you don't see scores of over 300 very often.
That exact spot, Frank, is something that Barnard's been discovering while you've been off the microphone. He's pinned Hose outside off stump with one, and now he's done it to Brooks as well, banging it in right there.
Brooks on strike.
There it is again.
Throws that down on the offside. Yeah, it's good bowling from Barnard and good batting from both Hose and Brooks in the last two deliveries. You're never in on this pitch. That's what the feeling has been from the batters throughout the season, that there's always liable, as they say, there's one with your name on it, liable to come. And Barnard, as I say, asking a lot of questions, as is Ray from the other end. You have to play well just to survive. Barnard in, bowls, and Brooks is forward to this one, pushing out into the offside. Good spell from Ed Barnard in his 7th over, conceded just 9 runs, and Ray 1 for 15 from 5. If anything, these two have been a little bit more threatening than the opening attack of Hannon Dalby and Rushworth.
Yeah, well, that's a challenge, isn't it, when Hannon Dalby comes back to replace Barnard from this end. We assume he will at some point before lunch. He's got to find that spot quickly.
Barnard is in and bowls, and Brooks plays this nicely, stands up tall and plays it to Briggs at extra cover. So far, so good then for Brooks and Hose, this 4th wicket pair, looking to repair the damage after Worcestershire lost 2 very quick wickets and slumped from 45 for 1 to 45 for 3. Barnard again is in and bowls, and Brooks nudges down on the onside, wants a single, but is sent back by Hose, and that is the end of the over.
I shall take my leave of you, Frank, and I'll be replaced by Clive Eakin.
So 63 for 3. The scorecard reads: Libby, Court Burgess bowled Hannon Dalby for 13, Kashif Ali, Court Burgess bowled Barnard for 16, and Gareth Roderick bowled by Ray for 11. Ray is about to continue from the Diglis end, and Clive Eakin is back. Good afternoon, Clive.
Good afternoon, Frank. Does seem to be a bit of unpredictable bounce out there.
Definitely. Well, it's actually quite predictable, but steep.
Yeah.
I think that's what you're talking about. Certainly from this New Road end, well, and from both ends actually. And it's not a surprise to anybody who's watched red ball cricket here this year.
So Michael Ray, elbows jutting out in his run up. That's a neat single for Adam Hose. Just plays it just to wide him in on, just wide enough to give Hose time to scamper through for a single. 64 for 3. So 2 former Warwickshire batters at the crease now. And they've had 1 or 2 alarms. They've steadied things a little bit since 2 wickets fell on 45. Ray in, and that's left. Goes past the chest of Ethan Brooks. Bit of murmur around the ground. Yeah, decent crowd in. Derby, nice to see the 2 teams both in the first division. Hopefully they will be next season, although it's not quite certain yet. This next one is defended back to the bowler. There's no run. don't think the Norman Gifford Trophy applies in the red ball game, does it? They play for that when they meet in T20 games.
If it did, it would be shooting up and down the M5 like a Worcester Birmingham bus, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Ray also has a bit of a trademark of a white headband around his head, bowls, and that's played back to him. Fields has no run. Really enjoying his cricket. There is some suggestion, I haven't heard the latest on this actually, that because he is the moment player as an overseas player, Warwickshire don't have a main overseas player. They've got Michael Booth, who will be English qualified hopefully from next season. Hassan Ali, unfortunately, curtailed by injury. Ray in right arm over, and that's left. I am led to believe that if Ray wanted to, he could opt to be English qualified if he fancied being a contender to be signed for next season as a home player. It's not an international.
Owing to some ancestral connection.
Yes, I'm not sure exactly what I've heard that said, and that's not official, but I've heard that said. He comes into bowl now, and that's driven down the ground. Oh, it's brilliantly fielded off his own bowling by Michael Ray. He stops it with his boot. Actually almost deflected it onto the non-striker stumps. I don't think that would have been a problem for Adam Hose, because I think he was in his ground, but it was a very good stop, because Brooks must have thought he'd hit a 4 there as he drove that straight down the ground.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's disappointing, I think, when you battle hard like they've done and you get one that's a little bit fuller, and you play such a good shot and you don't get past the big size 14 of the big man. Hannah Dolby is being reintroduced into the attack, as we thought he might be at the New Road end. Had a nice early spell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18, sending back Jake Libby in that spell. And coming back on now with Barnard having bowled a beautiful spell. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9, and I don't really think Ed Barnard bowled a bad ball in that spell. It was a super bit of bowling from a super cricketer, and they've asked a lot of questions, the Warwickshire bowlers, this morning, as well they might on this pitch in these conditions, as Hannah Dolby is in and he bowls, and that is a loosener, and there haven't been many loose deliveries, and Adam Hose capitalises on it, cracking it away on the offside for 3. Didn't quite have the legs to get to the ropes. Hamza Sheikh flicking it back just inside the boundary at extra cover, and Alex Davis completing the fielding. Adam Hose off strike, showing his experience. Adam Hose, he's faced only 29 deliveries. Right, I suppose it's the same as Brooks, but in the last couple of overs, a 1 off the first ball of the last one and a 3 off the first ball of this one gets him up to the other end where Jeff Boycott said you should always play good bowling. Hannah Dolby in bowls, and Brooks is forward and pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run.
So Ed Barnard, it's very easy to select a team from the commentary box, and in hindsight, that wasn't entirely in hindsight, I have to say. I was surprised that Ed Barnard wasn't selected for the T20 quarter-final. In fairness, he wasn't a regular in the T20 side during the group stages, but he had such a good 50-over competition that
for the second year running. It's a mystery to those of us at this end of the M5 Worcester Warwickshire connection that he doesn't play in all forms of cricket. This one blocked by Brooks, and there was certainly chat amongst Worcestershire fans the other night saying, you know, how on earth can he not get into that side? But had they won, of course, Clive, nobody would have said a word.
I mean, I think that the feeling is that his bowling can be
hittable.
Yes, has been. But the thing is that batting looked to be quite a longish tail for that game,
well,
which proved to be crucial.
Hannah Dolby in again, bowls, and Brooks is forward, taking on the pads. A big shout for LBW, and Ben Debenham has a long look at it and then gives it. Brooks looks a bit disappointed, looks as though he thought he might have got outside the line, hadn't got a long way forward, certainly didn't bounce very much, and Ben Debenham, after a long look, decides that Ethan Brooks is out. Hannah Dolby gets his second wicket, and Worcestershire are 67 for 4.
One thing we had on Friday night was the excitement of the review system, which we don't see too often in county cricket. That was fun. So he might have reviewed that, Ethan Brooks. Who knows?
Well, we'll have to have a look at the replay. But difficult circumstances. He looked disappointed. He's batted really well, but it's one of those days, as just saying, Clive, that have been very few balls to hit. One of those days where you could actually bat rather well for 45 minutes or an hour, and then make one mistake and find yourself on your way and you've only made 10 or something like that, because there's so little to hit, really.
Yeah, it's been a decent job from Warwickshire's bowlers. Yes, just going back to their bowlers. Because of the number of bowling options they have, I mean, Alex Davis used 7 bowlers in that game.
Yeah.
Again, it's easy to say sitting here, but you would have thought that maybe he could have been in ahead of a couple of the...
and the counter argument would be that he is just the sort of player who might have come in and scored runs without trying to do anything to... I mean, I thought Bethel and Hayne were going to do exactly what they did here, Clive, which was manage a run chase. And then Hayne lost his head a little bit and played that shot and got caught in the deep. And a Barnard then who can come in and work it around and score. He's 360 player in white ball cricket, as you know. And I think Worcestershire fans just feel that he could have done a job. And as you say, hindsight's a wonderful thing. They'd had a great campaign. But it's when it's frustrating, I guess, for the Bears fans to top the group 4 years running and not get to finals day.
Just a bit. 4 quarter-finals in a row lost. It's now, I do apologise to Warwickshire fans for mentioning it again, but it's now 10 defeats out of 13 quarter-finals since the competition started.
Hannon Dolby to D'Oliveira, and the Worcestershire skipper gets one down the leg side, which he gets too far inside as he tries to flick it away. Down to long leg. Played really well in the win at Chelmsford last week. D'Oliveira got 50 in both innings on a turning pitch against Simon Harmer. It was a very good effort, but how different was that to what we're looking at here today? This is a pitch that's straight out of county cricket September early mornings, isn't it, really? Nipping around, bouncing a little bit. Hannon Dolby loving it, bowls, and there you go. That's a classic example. That one pitched just outside off stump. D'Oliveira coming forward and it climbed steeply. He left it alone, taken by Burgess. Wicket taking return to the attack for Hannon Dolby. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21 his figures. Worcestershire 67 for 4.
Warwickshire played on a hybrid pitch at Chelmsford earlier this season. I think it was one of the first hybrid pitches to be used in the county championship. And it did make it difficult because they weren't quite sure whether you normally expect Chelmsford, obviously with Simon Harmer on the opposition side, to take a lot of turn, but they weren't sure whether it was going to deteriorate enough for that to happen. It was a game that Warwickshire rather threw away with their third innings performance, unfortunately. Will Rhodes comes into the bowling. His first bowling then today. At 67 for 4, we're only 50 minutes away from lunch. Remember, everything's half an hour earlier in September. Usually catches a commentator or two out, up and down the country. The earlier start. Will Rhodes with 2 slips in place, and that beats the outside edge. A very textbook forward defensive from Adam Hose, but he actually missed the ball. The umpire's just, I think, suggesting to Will Rhodes he was quite close to overstepping there.
Going to have a look at a replay of the Ethan Brooks dismissal. Yeah, I think I think the suggestion that Brooks might feel is a bit disappointed.
That's left. There's no run.
He might have thought it was going down the leg side. I think it certainly hit him in line. Wasn't too high, I don't think. Although Hannon Dolby is quite a tall man, as we know. But just have another look at it. Okay. See what you think, Clive. It's pretty... Yeah, not too high.
No.
If any, I mean, the only argument might have been that it was missing a leg, but I don't think it was. I think it's a good shout, really.
Adam Hose gets his bat out of the way. He's probably part of the disappointment because he probably thought he was going to be okay because the umpire did, which is...
Took a long time to give it, didn't he?
Which he's perfectly entitled to do, of course.
Absolutely.
But if you're the batter, you're probably thinking, oh, it's okay, I'm going to be all right here. And then
Yeah, as opposed to when you're absolutely stone dead and they fire you straight away. But yeah, he had a good look at it and decided it wasn't missing leg.
This next one is pushed out to mid-wicket by Hose for no run. Adam Hose on 14.
Scores elsewhere, Clive. We were just talking about Essex. They're playing Glamorgan at Sussex are playing Glamorgan at Hove, and Glamorgan are 79 for 4. Essex are playing Notts at Chelmsford. Essex are 19 for 1 off 7, having been put in.
Will Rhodes in, going down the leg side. Michael Burgess makes a tumbling stop, diving to his left. Hose sort of followed it with his bat, but didn't play at it.
Middlesex Gloucestershire at Lords. Middlesex 104 for 2, having chosen to have a bowl. And then Leicestershire playing Yorkshire, and Leicestershire in trouble, 75 for 9, having been put in at Leicester.
Believe it or not, that is a bit of a recovery. Rhodes comes into ball, that's a little bit wide, it's crashed away by Hose, but there is a boundary rider out there, so you only get 1 run, and that ends the over. 68 for 4. Will Rhodes first over, just going for that single. 15 to Adam Hose.
Yeah, just going back to that LBW, Richard Dawson's got in touch on Twitter, at Frank Watson 58, if you want to get in touch. Richard said it looks plumb. I agree, but I also say, Richard, have another look at the video and you'll see how wide on the crease Ollie Hannon-Dolby is when he delivers that ball. And if you deliver it from wide on the crease, a bit like a left arm round bowler, if you then hit the batsman in a line, the angle from which you delivered the ball, if you hit him in line, if he's not right back on his stumps, there's every chance he's going to run on and miss leg, and that's what would have been in Ben Debenham's mind, I think. Here's Hannon-Dolby in again, and he bowls, and this is left alone by Hose, who takes a little step down the pitch as he often does to try and disturb the bowler's length. And I'm not saying it wasn't out. Please don't think I'm saying it wasn't out. What I'm saying is that I think that's what maybe the umpire would have been having a look at. But I think it's an often misunderstood thing, Clive. The line of the ball when it's delivered from wide on the crease or from a left arm round the wicket bowlers. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and that's a nice shot by Hose, clipped through mid wicket for 4. A rare boundary for Worcestershire. Hose goes to 19, total to 72 for 4. And you know, you look at a still, don't you, of the ball hitting the pad, and you think, oh, look at that, he's smack in front, that's absolutely plumb. But what you don't take into account, if you take a left arm round the wicket bowler, let's imagine someone like Neil Wagner or someone like that, bowls the ball at a right-hander, delivered from about 4 feet wide of the stumps. Hannon-Dolby's in again and bowls, and Burgess standing up. Good take, because that bounced, he rode with it well, the Warwickshire keeper, nice take. Delivered from wide, must hit the batter in line if he's playing a shot, so it hits him in line. It's come from way out wide, it's hit him in line. If he's not right back on his stumps, there's a great chance that ball is going to go on and miss leg. And I've seen many a video when I was doing my umpiring exams and so on that shows ones where you look at the still and you think it's absolutely plumb, and in fact it goes on to miss leg stump. Here's Hannon-Dolby bowls again, and Hose is riding that one, playing it down on the offside, pulls a hand off the bat, and Burgess mimes a dramatic riding take, which is what he'd have had to do outside the off stump if Hose had not played that shot.
You do any umpiring then these days?
Yeah, I did. I've done my umpiring exam. I did my umpiring exams a long time ago, and then did a refresher course as well, because as a coach and at school as a teacher, you do loads of umpiring. So I thought it was best to get the qualifications. Hannon-Dolby in again, bowls, and Burgess takes nicely, standing up. Good leave again by Hose. And they do all sorts of scenarios, you know, where they show you videos and they say, right, they stop it, and the ball hits the pads, and they say, is that it? Everybody goes, yeah, that's plumb. And then they play the replay and show that it misses. So there's lots to think about. And I did notice on the replay that Hannon-Dolby actually went very wide on the crease on that one. But Ben Debenham, as you say, he's got every right to have a look at it, take his time, not rush it. You always feel that you're a bit hard done to if the umpire fires you out immediately. But he had a look and he decided it was not going on to miss leg. Nicely driven, this one by Hose up to mid-on, fielded by Danny Briggs. End of another good over from Ollie Hallandolby. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 25. The men out: Libby 13, Kashif Ali 16, Gareth Roderick 11, and Ethan Brooks 8. 2 wickets for Ollie Hallandolby, 1 for Ed Barnard, 1 for Michael Ray. We've got 10 minutes to go till lunch, and Worcestershire put into bat 72 for 4.
Yeah, and 4 wickets. I put Worcestershire, and I think Warwickshire will feel reasonably happy with the session, but not a disastrous one for Worcestershire, as long as they don't lose any more in these last 8 minutes or so. So it doesn't look like the easiest of pitches out there. Will Rhodes, his second over from the Diglas end. His first ball is left. Blessed Oliveira, who actually made his first class debut against Warwickshire some years ago. It was back in 2012 he made his first class debut. It was against Warwickshire. Player of the match in the white ball game at Edgbaston this season. That one's left. There's no run. However, covering his much missed father, Damien. Years ago, he was an important part of the Worcestershire team. Particularly good fielder. Rhodes, right arm over the ball. He comes down the pitch, D'Oliveira, but then leaves the ball. That's taken by Burgess. 2 slips still in place. Rhodes, who appears to be in his last season at Warwickshire, has gone a bit quiet on there. It did appear on their Twitter feed that he was joining Durham, but they've sort of gone a bit quiet about it since. But we assume that's where he's going to be next season. That one might have kept a bit low. It's pushed out to the onside. There's no run.
Yeah, I thought that. I thought it was a done deal, but I've not seen anything official.
No. Yeah, looks like that's going to be the way. But, Barry Lunch has arrived. That's exciting. That's left. There's no run. Didn't get to tick any boxes, so someone must have chosen for me.
Well, it's either vegetarian or not.
Oh, right,
so
okay, fair enough.
Looks like you've got bangers and mash.
So
At
72.
least you don't have to walk around the ground to get it like you do at some places.
No, indeed. Yeah. It's good edge, so we just have to go down one floor and across a bit. That's left. There's no run. End of the over. That's carefully played, that one, by D'Oliveira. He left most of the deliveries, which he was able to do. 72 for 4. He probably got one more over in before lunch. He could get 2 in.
Might get
really
2, I think. What's it, 25 on the... Yeah, might get 2.
Might depend on how much they want to bowl.
Yeah, you're spoiled at Edgbaston, aren't you, with the facilities?
Yeah,
you just have to go down one flight of stairs into that lovely accommodation for your meals as members of the media, and it's like that on most of the big grounds. But there's different elements of charm about different grounds, aren't there, Clive? And we're very lucky to go around so many. At Chelmsford last week I thoroughly enjoyed. Bit of an old-fashioned ground. As Hallandolby is in and bowls, and that's a good take again by Burgess. Good leave by Hose outside the off stump. The ball bouncing quite steeply, and Burgess riding with it. Good work from the keeper.
What I like about Chelmsford is it's a location, actually not dissimilar to here, because I did Chelmsford by train this year.
Yeah, and you're in
stayed
town,
in a hotel.
Yeah.
In town, and it's a short walk.
Yeah, absolutely. And a crowd of 2,000 at Cheltenham, at Chelmsford, you've got a good atmosphere because those stands are all quite close and low, and it's one of my favourite places to visit actually. Hallandolby in bowls, and that's Hose clipping a full length delivery through mid wicket again. Good shot by Adam Hose not missing out on the bad ball. He got one in the last over from Helen Dorby, and he's got another one here, and it's very important that he doesn't miss out on those scoring opportunities because they're few and far between. 76 for 4. He goes to 23. Yeah, not changed much, I must say, Chelmsford, from in the last 20-30 years. Those new flats have been built on one side of the ground, but a proper home of county cricket, top side over the years. Essex, Hannah Dorby bowls, and this one nips back and takes Hose on the pad, but a bit too high, I think, despite an appeal. And there's no run.
It's hurt him a bit. Crouching over his bat.
It's a bit like the one Kashif got earlier. He's a tough lad, Adam Hose, and he'll have a stroll back in and take card again.
He'd love to do well in this game.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. Absolutely. 76 for 4. A lot depending on these two, really, and Matthew Waite, who comes next. And Dorby in, bowls, and Hose plays a full-length delivery back to the bowler. Matthew Waite, who will find himself in very different circumstances from the last time that he batted against Warwickshire Clive in that T20 game when he came in, hit George Garden for 34 off the last over. Quite remarkable ball striking from Waite, but it's unlikely that he'll do that today, I would hazard, as Hannah Dorby comes in and bowls again to Hose, who is playing defensively up to mid-on, where the fielding's done by Danny Briggs, and he's got 90 seconds to bowl this delivery and for the umpire get in from square leg. I think we'll end up having one more over. I think Oliver's doing a little bit of gardening, but I don't think they'll be able to delay Hannah Dorby unless this ball goes to the boundary or something like that, because we've got 65 seconds now to complete this over. We're going to get one more in before lunch. Hannah Dorby is in, and he bowls to Hose, and Hose is getting an inside edge to this one, gets a single down to fine leg, keeps the strike, and we will have one more over as Worcestershire put into bat go to 77 for 4. And well, Warwickshire's morning, Clive, but not by a huge amount, I would say, unless they get another wicket in this over. I would say 80 for 3 is par, and I think in September a 10:30 start you could possibly say 4, so it's not been a bad effort.
No, it hasn't. Keen to get round to get this one more over in. Will Rose to bowl it.
Yes, update coming for BBC Hereford Worcester in a minute. So I'll shall I do this over, Clive? That's the most sensible thing, isn't it? Will Rhodes to bowl from the Diglis end. Bowls, and on is a play and a miss outside the off stump from Adam Hose. Not quite the pace of the other bowlers, Rhodes. A little slower, but Hose just feeling for that one outside the off stump. So we're all set for a little update for the BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners into their morning programme just after 12:30. And it's been an entertaining morning of cricket here, quite enthralling actually, as Rhodes bowls and Hose again leaves outside the off stump, and Bird just takes. This is what it's all about, Clive, isn't it? County cricket like this. It's been properly contested Division 1 stuff. Well, we're in the last over before lunch here at Visit Worcestershire New Road, and it's been an enthralling morning's cricket. Fairly even, I would say, though Warwickshire might feel they're just on top, having won the toss and put Worcestershire into bat. They have reduced the home side to 77 for 4. Adam Hose is 24 not out. Brett Dolliver yet to get off the mark. Libby out for 13. Kashif Ali for 16. Gareth Roderick for 11. And Ethan Brooks, promoted to number 4 in the order, out for 8. 2 wickets for Hannah Dorby, and 1 each for former Worcestershire man Ed Barnard and Kiwi Michael Ray. But in very helpful conditions, it's fair to say that the Worcestershire batsmen have acquitted themselves reasonably well, and they won't feel that they're too far behind the 8 ball as lunch is about to come, provided they don't lose another wicket. 2 balls left to go before the break. Worcestershire 77 for 4. And another one left alone there by Hose outside the off stump. And over to you, Clive.
Will Rhodes turning. Oh, Hose will be keen now to get to lunch, and indeed he leaves that one. A few oohs and ahs, and I think that was a comfortably enough leave. Adam Hose batted pretty well this morning, keeping Worcestershire in it. One more ball in this morning's session. Just feels strange, lunch at 12:30, but I'll have to get used to that this month. 3 rounds of championship matches to go, including this one. Leicestershire all out for 98 against Yorkshire in the end, which I have to say is a bit of a recovery from them. In comes Rhodes to bowl, and Hose plays a very correct forward defensive, and that is the end of the morning session, which saw Jake Libby caught Burgess bowl down Dolby for 13. Cachavalli also caught behind a bed Barner for 16, and another wicket going for on the score of 45. Gareth Roderick bowled by Michael Ray for 11, then Ethan Brooks LBW to Ollie Dolby for 14. Adam Hose 24 not out. Brett D'Oliveira survived 8 balls so far without scoring, and after 30 overs, Worcestershire put in by Warwickshire 77 for 4 at lunch.
And that's it from Visit Worcestershire New Road. Thanks for being with us, and we'll be back when play resumes at 10 minutes past 1. Do join us then. Day one of this game between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. At the lunch interval, Worcestershire 77 for 4, having been invited to bat this morning by the Warwickshire captain Alex Davis when he won the toss. It's a beautiful day here at New Road. The sun is shining, the cathedral looks splendid, the ground is bathed in a beautiful autumnal sunshine. And, excuse me for getting a bit carried away, but it doesn't get much better than this. Having said that, Worcestershire struggled throughout the morning on a pitch which offered considerable assistance to the seam bowlers, all of whom bowled well for Warwickshire. Probably none better than Ed Barnard, the former Worcestershire man, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9 his figures. And the man who is about to take up the attack from the New Road end after the interval, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, Warwickshire testimonial beneficiary this year, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 30 his figures. Adam Hose is the top scorer in the game so far. He's on 24 not out, the non-striker. Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire skipper, is yet to get off the mark, coming into the game in reasonably good form, having made 50 in either innings of the game at Chelmsford. Last time out for Worcestershire, but on a very, very different surface from this one, which has offered a lot of bounce, particularly from this New Road end, and quite a little bit of sideways movement as well. Hannon-Dolby in, first ball of the afternoon session, and D'Oliveira is trying to nudge it away on the onside, just taken on the hip, and it drops down on the offside, and there's no run. 2 slips in place, which is fewer than we saw throughout most of the morning. And Worcestershire will be hoping that things will flatten out a little bit. One thing we didn't talk about a great deal this morning is the effect of the roller on these pitches at New Road this season. Break off as Hannon-Dolby comes in again and bowls, and that one is left alone outside the Austin and gathered neatly by Michael Burgess, standing up to the stumps. But the roller has been quite significant here at New Road this year, in that after each bout of heavy rolling, sort of between innings overnight, things have calmed down for an hour or so, and then as the roller effect has worn off and the grass on the pitch perhaps just beginning to stand up a little bit, getting in the seam, it has made a real difference. That might be different with the Kookaburra, as Hannon-Dolby beats D'Oliveira outside the off stump. Fuller delivery this time. Worcestershire captain played at it. Burgess again takes neatly, and there's no run. So lots of variables to take into consideration. And another one is, as I did say this morning, nobody here at Worcester, even the groundsman himself, have been able to really accurately predict what the surfaces are going to do. They've just tried to get the best pitches out that they can, given where they were in terms of preparation. D'Oliveira steers this next one from Hannon-Dolby down into the gully, and there's no run. Just to explain for anybody who's watching or listening who might not have seen Worcestershire games here before this season, where Worcestershire were in terms of pitch preparation. In March, the groundsman reseeded, re-top dressed the entire square. So the work that had originally been done in October was done again. Hannon-Dolby in, bowls, D'Oliveira taken on the pad, an appeal for LBW as the ball goes to slip, but umpire Ben Denebram says no. The work that was originally done in October was done again in March, so they took off the top couple of centimetres of the square, re-top dressed it, reseeded it, put a tent up over it. This was after the 7th flood. Put lights on inside the tent to try to encourage the grass growth. And the groundsman did a presentation at the AGM to the members up in the pavilion, showing a video of how he'd done all this work. And he said he concluded his presentation by saying to the members, so for everybody else it's March, but for me it's October. Hannon-Dolby half volley, which D'Oliveira drives straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot, his first runs. Ended the over 81 for 4, 1 over gone after lunch. And that was on a Friday night, and on a Sunday the 8th flood came along and washed the whole lot away, and he had to do it all over again. So that was March, the first 2 games played at Kidderminster. Since then, a huge amount of work done. Bits of the outfield have only just recovered, and there's no suggestion that the groundsman here can produce whatever he wants out there. It's just a case of getting a pitch of the best quality that he can. Kit. That's the history of Worcestershire's winter.
Well, it sounds like a nightmare, Frank. I hope he gets paid some sort of bonus. Not a lot of money around at Worcestershire, but devil's own job by the sound of it.
Yeah, terrible. I mean, really, really, they've done an amazing job to get the ground in the state that it's in now. They really have. The 8th flood was very late and hung around for a long time as well.
It would be a pity, for many reasons, to move away from New Road, Worcestershire, but the state of the pitch and the ground isn't one of those reasons.
Well, you can't. The other thing Ashley Yars argues as CEO is you can't really develop a ground when you know that it's going to get flooded all the time.
Yep.
So it is an existential question as much as anything else.
Everything's got to be jacked up above the flood line.
Yeah.
Can't just put in.
Well, where we're sitting,
ground
for example,
floor
was
indoor
about,
school.
Where we're sitting was about 3 foot underwater.
Rushworth to Hose, first ball after lunch, is defended off the back foot. Rushworth's first spell this morning was 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16. The pitch still supportive of the bowlers in terms of the uneven bounce. Less so from the Diglis end, where Rushworth's bowling from. There's always something in it. With an indoor school, for example, that would be close to the top of a team's list of things, but
Floodlights.
having that on the ground floor would be impossible if it's going to be flooded half the winter. Rushworth bowls, and Hose just guides it to backward point.
Yeah, I mean
top of the bounce.
there are other locations in the city of Worcester where you could have an indoor school that wouldn't be too far away. So I suppose that's not impossible. But you're absolutely right about developing the ground in any way. The Graham Hick Pavilion, which is the most modern structure on the ground, is considerably raised up, as people will know who've been here. But almost everything that you can see in front of you is submerged under several feet of water. It's not just a few inches.
Rushworth bowls, and this is a very tidy forward defensive from Hose, just looking to play himself in. Rushworth taking a fuller line so far in the second spell compared with earlier this morning. Yes, I mean there isn't the hotel. There almost is no ground floor. Everything is. There's a half basement to everything for the water to collect. But do you have ideas, Frank, about where this putative replacement ground might end up being?
No, not really. Nobody has any firm ideas. There've been a few suggestions.
Rushworth again, length ball defended by Hose, coming half forward.
There's a new station south of the city called Worcester Parkway, which links to London, and it's on the edge of the city, close to the motorway. And there's been talk of ground in that area being
Is that not
available.
Is that not floodplain as well?
No,
then?
no,
Okay.
it's well off the floodplain. You don't have to go far from the river to get off the floodplain, oddly.
Hose prepares to face Rushworth again, this time again confidently forward. There's just the 2 slips in now. We have as many as 4 when Worcestershire were 45 for 3 and 67 for 4, but we've just got the 2 now. No fielder in the area of the deep third boundary, so there's room for a glide there. 2 men back for the short ball, which we haven't seen yet. Not from Rushworth at any rate. Last ball of the over. He bowls and finds Hose defending once more. So that's a tidy maiden over as far as batter and bowler are concerned. Well bowled, but also well played. Worcestershire 81 for 4.
No, I live about a mile away, and I live very close to the river, certainly within 3-4 minutes walk of the river, but that walk is downhill from where I live, and even though insurance companies, when you put your postcode in, don't like where I live because they think it's on the floodplain, as my neighbour who's lived in the house next door for 40 years said, if this house flooded, the whole of the city of Worcester would be flooded, because it climbs quite steeply away. But there is a vast area at this level that does get flooded. as Hannon Dalby starts a new over. D'Oliveira pushes out square on the offside. The race course, for example, Pitchcroft as it's known, which is on the other side of the river. If you go out to the ground and over the bridge and turn left, it's just only about 400 metres up there, and that is a vast area, as you can imagine, and that completely floods as well to the depth of several feet, almost as does this cricket ground.
Would the council allow Worcestershire to sell this ground for development?
Well, I don't...
Tricky, being floodplain.
Exactly. I don't think they could, for exactly that reason. Here's Hannon Dalby in and bowls outside the off stump, taken by Burgess, and there's no run, which is why if this move, which has been mooted, were ever to happen, it would basically depend on external investment rather than on the sale of this ground.
This ground has no... Land has no value.
Exactly. And Worcestershire also have often, I think it's been said that even if they did move cricket elsewhere, they recognise that it might be important to keep something here, even if it's for the juniors or women to play on.
You'd want the club to stay in Worcester,
yeah,
wouldn't you?
Absolutely. It's almost unique, isn't it? It's positioned right in the middle of the city, and Dalby bowls, and that's a little bit short of a length and very nicely played by Brett D'Oliveira. It wasn't really wide enough to cut, but he just leant back and made the room to play that shot down through the gully for a couple. And you can't... Chelmsford, you've got the ground in the middle of the town, and Hove, I suppose, but really it's always so important to Worcestershire to have this presence slap bang in the middle of the city, by the bridge, which is used by so many people every day to be a real focal point for the community. Hannon Dalby in bowls, and D'Oliveira's hurried by this one, which might just have kept a little bit lower than he thought, might also have nipped back a little bit, and he pushed it away on the onside. Good test now for D'Oliveira and Hose. Came together with a score on 67 when Brooks was LBW to Hannon Dalby for 8, and they haven't had many scoring opportunities. Batting still to come. Matthew Waite back in the side, Logan Van Beek, Tom Taylor, Jack Home and Anar Verdi. Hannon Dalby bowls outside the off stump, bit of bounce, nicely taken by Michael Burgess, left alone by Brett D'Oliveira. So a very, very testing afternoon session lying ahead for Worcestershire. Warwickshire won the toss and chose to bowl. They'll be happy with their 4 wickets in the first session, but they will hope that things don't get too much easier for the batsmen. I think just having a chat around the press box into 1 or 2 ex-players, and Dalby bowls, and D'Oliveira is out, caught at second slip. No, he's not. I beg your pardon. It looked as though he was. It hit him, and it went to second slip. It was caught by Rob Yates. There was an appeal and a sort of start of a celebration, and then D'Oliveira pointing out, backed up by Ben Debenham, that actually it had come off his hip, and it is not a wicket. I apologise if I set any Warwickshire pulses racing with that mistake. 83 for 4 at the end of the over. I was going to say the general feeling around was that 250 be quite a useful score on this pitch.
Yes, I agree. Depends how the ball softens and the pitch flattens out. Here comes Rushworth, and a full-blooded cut by Hose, forward a square, and he's broken the shackles. It's not going to be a maiden for Rushworth this time. Hose moves to 28. Worcestershire 87 for 4. Well, it takes a bravery to play that, as Frank has explained in some detail why the pitch, with the work of the heavy roller each evening, may well not particularly flatten out. There's always something to spring up.
I think the first hour after the roller is probably the best time to bat.
But the ball will soften. And we're now in the 34th over. There is Hose coming forward defensively once more to Rushworth. This is about the time, if it hasn't done already, that the Kookaburra ball goes to bed. The seam starts to flatten. What you can't do with the Kookaburra ball is bring this polish up once it's gone. There's no grease in the ball at all. There's nothing under the surface for you to use formerly saliva, now sweat, to rub up on your trousers. All you can do is keep what's there. Rushworth bowls to Hose, who falls over himself slightly, driving square to mid-wicket, where there's a short fielder who fields on the second bounce. Duke's ball is full of grease. You give it a rub and a rub. On cotton, apparently. It doesn't work on polyester, so they say. That's why the test match players all have a cotton strip stitched into their trousers. But Kookaburra ball, all you've got is the polish that's there. There's nothing once it goes dull. Rushworth bowls. Hose says, I think this is an edge rather than a glide. He's going to get runs down to deep third. There's a decent slide there from Ed Barnard. Flings the ball back in, just a single to Hose. 29 to him. 88 for 4 Worcestershire. So there's opportunity here. Hose is set. He's not exactly in form for the season. He's had a quiet season, going into this innings with 430 runs at 26, but he is set now on 29. D'Oliveira comes 2 steps down the pitch and drives, takes a really quick single to mid-off. Rotate the strike again. Rushworth has gone for more runs in this over than in any other over he's bowled so far. This is his 8th, and there's a ball to come. D'Oliveira and Hose, this is a key partnership. I don't want to call Matthew Waite a bits and pieces player, but these are the last 2 out-and-out specialist bats. Here is Rushworth for that last ball, and defended very tidily by Hose. And we'll go around for the next. 89 for 4. What have you got in your binoculars, Frank?
Just having a look at Adam Hose's footwork. He likes to use his feet to disturb the bowler's length. He does it almost all the time, especially here at New Road against the seamers. Just tends to walk up and down. He won't do it with Michael Burgess standing up to the stumps with Ollie Hannon Dolby bowling, but he will do it if Burgess is back. D'Oliveira also will do it. We saw him do it when he took that hurried single up to mid-off in that previous over, but he won't do it with Burgess up to the stumps. Here's Hannon Dolby from the New Road end in bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward and pushing up to his counterpart in the captaincy stakes, Alex Davis, who is at mid-off, and the score remains 89 for 4. Reasonable crowd in for a school day and a September day. It's pleasant enough to watch, not too warm, not too cold. Good crowd in the pavilion as always, and in the D'Oliveira stand at the far end as Hannon Dolby bowls short of a length to D'Oliveira, who, well, just kind of fends it down on the offside. Takes the top hand off the bat, goes for a little walk. Body language of the batsman clearly indicating that they're not comfortable, they're not in. Well, you ever get in on this pitch?
D'Oliveira's situation, I think it's fairly clear what Warwickshire are trying to do, with the keeper standing up, and D'Oliveira is not a tall man. They're trying to keep him in his crease.
And it'll be in, bowls, and D'Oliveira watchfully pushes out on the offside.
When the bounce is a bit up and down, as the euphemism goes, best thing a batter can do to counteract that is to bat out of his ground, use his crease, use the pitch a bit. Just try and vary the length at the where you're meeting the ball. But if the keeper's standing up, you can't do that. You've got to stay on the popping crease. That makes the bounce very awkward if it's lifting, and it also brings the LBW into play.
And Dolby again bowls, and D'Oliveira drives. This one's slightly over pitched. Not a full half volley, but nicely timed by D'Oliveira, and he picks up a couple of runs. Alex Davis chasing it back to the boundary on the cathedral side of the ground. Not the longest boundary. The rope is in quite a long way all around this ground. When you think that they used to play right up to the fence on most of the ground, can't do that anymore because of health and safety regulations, and sometimes the rope in even more than it needs to be, as it is over on that cathedral side of the ground.
Yes, because you don't want players sliding and crunching into the boards.
Yeah.
I remember Ricky Ponting once broke his ankle doing that in a test match.
Alan Dalby in again to D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira's in behind this one and pushing out defensively on the offside, and there's no run. I mean, there were some grounds, I think Bradford Park Avenue, when they used to play there, Yorkshire, used to be a brick wall was the boundary for part of the circumference of the outfield. You played right up to the end of it. Times have changed. Nobody dived in those days and went headlong into the boundary.
Yes, I suppose it does. It has led to an improvement in the standard of boundary fielding, because
without a doubt, because you've got a bit of room to play with.
You can slide around, hopefully safely.
Yeah. Alan Dalby in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira drives, full length delivery, straight up to mid-on. And there's no run. That's the end of a tidy over from Alan Dalby. 11 overs, 1 made, and 2 for 38. His figures. Worcestershire continuing to rebuild, if somewhat uncomfortably, on 91 for 4.
Still loads of time left. 61 overs on paper remaining in the day. A scheduled 5:30 finish. Right. It's not often that you see a county team bowling the stipulated 32 overs an hour, so if light permits, we'll get overtime. Everything's half an hour forward now. We're deep into September. Here is Rushworth bowling to Hose on 29, and a confident leave on length there, and I think that's tailed back in to the right-handed Hose, because keeper Burgess just took it to his left, having moved his body to the right. No deep third, still the room there for Hose to play it off the face, but there is a fielder at cover if he's thinking of driving. Rushworth bowls to him, defending again, got his head well forward there, right over the ball, leaning into a textbook defensive. They always say lead with the head, don't they? Get the head going, let the feet and the hands follow. So your head and your gloves and your foot and the ball are all in a line, one on top of another vertically. Sun's just gone behind a cloud for a moment. Hose faces Rushworth, defending again. We've seen a very different Adam Hose post-lunch to the one we saw before lunch. When he was facing Barnard, especially for the lunch break, he seemed, well, if not uncertain of where his off-stump was, he was very keen to try and chase the ball. He played it a lot and missed a lot. Whereas since lunch, with those 20 runs or so behind him at the interval, he seemed a lot more positive in defence, leaving well, blocking well. He faces Rushworth again, this time tries to play to leg and gets a slightly leading edge along the ground to cover. That was a straighter ball. Just fell over a bit. So he has played with much greater security since lunch. It's been a relentlessly accurate Warwickshire attack for the most part. All seamers so far. They've used the fifth bowler, but that's been Rhodes, not Briggs, the spinner, who we haven't seen yet. Rushworth bowls. Hose coming forward, always ready to drive, but the length's just not there, and he has to defend again, this time to mid-wicket. .250 is what Frank Watson thinks, having consulted his oracles.
I think it's a good score. I think 200 is not appalling. I think 250 is a decent score on this pitch. I think 3 and 400 are tough here this season.
Rushworth bowls, and there's a bit of a cry of anguish from someone, but not sure why, because Hose was quite in control of his defensive. He's seen his way through a maiden over. That's Rushworth's fourth. We'll just wait for the scoreboard to turn round. Yes, 9 overs, 4 maidens No wicket for 22, Rushworth. He's earned a wicket, or at least the right to a wicket, and got one.
Well, he's had plenty on this ground before, particularly in his Durham days when he had a couple of really good days out here. At one time, probably 6-7 years ago, opening batters up and down the country, lived in fear of Chris Rushworth and a new ball in his hand. Ollie Hannon-Dalby starts a new over bowl into D'Oliveira, who flicks this very, very nicely off his pads for 4. It was over pitched on leg stump, and D'Oliveira just clipped it, beautifully timed, and away down to the hospitality marquee by our lone horse chestnut, one of 3 which survived disease about 5 years ago, hence that big gap that we can see cars through alongside the D'Oliveira stand. A lovely shot. D'Oliveira goes 213, and there's another lovely shot, but this time he doesn't get anything for it. It's an excellent piece of fielding by Alex Davis, running across from mid-off to his right, and a tumbling, rolling stop, preventing 4. So good shot from D'Oliveira. Mustn't let himself get too frustrated that he hit a good shot and didn't get anything for it. Score remains 95 for 4. Man in on the drive at shortish mid-wicket now. Danny Briggs just creeping in a little bit closer there. As Hannon-Dalby is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira is looking to repeat a shot he played a couple of overs ago, laying back to cut a ball which was actually quite close to him, and he missed it, and it was taken by Michael Burgess, who's kept very tidily so far, particularly when standing up to the seam as Hannon-Dalby, and briefly to Barnard. 95 for 4. Bright sunshine. Perfect September day here at New Road. Hannon-Dalby in again. Balls, and D'Oliveira just rides the bounce of this one and plays it down in front of him. Sometimes Michael Burgess's movements behind the stumps can alarm us here in the commentary box, and he's standing up to the stumps. If the ball bounces quite steeply, he throws his glove skywards, preparing to take it. It might not even come through to him like that one didn't, and it might just give us the impression it's bounced a bit more than it had. That one actually quite manageable for Brett D'Oliveira, but that's the danger, particularly from this end. Ed Barnard consistently found a bit of extra bounce, and Hannon-Dalby doing the same, although that one in fact only got up about stump high and was taken by Burgess outside the off stump, D'Oliveira having left it alone. He's nagging away, Hannon-Dalby. He's not doesn't want to get too straight and be clipped through mid-wicket as we saw before lunch, or indeed that one at the start of this over. So he wants to be around about 4th or 5th stump in terms of line, and that's exactly where he is. He's the top wicket taker in Division 1, and his biggest asset is accuracy. Doesn't bowl very much that can be driven, doesn't bowl very much that can be cut, and he's in, and that's exactly where he tends to bowl. And D'Oliveira is just pushing forward outside the off stump, and there's no run. So 4 off the first ball, 5 dots after that. Hannon-Dalby 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 42. Worcestershire 95 for 4.
He's got the frame of a fast bowler as well, hasn't he? At least of a seamer, rangy, sinewy, James Anderson-like. He's not a journeyman. He's a proper achiever. He's a stalwart. One of the local heroes at Birmingham at the moment. He's always there or thereabouts in Warwickshire's wicket table. Here is Rushworth. Hose continuing to face him, leaves alone outside the off stump. We say goodbye to Frank Watson for the time being. My name's Kit Harris, and this is Vitality County Championship Division 1 game here at New Road, Worcester, between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC WM, BBC CWR, and of course the BBC Sport website and app. Worcestershire
putting together a...
Get smart speakers as well.
There's another new way to listen as
Let me find the line.
Rushworth gets a bit more bounce. Hose is hit amidships, but not too hard, and he seems to have coped with the blow.
You can tell most smart.
Yes,
I'm reading it.
There's a new way to listen, Clive.
You can tell most smart speakers ask BBC Sounds to play Worcestershire versus Warwickshire Day 1. That should work.
You must say the day bit, day 1,
Yes.
day 2, because I think there are
Gets confused otherwise.
different links, different files on each day. Rushworth bowls and hoses forward in defence. And of course, it's perfectly possible that you could be watching the Worcester live stream at the same time. What a luxury that is compared with days gone by, to be able to see as well. Hopefully we're in sync.
To get your score off CFAX, which got updated about every half hour. Before that, of course, it was the newspaper. I remember when I used to work for Radio WM.
Rushworth 2. Hose. Oh, that's kept low, and it's hit him on the pad. That's very close, and the umpire says not out. That's the first time I've seen that, keeping low. It certainly did. Might just have been going down the leg side. That was the direction that the keeper was going. What do you think, Clive?
Well, Rushworth doesn't look that surprised at giving off that. It's one of those ones, because it keeps so low and hits the pad, you almost automatically think out. But yeah, I think it probably was going down the leg side.
Well, that's a new type of indifferent bounce that we've seen. And this one takes off a bit. Hose has managed to ride the bounce a bit down the leg side. Hannon Dolby races round at long leg to field. And Hose comes back for 2, which take him into the 30s, 31.
I was saying that before, when I worked for Radio WM, before the days where we went to every day's cricket, we went to some, but not every day in those days. And when I was doing the sports bulletins, in order to get an up-to-date score, these are the days, I say, where CFAS would update every half hour, was a bit temperamental. I used to get the lift up to the 7th floor canteen with me binoculars, and I could actually see the scoreboard at Edgbaston. I could get a nice up-to-date score that way.
This one has raced past the bat. Hose playing inside the line. I do think that was a genuine shot. Not a faint leave. Anxious moments then for Hose since that ball kept low. He's looked a little bit uncertain. 97 for 4 at the end of the over. I remember growing up with cricket in the 90s. CFAX, that dread moment when the page went round and refreshed, and
Yes.
and the player that you were most into went from white to blue, signifying that they had gone. Back in those days, of course, you could watch correct me if I'm wrong, Clive, but you could watch a BBC Sport news bulletin that summarised the Test match session, and at the end of it, it would say Clive Eakin, BBC Sports Edgbaston, wouldn't it? I reckon I've got at least one on VHS with you at the end of it.
Okay. We used to do stuff into the regional news.
You and Kevin Geary.
Yeah, a bit more him than me. We used to do reports into the regional news programmes, which could be a bit awkward because we had to pre-record them. I remember doing one here and saying how well Worcestershire were doing. By the time it went out, they'd lost 5 wickets. Anyway, it's all changed. So we're going to see Ed Barnard at the bowling. Tammy Beaumont, by the way, scoring some runs for England.
Has she passed 100?
117 not out. They're in Belfast. 265 for 6 with 5 of their 50 overs to go. Freya Kemp got 65. In comes Barnard to bowl. That one is left by D'Oliveira. These two steadying Worcestershire down nicely. Building an innings here. We've added 30 so far for the 5th wicket. In comes wearing number 30 on his back, right arm over. Balls it's a little step into that one, D'Oliveira. Pushes it out to the offside, no run.
Yeah, now just before you came on, Clive, when Hannon Dolby was bowling, you had Burgess standing up to the stumps to prevent Brett D'Oliveira doing exactly that. Now the keeper is standing back for Barnard.
We're going to see D'Oliveira using his feet a bit more to try and negate the worst effects of the bounce.
And D'Oliveira takes a little step forward, then plays at the point, wants to go for a run. He comes almost halfway down before he's sent back.
Hoses on his heels. He never even left the pop-in crease at the non-striker's end. He had no intention of taking that run.
It's a quirky stat, and I might be wrong on this because I sometimes fail to make a note of them, but my reckoning, Warwickshire haven't managed a single run out in the county championship this season so far. Barnard into bowl, that goes past the outside edge of D'Oliveira, who stayed in his crease this time, prodded at it and missed.
Bit of a leaden-footed prod that. That would seem to have a little bit of extra nip in it. Is that Barnard's effort ball?
One wicket for Barnard so far.
Oh, he's bowled beautifully. He's into his 8th though, but he's 1 for 9. Is all he's conceded.
He's in again, and bat on that from D'Oliveira, and he runs it down to 3rd, but there is a fielder, so he ambles through for a single, a stress-free single. He's on to 14, 98 for 4.
I've made inquiries about the cakes and the ladies' pavilion, Clive. 2:30 is when it all kicks off. And it looks like Frank Watson has put us on the rotor in the ideal combination. So I'll be in there.
Bowls, and that's pushed to the offside for no run. End of another over. They're keeping it reasonably tight at Warwickshire. Worcestershire 98 for 4. Adam Hose batting pretty well. He's on 31. Brett D'Oliveira on 14. I was reading that since Basil D'Oliveira joined the club, there has always been a D'Oliveira on the Worcestershire staff since 1964. He had his son Damien, sadly no longer with us, who played here. And now Brett puts a bit of pressure on the next generation of D'Oliveira.
Does Brett have children? What's
I don't know, to be honest.
How old is he? He was 32.
Well, Damien had 3 children, I think, so it doesn't necessarily have to come from Brett's line, but
well, so of course it could be a female D'Oliveira.
Indeed.
You'd
no
like
idea
to,
what the combinations
well,
are, by the way.
You'd want to think, wouldn't you, that a young female D'Oliveira would keep her name in the modern style. This ball from Rushworth sees D'Oliveira coming forward a bit. Off the face of the bat, down to backward point, no run.
Yes, I was covering Worcestershire when Basil was a coach. I actually went out with him to South Africa when the restrictions were lifted after apartheid. Worcestershire were one of the first counties to go out there, and they took Basil D'Oliveira with them, which was obviously really poignant for many reasons. So I went out there, did a little documentary on it.
Rushworth coming in from the Diglis end. Bowls to D'Oliveira, who leaves the ball alone. Yow, say the slips, but the ball was just ducking in after passing the bat, so there's no harm.
And when we were talking about the possibility of Worcestershire moving ground, I was thinking, could they move any of the existing buildings to the new ground? There's only really 2.
Well, you'd want to take the cathedral, that's the trouble, Clive.
That would be a bit tricky, but I just wonder whether there's any thought that, for example, the old ladies' pavilion, very traditional old pavilion, whether that could be moved. The only other sort of really original building, I think.
D'Oliveira comes down the pitch and tennis bats Rushworth over mid-on for 4. Extraordinary shot. Well, he'd been using his feet ever since Burgess stood back. That had 2020 blast written all over it. D'Oliveira to 18. Worcestershire are up to 100, 102 for 4.
The old scoreboard, which used to serve as a scoreboard until they built a new stand at the Diglis end, so you can't now see much of it. But you can see the old building's still there with a clock, and Basil D'Oliveira used to have his office in there, and he would watch matches when he was coach. You see him looking out of his window, watching the cricket.
Right, how's Rushworth going to reply to that moment of aggression. Full this time, and D'Oliveira comes forward, and tellingly for that ball, Michael Burgess came up to the wicket. D'Oliveira has forced him to do that.
They haven't looked all that trouble. The one that kept low has been the odd one, but they look reasonably solid since lunch, these two. Warwickshire are getting into need a wicket territory.
Well, steady on, Clive. Rushworth full outside off stump, just a little movement away, you fancy, or held its line. D'Oliveira lets it go. Burgess gathers with a little jump. Well, 102 for 4 is still a bowler's situation, I think.
It's getting fairly even now, I think, on this pitch.
Do you subscribe to the Frank Watson view that 250 is about par?
Yeah, I would say so. 250 is not a bad score at all. Just that these two have the potential, I think, to do something.
Rushworth to D'Oliveira. Thinks about a single. Having dropped the ball into the leg side, mid-wicket is quick enough off the mark. Briggs, I think, to cut that off. Rushworth's 11th over concludes. He's still gone wicketless throughout. 102 for 4, Worcestershire. I mean, it would be lovely to think, wouldn't it, that the ladies' pavilion could be dismantled and brought to the new ground, but it's the kind of thing that doesn't end up happening.
No.
Given the cost of building something new and transporting something old, you'd have to get all the members to take a brick each, carry it with them.
There's a lot of wood in the structure of the pavilion, I think. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe they could build a replica.
When I go over there to get some cake later on, I'll pull at a few bits of the superstructure and see if I can dislodge anything. That will give us a clue as to the portability of the thing.
Ed Barnard bowling from the New Road end, right arm over, bowls, he plays back to that Adam Hose and gets it away through the covers, and three fielders chasing it. Alex Davis is the one that reaches it, and he's through for 2, is Hose. 104 for 4.
Yeah, Worcestershire now just well, they're looking more positive. We've had first half an hour after lunch, they're just playing themselves in, Hose and D'Oliveira. Now, well, they're not cutting loose, but they're certainly seeing it better.
This one, that goes past the outside edge. Playing forward to that Hose. There is the odd one still beating the bat.
There is on that spot. Barnard bowling from this end, the pavilion end. Is this the pavilion end, Clive?
I think, well, he can go to the pavilion. I think they tend to call it the New Road end.
The New Road end. Well, he's the one who's found this little spicy spot the most.
And he's beaten the outside edge again with a little bit of bounce as well. There's a shout of anguish in the slip cordon, but it didn't reach the edge. Interesting that the pace of the innings is named fairly consistent. The 100 came up in 237 balls, which means the second 50 came in 119, the first 50 came in 118. They get off to a fairly brisk start before they slow down. And he lost 1 wicket in the second 50. Barnard in again. This is a solid defence this time from Hose. Sun shining quite nicely now. Reasonable number of people on the ground. Bit of chatter outside. In comes Ed Barnard. He knows his ground very well, bowls, and he pushes that to point, does Hose. Doesn't get it past the inner field, there's no run. These teams starting in mid-table in the First Division, just 2 points between them, with Worcestershire having the advantage. Difference in wins, Worcestershire have won 3, Warwickshire won just the 1. 8 points to a draw this year, which is too many. But it's probably helped Warwickshire a little bit. In comes Barnard to bowl, and that's played down the pitch for no run.
I wonder at what point, I wonder when Alex Davies might think about a speculative look at spin just to see, because the pitch is looks great from a distance, bright, straw coloured, but it doesn't play as convincingly as it looks. And it's always worth having a look to see what the spinner might do. He's got his four seamers to rotate, he can rotate them as long as he likes.
I'm maintaining reasonable control. It's just 2.5 and over that Worcestershire is scoring it.
So Rushworth, for the time being, is continuing at the Diglis end. I imagine they'll go to Michael Ray before they go to Briggs there. Oliveira on strike, plays a hoik across the line. There's no fielder out there. The deep mid-wicket boundary. He's been out for some time. He's come up to mid-wicket in these last few overs, and it was only fractionally short. Oliveira swivel pulled it flamboyantly, dispatched it. 22 to him, 108 for 4.
Yes, make sure he didn't get round it too much, because there was a fielder down sort of back of square leg boundary. He played it in front of him, and as long as he cleared the inner field, that was going to be safe.
He's had a relatively quiet season. Brett D'Oliveira coming into this game, 418 runs in the championship, average of 38, hasn't scored 100 yet. But those last two shots over the leg side, especially that second one off Rushworth, have been the shots of a man who is finding some form. Alex Davies concedes defeat and sends out the deep mid-wicket. D'Oliveira now glides it off the face of the bat down to deep third. That's all class. Beautifully done. Rushworth overcompensated with outside off. And it was almost as though D'Oliveira knew it was coming.
I'm just going to leave you for a moment. I'm going to do a quick update.
Right, Clive Eakin, you go and do your update. Until that ball, Michael Ray had been at deep third. And as soon as the fielder was posted back, Hamza I think it is, the deep mid-wicket, Ray came up and D'Oliveira threaded the ball through. Here's Rushworth again, tucks it off his hip, going to get the single down to long leg here where Hannon Dolby trots in, attacking the ball. 9 runs in 3 balls from D'Oliveira have moved him to 27. Warwickshire 113 for 4. And now with Hose on strike, Burgess and Davis have decided that it's now safe to have the keeper standing back. Hose has looked nearly exclusively to play through the offside so far. He rides the bounce here, an awkward one, up in his armpit. Manages to play with both feet on the ground, drop the ball into the pitch in front of him. Even the shots he's rehearsing, Adam Hose, are shadowing shots through the covers, little punches past extra cover drives. Warwickshire have bowled a very consistent line to him. Rushworth is in, just steers the ball, reaching well forward to point. D'Oliveira, now at the non-striker's end, has all been about trying to hit the ball over the infield, use his wrists to pivot, to play to leg. Hose is playing a more traditional upright game, waiting for width and width alone. Last ball of the over now, Rushworth's 12th. Hose leaves alone with a flourish. And I think that might be the last we see of Chris Rushworth. Probably one over too many. Maybe Ray time, though. I do have a tendency to wish to see the spinner at about this stage. I never really get fulfilled in that. D'Oliveira 27. Hose 33. And Clive Eakin goes to our other microphone set to do his updates for BBC West Midlands. I'll stick with Ed Barnard, who has been parsimonious in the extreme. 1 for 12 off 9 overs. Davies is coming over now to have a bit of a chat to him. It's very conspiratorial by the look of it, standing right next to him. A word in his left ear. But D'Oliveira facing Barnard. The keeper is standing back now. Barnard bowls. D'Oliveira advances and deliberately edges the ball. Really runs it off the face down to deep third to take a single and yield the strike to Hose. 28 for D'Oliveira, 114 for 4, Worcestershire. This partnership just starting to flourish. Barnard will be looking again for that awkward spot where there's lift outside the right-hander's off stump. Oh, that's a ballooning bouncer, a bit of a waste. Umpires are talking about it. And it's so high above Hose's head that umpire Ben Debenham signals a no ball back in our direction. The pitch hadn't made anything happen for an over or so, so Ed Barnard obviously thought he had to force the issue, banged one in, and he's conceded 2 extras. Now deep square leg has been put in place and he bowls a length ball outside off stump. It's bluff and counter bluff at this stage. No one set out for the bouncer. Fielder goes out, full length ball. Hose happy to leave alone. Really hasn't been tempted very much on the leg side, not like D'Oliveira. He's just waiting for width and push it through the offside. One might almost say that Adam Hose is playing a number 3 innings from number 5. This time he's edged though, and the congratulations from Barnard are all towards his captain Alex Davies, because somehow they've come up with a plan that has given Hose a little width to a full ball. Second slip has caught it. Hose has gone. Yates is the catcher. As soon as that went into Yates's hands, Barnard turned round and gave all the credit to Davies, who'd obviously said, let's get him driving, give him width outside off, he wants to play the shot, let's let him play it. Because the ball was there for the drive. The drive was what Hose played, but he's gone. He's nicked for 33 from 90 balls, and Worcestershire are back in bother at 116 for 5, and Clive Eakin is back in the commentary box.
If it wasn't for the fact that commentator's curse is a bit of a bugbear of mine, because it's utter nonsense and totally irrational. I might have taken credit for that, Wiki, because I was just saying in my report to BBC Coventry and Warwickshire and BBC CWR, should know the name of my own station tonight, and BBC Radio WM, that these two were building quite a partnership when Hose edged that one to second slip. Good catch by Rob Yates, though. He is one of the finest slippers around. That is his 23rd catch of the season in the Championship.
Well, 49 they put on together. And out at number 7 comes a man back into the side. Just recovered from a niggle. We're into the all-rounders. Matthew Waite. This season, well, he has scored 100 this season. A nice round 100 too. 283 in total for the year, with an average of 28. Career average is just a run below that. Warwickshire are now through the specialist batters. Barnard to continue. Waite leaves alone outside the off stump. First ball, that's a good sighter. Didn't need to play at that at all. Sensibly decided not to.
Well, as you were saying, Ed Barnard, I'm sure he's keen to do well any match, but wants to do well here. Ground that he knows well. He bowls, and that's played back to him for no run by Waite, the new batter. $116 for 5 then. So a bit of cloud cover comes over New Road. Now the only county ground, as I say, county headquarters ground, not to have floodlights among the 18 first-class counties. Barnard, right arm over. That's played on the onside, there's no run. I suppose that is one thing, if they do end up having to build a new ground, at least they'll probably be able to put floodlights in it. Yeah, I think it's regarded as something of a planning blight to stick floodlights on this ground. Plus, I suppose, if they keep getting flooded, it would be a bit of a hazard, I would imagine. 116 for 5.
So Rushworth has been replaced at the Diglis end by Michael Ray. That wicket having fallen, I think I would have changed my mind about wanting to have a spinner on at that point, because you've got the breakthrough. So stick with seam while the wickets are falling. Ray's first spell, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. I wonder if D'Oliveira will continue to look to attack now that the 5th wicket partnership has been broken. He's profited by it, so I hope he does. They've still got Warwickshire still got the 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Ray begins his second spell, and D'Oliveira chops it away down towards deep third. It's fielded easily enough by the boundary rider there. D'Oliveira to 29, 117 for 5.
Will Rose just down below us. I see it hasn't actually been reported on the BBC website. I think Durham, there have been some quotes coming out of Durham, but confirming that he is on his way to Durham for next season.
3-year contract, did I read?
Quite possibly, yeah. I'm sure that would have been an attraction for him. Good player, good cricketer. Step down from the captaincy.
Ray now to Waite. Tucks it away off his leg. I think this is runs, it is. Off his hip, 4 of them. He's off the mark. Down to fine leg. That was just misdirection from Ray as he finds his radar at the beginning of his second stint. 3 runs very nearly. If it hadn't been bat, it would have been pad. 121 for 5.
Getting a good cricketer, Durham. He'll be his time at Warwickshire will be remembered fondly, because the captain to win a county championship. Not all that many of those over the years.
Here's Ray again. Waite punches on the bounce to cover, and only just fielded at cover. It could have been 4 if it hadn't been picked up. No run. England's women at Stormont, I believe, is it?
Yep.
They finished their 50 overs, 320 for 8, with Tammy Beaumont having carried her bat throughout for a nice round 150 from 139 balls. I think that's her 10th one-day international century. Ray to Waite. He's going to get a single here, tapping it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Mid-wicket, that's Hamza Sheikh racing in. They weren't thinking of 2. The race was unnecessary. Waite to 5.
Don't forget a magnificent supporting 15 from Izzy Wong, who was out to the last ball of the innings. 15 off 8 balls for her, including a 6.
England would be confident of defending that, I should think.
You would think so.
Ray bowls. Oh, it's another ballooning bouncer. The umpires are talking about it. He's just signalled that's 1 above the shoulder height for the over. Bit of a plan this then to D'Oliveira. If he's going to take on the short ball, try and get it out of his reach. Make him strain. Not a tall man. Make him strive to hit it. Might get a top edge long leg and deep third waiting for it. Just in off the boundary, so is deep square. Drives back on the bounce to Ray, who's held it on the half volley, and he looks agonised. Inches in it. Oliveira was looking to punch down the ground. It was perfectly safe in the end. And that concludes a hostile over from Ray. 1 for 22 he has. Worcestershire are 122 for 5. I shall be taking leave of you, Clive Eakin, after a few words from you. We'll be joined by Frank Watson.
Thank you, Kit. Well, I wasn't far off carrying to Michael Ray, that. Yeah, caught it just above the ground, but on the bounce. And Ed Barnard to continue. And that is defended by Waite for no run. Yes, good contest this so far. Worcestershire should clearly be happy. Warwickshire should be clearly happy to have taken 5 wickets, but not easy batting conditions. Worcestershire, I think, will be. I still feel they're very much in it. As that one is nicely played. That's a lovely shot from Waite for 4. And, his first boundary timed very nicely around his ankles away to wide long on for 4 runs. 126 for 5.
Yeah, I think you're right, Clive. It's 5 down, good as far as Warwickshire are concerned. But I was saying earlier, I think 200, 250 be a very useful score on this surface.
Barnard in again, and that's just punched away to mid-off. To Alex Davis, who mentioned Olihan Dolby's the top wicket taker in the First Division. Alex Davis started this round of matches as the top run scorer in the First Division, and he will have ambitions to reach 1,000 runs for the season of the Championship. During this game he needs 34 to reach that landmark. This next one is driven down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Waite. That'll be his second boundary of the over, and Ed Barnard has been pretty tight up to now. That's taken a little bit of punishment from Matthew Waite this over.
Yeah, nicely timed, those 2 shots by Waite. Not trying to hit either too hard. Good full face of the bat on that one. Good contest out there at the moment, isn't it? Barnard has probably been the pick of the bowlers for me. 2 for 23, but he's asked a lot of questions, hasn't he, Clive? And constantly got the batsman playing and missing outside the off stump.
Yes, the wicket of Hose was timely as he comes in to bowl again. That's turned round into a little bit of a gap at mid-wicket for a single. So Waite has taken 9 runs off the over, 131 for 5. Just Alex Davis, by opting to bat second, did risk missing out the chance to be the first batter to get to 1,000 runs. However, the good news for him, his main rivals, well, Surrey aren't batting. They're also batting second. Rory Burns on 9.53, and Dean Elgar of Essex is already out, and he's still on 9.45. So this next one is played down to third for a single by D'Oliveira. I haven't actually checked. I'm assuming someone's done it in the Second Division by now, but let me have a look where the Second Division stats are. Yeah, Colin Ingram and Ryan Higgins have already passed 1,000 runs in the Second Division.
132 for 5 at the end of that Barnard over. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 25 his figures, and Michael Ray to continue from the Diglis end. Just been round, had a little walk round the ground in my few minutes off, Clive. Good atmosphere out there. It's quite tense. Quite a lot of Warwickshire supporters here. It's a lovely afternoon now. It's quite warm. It's beautiful, beautiful weather for watching cricket, and yeah, real hush and expectation around the ground as Michael Ray comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who cuts at this and edges it, top edge, and it flies through the hands of Sam Hain at first slip. He tips it over the bar, and it's a boundary for D'Oliveira. Banged in short by Ray, gets a bit more out of this surface than any other bowler, the big broad-shouldered Kiwi. And D'Oliveira trying to cut it, trying to uppercut it really, taking a chance, trying to get it over backward point really, and he gets it tipped over the bar by Hain at first slip.
Sounds a sharp chance.
Yeah, down to the boundary. 34 to D'Oliveira, becomes the top scorer in the innings, as Ray is in once more and bowls, and D'Oliveira is pushing this one down on the onside, and they go for a quick single. Oh, that would have been close if Ray's throw at the stumps at the striker's end had hit. Waite was struggling, I think, a little bit, and they get through for a single. 137 for 5. D'Oliveira goes to 35. And during my perambulation around the ground, I had a chat with a bunch of Warwickshire supporters over by the marquee, who are all ex-Moseley Cricket Club players that I played against many times, and with some of them actually in my youth. Good to see them all here supporting the Bears, but appreciative of all good cricket. In comes Ray again and bangs one in at way too, just ducks underneath it and lets it go through to the keeper.
Look, they'll need a little bit of cheering up after the T20 quarter-final. The monotonous regularity of the Bears dominating the group stages, winning their group, and then getting to the quarter-final and losing.
Yeah, a different lineup to some extent to that today, but some key members involved, not least Alex Davis as Ray bowls, and Waite is pushing this one up to mid-on, and there's no run. Men out today for Worcestershire: Libby 13, Kashif Ali 16, Gareth Roddick 11, Ethan Brooks for 8. At lunch 77 for 4. Since lunch 60 runs added for the loss of Adam Hose's wicket. Well caught by Rob Yates at second slip off Ed Barnard for 33.
Yeah, 4 of this Warwickshire team played in that quarter-final.
Here's Ray in, bowls, and on his toes. Waite defends down on the offside, and there's no run. 2
others were in the squad but didn't actually play. The ones that played were Alex Davis, Sam Hain, Michael Burgess. Who am I missing? Danny Briggs.
I don't think Burgess played, did he? Did Burgess play?
Yeah. No, sorry. No, you're right, he did. I beg your pardon, what I'm talking about. Yeah, not Burgess.
Davis
so
kept
three
wicket,
played,
yeah. So it is quite different, but the mood one imagines in a club is affected as Ray bowls outside the off stump. Burgess takes, and there's no run end of the over. 137 for 5. Yeah, I think in a club like Worcestershire, where you'd probably have 5 or 6 would play in both formats, it might affect them more. But I just think the mood around a club is affected, and Worcestershire's mood was definitely buoyed by that exceptional win at Essex last week. Coming from such a dire position to win the game means that the next time you're in trouble, like they were this morning perhaps, and I'm not saying they'll do it again, but there was the collective belief, one imagines, in the dressing room that, well, we've been in trouble before, we know we can fight our way out of it, and fighting they are at the moment, no more so than Brett D'Oliveira.
And conversely to that, Warwickshire have struggled to bowl teams out twice all season, but they did do it in their last match. Well, Kent out twice, so that will have given them a boost as well. So it's all set up for an interesting contest here. Ed Barnard jogs in with a slip and a sort of third slip, and that's run down to third for a single. I mean, the prize, if this game is won and lost, the team that wins will be as good as certain of First Division status next season, whereas the team that lose will still be checking other scores. If it's a draw, a few bonus points are earned, then that will probably enhance both teams' chances of staying in Division 1. Barnard, I Tom over balls, that's solidly defended. Warwickshire came fourth last season, and a repeat of that is certainly not beyond the bounds of possibility. Essex have been stalled a little bit late. Not going all that well against Nottinghamshire, 98 for 4, Essex at Chelmsford. They look to be sort of outside title contenders until recently, but they've fallen well away now. Yes, Barnard bowls, and that's clipped through mid-wicket. That's a nicely timed shot for 4 runs from Waite, who has come in and batted very positively. 18 after 17 balls now, probably, or the school ball's just gone blank. Oh, there it is. 142 for 5. Lovely shot, that. The big game at the top of the table. Somerset have rallied after losing a couple of early wickets. 155 for 3 against Surrey now. Barnard in, and that's hit the Hoyt up in the air, but perfectly safely, and it will bounce twice before going over the ropes for 4. Waite really has come in with a view to playing his shots. And moving Worcestershire on. It might be one of those pitches where you just never know when you're going to get one that misbehaves, so need to score the runs while you're out there, might be Matthew Waite's thinking. Barnard comes into bowl to him. This time he pushes it to mid-on. He was looking for a quick single there, but it's straight to the fielder. It is a dot ball, just as I said. Somerset have lost their 4th wicket at Taunton now, 155 for 4 against Surrey. Tom Abel's gone for 49. Really, Somerset have to win that. If they do win that, it will throw the title open, albeit between those 2 teams, probably. Somerset still not won the county championship. Ed Barnard into bowl, and that's turned round. They're going to go for a quick single, and although they sprinted, in the end they made it pretty easily. And another productive over. Waite putting Warwickshire's bowlers under a bit of pressure. 147 for 5.
Yeah, Matthew Waite is a positive player. Probably first came to, well, he joined Worcestershire on loan in the 2022 season, and then joined full-time thereafter. Played 2 innings at Cheltenham for Worcestershire against Gloucestershire in a championship game that really caught the eye last year, and quite just astonished people really to see how well he could play. Scored in both innings very quickly, hit a lot of high proportion of boundaries, and dangerous player on his day. Waits now, and Ray bowls and he lets it go outside the off stump, and as we saw earlier this year in the T20 at Edgbaston, can be quite destructive. Hit 34 off the last over of the innings, bowled by George Garton, and it was quite astonishing. So it is there, the potential. He also bowls quite tidy right arm medium pace, but I'm not going to get too carried away because he's only just come back from injury. He waits now as Ray is in to him, and he bowls, and he's steering this one firmly behind square on the offside, but he's impressed Matthew Waite since arriving at New Road from Yorkshire, and he's been out for quite a long time, as I say, with a side strain. Prior to that, had stayed fit, played most of the games, and enjoyed the longest period of regular first team cricket of his career, because he was regularly in and out of Yorkshire and also suffered with injuries there as well. Ray in again, bowls and just drops this down on the offside. Does Waite, and there's no run, but he's become quite an important part of the setup here at Worcester, and they're very glad to have him back fit again.
Batting well here.
Taking a little bit of the burden off Tom Taylor, who's really carried it in that sort of all-rounder role in all cricket since he came in at the start of the white ball campaign, having missed the entire early red ball part of the season. Oh, that one bounces quite nastily on Waite from Ray, and he ends up just playing it in front of his chest. It's almost throat height, really. Just a reminder that this pitch is a little bit untrustworthy, and both batsmen go for a little chat and a glove punch and a prod. Nobody's been in, Clive, I would say, not at any point today. Ho's the top scorer out for 33, D'Oliveira the top scorer still in with 36, but no batsman has considered themselves to be properly embedded at the crease. Ray bowls, and that's cut by Waite, and he's annoyed with himself because it was there to be hit and he could have cracked it away for 4, and as it was he just cut it absolutely straight into the hands of the fielder at cover point.
Yeah, Will Rhodes there. Probably the nicest part of the day weather-wise.
Yeah, beautiful, Clive. Went for a little walk. It really is absolutely beautiful out there, and a decent crowd enjoying this. Perfect setting. Ray in again, bowls bouncer well over the head of Waite. No ball, in fact, called by the umpire on height. That was he's whacked it in almost by his own toes there, the bowler, and Waite was easily able to just lean back and watch it go through to the keeper. So 149 for 5. 33 added since Hose was out in about 25 minutes, I think.
Well, they've gone from 45 for 3 to 149 for 5, so...
But, you know, the Kookaburra, we kind of expect this, don't we, Clive? The Kookaburra ball loses its potency, and seam gets flattened and liable to just do a little bit less. As Ray is in again and bowls, and Waite is pushing that out on the onside, and he'll pick up another single. And that's the 150 for Worcestershire. Ripple of generous applause from the Worcestershire faithful. 150 for 5 having been put into bat, and it represents, as Clive was suggesting, a reasonable recovery from 67 for 4.
Mad scramble towards the ladies' pavilion as Dave Bradley announces that teas are now being served. But the option is not going to be available for the last game of the season, so already there's quite a queue already developing down there. I was saying, Frank, to Kit, if they do build a new ground, is there any way they could take that pavilion with them somehow and rebuild it? I don't know. Barber comes in and it's prodded at there by Waite. He doesn't make contact.
England have lost the test match.
They did. Yeah.
Not their finest hour.
No, threw it away, really, didn't they?
Yeah, didn't think they batted with a great deal of common sense yesterday.
But credit to Sri Lanka. Second time they've beaten England at the Oval. In comes Barnard, and that's pushed to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I saw Sri Lanka here in the Lions game 2.5 weeks ago, Clive, and if you'd have told me they were going to go on and beat England in a test match, I would not have believed you. They were in the early days of their tour, and they did not look a particularly well-oiled machine at that time. But I must say, watching briefly yesterday, Nisanka, who eventually got 100, looked a very, very well-organised batsman indeed. So well done to Sri Lanka.
Barnard bowls, and that's ended. And there's no run.
Perhaps a little wake-up call to England to just emphasise that Bazball is all well and good, but you can't actually forget that there are some principles that need to be applied when batting.
150, by the way, came with 290 balls, which means the third 50 came, by my reckoning, in just 53 balls. First two, but one took 118 or 119, so they really speeded up, and that one is clipped away. There'll be more runs there from Matthew Waite, and that's gone through for 4, just in front of the marquee, the well-occupied marquee today. I shouldn't be surprised if Richard Moon's messaged me, our BBC CWL's rugby Wine and dine somewhere.
Fans in that marquee.
This next one is just pushed out to the onside for no run. 154 for 5. So they're moving along nicely. Worcestershire. Barnard turns. He's been put under pressure by Matthew Waite. 2 slips in place. And Waite nibbles at that one outside off stump and misses. A little shake of the head from Ed Barnard. He nearly ended Waite's resistance there. The end of the over, 154 for 5.
Yeah, easily could have got a nick, and that's how small the margins are, I think, in these games, that you play and miss like that, just a millimetre closer to the ball, you get a nick, and you're on your way. And yeah, that's the fine lines at this level, and it's also the fact that that's what you've got to put out of your mind as a batter. Just play the next ball, not worry about playing and missing, not worrying about edging one. If you get dropped or caught off a no ball or there's a big LBW shot, it doesn't matter, just forget that and get on with the next one. That's how you get on with it on pitches like this. As Ray bowls and Oliveira steers down on the offside and there's no run, and the players always say it, if you're not careful, you can get cowed into a position where you just try and survive, and sooner or later one comes along with your name on it and you're on your way. And I think the important thing, this is why we've seen Waite being pugnacious against the short ball and why we've seen Oliveira picking up quick singles. Just got to try and keep the scoreboard moving and not allow the team to just bowl at you. And Oliveira cuts beautifully down to third man. They only get one because Ed Barnard's quite wide, but it's a good shot nonetheless. And he moves on to 37 and the total to 155 for 5. But it's very important that you don't just get ground down and that you try to be positive, and that's what Worcestershire have been trying to do. I think Hose, despite the fact that he faced 89 balls for his 33, was looking to be aggressive whenever he could. There hasn't been a lot to hit. Ray bowls, and that's an absolutely magnificent shot from Matthew Waite, just short of a length, not that short, outside off stump, not wide, and he's on the back foot. Elegant high left elbow, straight back punch through the covers, and timed absolutely beautifully. You know, in many ways that's as good a shot as we've seen all day, Clive, I would say.
Yeah,
absolutely super shot from Matthew Waite. 28 now, 32 now to him from 34 balls.
Brett Oliveira came down the pitch applauding that shot. Warwickshire still haven't used a spinner, just the 5 seamers, mainly 4 seamers. Will Rose has bowled just the 3 overs, so it looks like he might be back to come back into the attack. But it's mainly the 4 seamers they've used. They haven't yet called on Danny Briggs. They don't have quite as many options in the spin department as they usually do in the absence of Jacob Bethel and Dan Mosley.
This one takes Waite on the pad and runs out on the offside. I'm just talking about that game where Waite was so impressive down at Cheltenham. Just trying to find the actual scorecard from it. He made 44 off 66 balls in the first innings, and actually I'm not sure that's the same game. I'm trying to find the scorecard. It was a astonishing effort by Waite, which took everybody by surprise. He steers this one down on the offside. He went out to bat. I think I've found it now. He went out to bat in the first innings, and just before lunch, in a tight game, just suddenly unleashed a succession of boundaries, which took everybody by surprise. He made 64 off 54 balls with 12 fours in a low-scoring game. Or a low-scoring early part of the innings anyway. Ray is in, and Waite pushes this out on the offside, and there's no run this time. End of the over, 159 for 5. So I think he came to the crease 1, 2, 3, 4. He came to the crease at number 7, so Worcestershire were 99 for 5 when he came to the crease. So 99 for 5 when he came in, and he made 64 off 54 balls, and it absolutely changed. You know, when a game, the mood just changes completely because of one performance. It was an extraordinary effort, and he followed it up with a similar assault, perhaps even more brutal in the second innings. And that was the first time that he'd done it really as a batsman, Matthew Waite. He'd impressed a little bit with the ball before that, but suddenly people thought, yeah, this is what they've signed him for. This is the all-rounder that they were hoping they'd get, and he's built on it since. So he's become quite an integral member of the side when he suffered this side strain about 6 weeks ago, a month ago, and hasn't played since until today. But he's come back out and acquitted himself jolly well today. 32 off 37 with 7 fours. And a change in the bowling as Ed Barnard takes a break with those excellent figures. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 39.
Will Rhodes, whose first 3 overs cost just 1 run. They were from the Diglis end. He's changed ends. New road end now, rolling to Brett D'Oliveira, who takes a little step forward and then tries to turn the ball around his pads. He gets stuck in his top of his pads. It has to be retrieved by a fielder. Sits there on top of his pads. Should have claimed a catch.
It's one of those lovely ones where schoolboy cricketers, if that happens and they don't know the laws, the batsman picks it up and throws it to the ground like it's a hot potato. Oh, can't let anybody catch that. Dead ball, of course.
Rhodes into bowl. And that was is he caught behind? Will Rhodes thinks so, and Warwickshire fielders can't quite believe it. It's been given not out. They're absolutely convinced. Looked like a slow ball from Will Rhodes. And batter D'Oliveira played at it, but seemingly didn't make any contact with it.
Bounced again, didn't it? It's that bounce. I thought, Clive, that Michael Burgess's appeal was a little bit delayed. You know when a keeper usually takes it and throws it up straight away? Just got the impression he delayed and then kind of joined. They weren't quite 100% sure. Anyway, he's got away with it if he did nick it.
Rhodes in again. Well, that was gone past the outside edge. No appeal this time, but D'Oliveira might claim he kept his bat inside the line for that one. Testing delivery.
I always think you've got a better chance of being given not out if you're a captain, Clive. You know.
Burgess just throws the ball in the air straight away.
Okay, my impression was wrong.
I have to say, when it's given not out, he's not looking quite as aghast.
No.
As some of the
he's
others.
not, is he? He's not.
And
yeah,
it's just one of those ones they much deviated slightly, but not necessarily off the bat. Rhodes bowls, and that's driven down the ground. Rhodes feels it well off his own bowling.
As I say, I always think if you're the captain, you've got a better chance of being given not out. I used to tease Phil Neal about that. Captains, umpires like to. Well, they get marked by the captains. Well, so you know, you're only going to get given it if you're absolutely out. If you're a captain, I reckon.
I was waiting to interview Alex Davis after the T20 quarter-final disappointment. As Rose comes into the ball very well, and that bowls well. That's cut into the deep for a single. There's a sweeper out there. He conducted himself very well, Alex Davis, after his interviews. But anyway, while I was waiting to do the interview, there was a chap with a clipboard and an ECB shirt on, shouting across him, umpires! And he was going, well, there was one wide, but okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He was just an amateur, was he?
No, I think he was.
I think he was the match referee.
He was, yeah.
Umpires assessor.
Getting the umpires, getting the captain's mark. Alex Davis wasn't having a big go at the umpires. He just reckoned there was one wide not given. In comes Rhodes to bowl, and that's play to the offside for no run.
Yeah, it's end of the over 160 for 5. I always think when they're interviewed immediately after the game, it's very difficult for footballers and cricketers. I saw Alex Davis's interview on Sky, and I thought it was very, very good and very magnanimous in defeat, and wished his opponent all the best it was a highly emotional
Yeah.
occasion, and
Yeah.
he conducted himself superbly, I think.
He
And
gave me a good interview as well. He was saying
Yeah.
that they didn't quite manage to run chase
Yeah.
as well as they should have. Obviously disappointed, but
Yeah,
Just
give credit to the
get on
opposition.
with it, yeah, and get on
And I
with
can
it.
understand the business about the wide. It's quite tricky, isn't it, when the batsman starts moving around the crease, horizontally across the crease, and bowler bowls one that would have been on about leg stump or would have slipped down, and it ends up being really wide because the batsman moved across. Umpires are tried to be quite understanding about that as D'Oliveira gets a Yorker from Ray. Well, he made it into a Yorker by moving up the pitch, and he just squeezes it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
anyway, I need to bring Kit back in.
Thanks to Clive Aiken, BBC CWR, BBC WM. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and you're listening to Live Cricket on the BBC Sports app. And the Sport website has Ray bowls, D'Oliveira cuts, misses, and Burgess takes. And you can ask your smart speaker, Alexa, or whichever smart speaker it is, ask BBC Sounds to play Worcestershire against Warwickshire day 1. Make sure you say the day 1, and your smart speaker should oblige.
Does one ask a smart speaker, or does one
Well,
simply
does one tell the smart speaker? Ray bowls, good leave by D'Oliveira, just outside off. Yeah, Kit Harris back with me. I think that's a good point. I suppose it depends whether you have a good relationship with your smart speaker or not. I've got one, but I don't use it, so I tend to use the BBC Sports app if I want to listen to commentary.
Do you have a sat nav you can talk to, or a thing on your phone? I have a thing I can ask.
Yeah, I have. I don't know. I tend to just try and I just do it. I'm probably a little bit off. I think I can. I have occasionally. Ray in bowls, and D'Oliveira steers this defensively out on the offside. In fact, with the sat nav, I forget. I forget to do it by voice, and I use an app called Waze. Other apps are available on my phone as a sat nav, which is brilliant because it updates on traffic and that kind of thing. And you can say, can't you? I think it actually is Alexa in my Alexa launch Waze or something like that, but I tend just to do it with my thumbs. Here's Michael Ray again, bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside. No run as Ed Barnard does the fielding in the covers. 160 for 5. Scoring rate has picked up appreciably since the pugnacious Matthew Waite has come to the middle. He's 32 off 38 balls with 7 fours. Brett D'Oliveira rather more circumspect. 38 off 66 with 6 fours. But they've tried to keep things ticking over. There's Ray bowls, and that's exactly how they've tried to keep things ticking over, as D'Oliveira just nudges this away on the onside and picks up a single, which means he'll keep the strike because that's the end of the over. 161 for 5. This partnership now worth 45, and those have come in the space of just 9 overs.
Frank, I've had to think about it, and I think you should say please to your smart speaker.
Right.
Because if, as we are told, the machines will at some point take over the world.
Yeah, keep in with them.
I think, yeah.
Foster your relationship. Absolutely.
Have you seen that film Westworld?
No.
It's the robot they keep killing who comes back to kill them.
Right. Yeah. Enough.
Right. It's Rhodes to continue this miserly spell of his. And going to take a quick single here. D'Oliveira just dropping it into the leg side, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby closer to the action than he is much of the time. Not racing quick enough to stop the one.
Yeah, keep in with the machines. Absolutely.
Well, they're going to start bumping us off. They'll have priorities, won't they? So if you were cordial when you were asking them to play,
yeah, they'll say he will not be first against the wall.
Here is Rhodes again, and Waite, who's been all positive, comes forward very confidently in defence.
Terrifying thought.
We're being taken over by
non-human things. It might
Yeah.
anyway, not just.
Yeah.
Not
No, you're right.
My
You're right.
my little daughter has got a set of socks which have on the bottom of on the soles they have the days of the week, and she dutifully wears the correct pair of socks. This is Rhodes bowling to Waite, who's hit a midships here around the box, but he's all right. There's an appeal for I'm not quite sure what. It was very high. I tried to encourage my daughter not to be a slave to her socks.
Yeah. Well,
She should be told what to do.
it'll be clear when she becomes rebellious and she starts wearing
Daddy, I'm wearing
one on
Wednesday.
Wednesday on one foot and Friday on the other.
That seems appropriate to me.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
If we get to the stage in life where we're being ruled by our own socks, then something has gone wrong. Rhodes bowling now to Waite. He's looking for that quick single. He wants it, but D'Oliveira doesn't. And they
Well,
will get
now.
no. They won't get an overthrow. It's a very good throw coming in from I think Briggs at cover. Waite thought they were doing quick singles there. They were when D'Oliveira was on strike, but there wasn't one for Waite. And D'Oliveira is looking down the wicket at his partner as if to say, "Now look, steady on."
Well, it does remind one of the David Gower story about batting for the first time with Geoffrey Boycott. He said Boycott called him for a single on the last ball of the over.
Waite defends, and there's no run.
He didn't think it was there, and he said no. Quite young lad, just in the test side, didn't want to upset anybody, but he didn't think there was a run there. He said no. And then in the middle of the next over, Gower pushed one into the covers and set off for what was an obvious single to see Boycott not interested in the slightest. Gower scrambled back in, just about made his ground as the throw came in.
Last ball of the over from Rhodes, and Waite looking for that quick single. They'll get it. Scampered out to a backward point. It is not going to be the last ball of the over because umpire Ben Debenham has signalled a no ball.
And at the end of the over, they joined in the middle of the pitch, and Boycott said, "If you don't run mine, I won't run yours."
Well,
there you go. I don't think Waite and D'Oliveira have got that kind of relationship out there.
I don't think many pairs of cricketers have got that sort of relationship. Are there boycotts abounding? I don't think there are there?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe this is the last ball of the over. It's a drive. Very nicely done, but only as far as mid-off. Ball following Oliver Hannon-Dolby around. No run. And Gloucestershire are not playing here. Worcestershire are 165 for 5.
But I thought it's a nice story, and whether it's true or apocryphal, it plays into the narrative that we've all come to accept of Geoffrey Boycott being, let's say, quite difficult to run with between the wickets, as Derek Randall found out to his cost on one fine day at Trent Bridge a long time ago. 165 for 5 on this lovely fine day here at New Road, and Michael Ray, the Kiwi, with the sweatband coming in from the Diglis end and bowls, and Matthew Waite on his toes, punches up to mid-off, and there's no run. 2 slips in place. Matthew Waite back in the side after a lengthy absence with a side injury. One of 2 changes for Worcestershire today, with Jack Home, Shrewsbury schoolboy, coming in for a debut probably much sooner than he anticipated when he left school in late June. But a stellar season in the white ball competition. I've seen him thrust to the fore, the young Worcestershire seamers. This one pushed out on the offside by Waite. There's no run, and he finds himself in the side, replacing Joe Leach, another Shrewsbury schoolboy who is at the other end of his career, literally about to end it. 2 games left, and he is having his testimonial this year, and I kit for my sins and the chair of the testimonial, so I take every opportunity to plug it. We've got an event coming up this Friday in Chadsley Corbett. We've got various other events in the next few weeks, and a big night at Lord's in November, Friday, November the 22nd, as in comes Ray, and this one is steered rather uncertainly into the covers by Wheat, and there's no run. Friday, November the 22nd at Lord's in the long room. 3 England captains to speak: Michael Atherton, Alex Stewart and Sir Alistair Cook. Simon Hughes, Channel 4's the analyst, will be the MC, and tours of the ground and a champagne reception in the home dressing room are available. Have a look at Joe Leach's testimonial website. could be a memorable evening as Ray bowls, and this one is tucked away on the onside by Matthew Waite for a single, which brings up the 50 partnership between these two, hence the applause from the Worcestershire faithful outside. And in the circumstances, a pretty good effort. They've done that 50 partnership in 10 overs, and they've done it by putting the bad ball away, running positively, and refusing to sit back and allow the Warwickshire seamers to bowl at them in these helpful conditions. Tried to just keep things ticking over. And Ray bowls, and D'Oliveira is taken on the pad as he tries to turn this one away on the leg side, and an appeal which began quietly gathered momentum, and Ray, who hardly appealed at all at first, ended up turning in supplication to the umpire, arms raised and shouting loudly, and it all looked a bit silly because it was such a late appeal. And umpire James Middlebrook was unimpressed, kept his head down in fact, and D'Oliveira gets away with it. 166 for 5 as he waits again now, and Ray is in and bowls, and that's good delivery from Ray. It's a good spell actually from Ray. 12 overs now, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. That one just pushed away on the offside. Will Rhodes asking a lot of questions too. 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6. Ed Barnard probably the pick of the bowlers. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 39. It's been hard work for the Worcestershire batsmen since they were put in, but they are meeting the challenge with a real determination at the moment. 166 for 5 off 54 overs.
The queue up to the afternoon tea and cakes in the ladies' pavilion is still going. That's one of the quirks around the grounds. Rhodes bowls to Waite, taps the ball into the rather sparsely populated leg side and grabs his single.
There'll be some cakes arriving here. Kit,
they bring us cake?
Box, yeah,
Cake comes
some
up.
cake. Yeah, don't worry about that.
I don't know whether this gets filed in under traditional cricket doing itself no favours, conforming to stereotypes, or
I don't care really.
a quaint little throwback.
No,
But
it's lovely.
the queue up to the 2:30 on the dot. Those doors open at 2:30 in the ladies' pavilion. So another tap into the leg side, and another swift run here for D'Oliveira this time to take him to 41. Worcestershire 168 for 5. Now, if Rhodes is going to bowl full and straight, they're going to want to plug that gap, because that is a free run. There he goes. Who says county captaincy is difficult? Right on cue. Second slip comes out, but I think it's still Yates has moved from second to first.
Yeah. Haynes gone into mid-wicket.
Just to cut off that easy single. Waite back on strike, facing Rhodes. Checked drive down the ground. They're going to scamper a single here too. Davies rifles in a throw. Back from mid-on to the keeper. Single, single, single to start off this over from Rhodes. His 6th. He's been miserly. No wicket for 9. The sun is out now, and the ball is going to be deadening all the time. Leather surface becoming worn. Less silk purse, more sow's ear as the innings goes on. The ball now in its 55th over. Keeps its shape really well, the Kookaburra, but not its shine. So the outfield has been damp this morning, and that will have helped. D'Oliveira with the 1 slip then, facing Rhodes, and crab-like defends with low hands. A ball that didn't get up very much. No run. This game now, well, perhaps you'd say it was now even. 169 for 5. Not quite clear which side you'd rather be at this moment. Lifter outside off stump, just in the channel from Rhodes. No great pace, of course. He's just a shade above medium. D'Oliveira shoulders, arms, lets it go through. And still no sign of spin. Now this is when the wicket fell last time I was on the microphone. I suggested it might be interesting just to see 1 over of spin. Just to see how the pitch would take it. A wicket then fell immediately and rendered Seam the order of the day again. This time D'Oliveira comes down the pitch, wanting to drive, but the ball's fired down the leg side and he can't get anything on it. Burgess moves to his left to collect. I wonder if will Ray come off? That's quite a spell he's had. Now he's been at it for... There we go. See, I've done it again.
Yeah, brilliant.
If anyone's looking for a county captain out there,
yeah,
I am available. Danny Briggs.
He's going to have a little roll from the Diglis end. I'll give you some scores elsewhere. Well, there's a bit of a change in the field. Somerset playing Surrey at Taunton. Chose to bat. They're 176 for 4, the hosts. And at Northamptonshire, coachless, are 172 for 8, having chosen to bat against Derbyshire. Lancashire are playing Durham at Chester Street. They are 78 for 3, having been put in by Durham. Glamorgan 171 for 7 at Hove against Sussex, who also chose to bowl first. Essex recovering somewhat at Chelmsford against Notts are 136 for 4, having been put into bat. Not sure that's a good idea. Don't know if you want to bat last on that pitch, and that's it. Apart from Middlesex Gloucestershire at Lords, is Briggs aborts his run up for his first ball. Middlesex 2-1-3 for 5, having been put into bat at Lords. Briggs bowls and Waite drives his first ball up to mid-on, who is deepish enough for them to go through for a single, which takes Matthew Waite on to 37. So Briggs with one slip. I don't think he'll get a lot of turn. He might get a little bit. Might get a bit of bounce. He's quite tall. D'Oliveira actually works a full-length delivery off middle and leg through mid-wicket for a single, 171 for 5. So he's got the one slip and then a fairly conventional offside ring of 3 with a man through on the cover boundary, and then mid-wicket mid-on, square leg behind and a deep square in front, as this one is a little bit short and Waite has room and time to go back and cut it away on the offside to Michael Ray, who is sweeping that boundary in front of the queue for the cakes in the ladies' pavilion. Here's Briggs again round the wicket, bowls. D'Oliveira using his feet, drives, but straight to Davies at mid-off. Set off for a run, but decided after 2 or 3 paces that he was not going to make it, and he scampered back into his ground. And here is Briggs again, and bowls, and that one did bounce and turn a little bit, very slowly. Loopy sort of delivery from Briggs, but D'Oliveira had lots of time to watch it off the pitch, but certainly it gripped on the surface, and that might be slightly encouraging as Briggs comes in again and bowls, and D'Oliveira goes back to a quicker ball that he plays off the pitch, pushes it down behind square on the offside. So a tidy but not particularly threatening first over of spin for captain Kit Harris, and it's 172 for 5.
Yes, well, the bounce was the answer. Not surprised by lack of turn, obviously, given the stage of the game. There is something outside the right-hander's off stump. Just for a bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, there won't be a lot of time. I don't think we haven't got, have we? There is no left arm seamer in either side.
No.
So nobody's going to dig up a load of rough outside the off stump for the right-handers. Ben Gibbon is injured, Worcestershire left arm seamer.
First ball from Rhodes. Just run out into the covers by Waite. I was just looking at my notes to see that there's no left-hander in the Worcestershire side at all.
No left-handed batsman. No, we haven't got many actually on the staff. Ed Pollock.
Ed Pollock, they call
Yes.
us. Yes. Here is Rhodes again, bowling to Waite. Stands upright and sort of stuns the ball down the pitch. Nudges it. A front foot shot played off the back foot. No run. Mid-wicket is still there, and so is the solitary slip. And there are sweepers in front of square, both sides of the field, and a long leg over by those who are watching from their cars. Rhodes bowls, Waite comes forward, thinks about the single, but Sheikh is lively. Lively, well, you need to be lively as a youngster in the covers. Often get put under the helmet, don't they, the youngest player in the team at short leg, but we haven't had any fielder under the helmet except the wicketkeeper standing up the whole of today. It just isn't that consistent bounce. Rhodes in once more, Waite forward, finds mid-wicket this time. He's just as, in the last 10 minutes or so, Matthew Waite has reined himself in. He raced to 30 at nigh on a run a ball. 38 off 55 he has now. It's good to push these bowlers into their third spells. Apart from Briggs, they're all in their second so far. Now Waite comes forward, he gets a thick edge down to deep third and 4. Looking to be very positive through the offside. But, he's got most of the ball, not where he intended, but the result he wanted. 42 to him, and he draws level with his captain D'Oliveira. 176 for 5. Are you sticking, Frank, with 250 as par, or do you think the pitch is sliding that a bit northwards?
250 par, anything more bonus I'm sticking with. Yeah. I'd love to be wrong.
Well, anything can happen from this point. Collapses. That ball kept not much bounce anyway from Rhodes, and Waite is half forward, defending to conclude the over. Rhodes has now bowled 7.
The weather forecast for tomorrow is a bit ropey,
Yeah.
and that affects my sort of thoughts about the pitch, because I would say that experience this year tells me that batting will be easier in the middle of the game than at either end, and that judgment might be affected by the weather, because the forecast for tomorrow is not good. Light rain and a moderate breeze, but worse mid-afternoon really than at any other time. Wednesday's forecast a bit mixed, Thursday okay, so I would expect there to be some rain interruption at some point. This first ball of Briggs' second over is short and loopy, quite wide. It bounces quite steeply, and D'Oliveira on the back foot has loads of time to cut it to Michael Ray on the cover boundary, and they go through for a single. 177 for 5. Waite faces Briggs, and he gets a fuller ball, which he drives straight down the ground, but good diving stop at mid-off by Will Rhodes means that they can't take a single. So Waite stays on 42, and Briggs bowls to him, and he pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. So Danny Briggs with a ball that is 57.5 overs old. Kookaburra, not a great seam to grip for a spinner, bowls, and Waite drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. You occasionally hear a seam bowler, oddly, say, as did Jamie Porter at Chelmsford last week, pushed out on the offside this one by Waite, that they prefer bowling with the Kookaburra than the Duke, which is very unusual, because most seamers would say they'd prefer the Duke. I don't think you'd ever hear a spinner say that, as Briggs bowls, and this one's turned away on the onside by Waite. 177 for 5, because they haven't got the seam to grip hold of and really rip. So a finger spinner isn't often going to say that.
Leg spinners don't mind so much, though.
Probably because they rely less on holding the seam to impart the spin.
I think Mason Crane at Glamorgan and Cam Steele at Surrey were quite up for it.
Yeah.
I feel a bit sorry for Cameron Steele today, because he bowled so well with the Kookaburra in April.
Yeah.
He's playing for Surrey at Taunton today. He's had to wait until the 65th over to be tossed the ball, while Surrey's one match only signing, Saqib Al Hassan of Bangladesh, has bowled 27 of them.
Formerly played here. Saqib Al Hassan.
Rhodes is carrying on. D'Oliveira on strike this time, and he goes to a feint down the leg side, looks back at the umpire as the ball passes him. I think he was in blast mode for those few seconds, thinking, where's my wide? But, well, that certainly wasn't a wide in the county championship. There's no fielder fine on the leg side, so if he can get something on that, there's runs to be had. Just a long leg, much wider behind him. And now he defends. The ball is not bouncing very much for Rhodes. He's bowling a lot fuller than Barnard did from this end. And actually the pitch has become a little benign, or at least the ball isn't responding to the pitch very well, because a couple of times when Rhodes has bowled from this end, both Waite and D'Oliveira have been able to stand very tall off the back foot and play defensively in front of their pads. D'Oliveira this time takes a step down, meets the ball on a length and defends into the covers. I suppose when Rhodes has finished at this end, it will be Hannon Dolby for his third spell. It was he who got the breakthrough. No, it wasn't. It was Barnard who got the breakthrough getting rid of Hose, but Hannon Dolby got the LBW of Brooks earlier on from this end. And again a full ball from Rhodes, just played into the offside by D'Oliveira. The contest at the moment is between accuracy and a desire to play strokes. The bounce has gone a bit, Frank.
Yeah. Although it was Barnard and Ollie Hannon-Dolby who found most of the bounce, but you're right. I mean, this Kookaburra is definitely losing its potency.
At that exact moment,
Until that one.
that got up a little, and D'Oliveira dropped his hands on it, and it hit very high up, possibly on the handle. It looked uncomfortable. But I think that was as much down to D'Oliveira playing that with very low hands.
Well, he's just
To any
he's a
particular
fairly
bounce.
diminutive stature as well, isn't he? About 5'4", 5'5", I think. Maybe a bit bigger.
Rhodes with the last ball of the over, and jumping back into defence is D'Oliveira. So that's another neat maiden. He's been accurate and kept things quiet very well. If he's going to bowl 10 overs or so today, Rhodes, as the fifth seamer, has done a good job. I don't feel like we'll see Briggs for particularly long, certainly not if there's a breakthrough.
5'9", Brett D'Oliveira. I did him a disservice.
5'9"?
Yeah.
Is that according to his own?
According to Wikipedia.
Well,
5'9". Well, no,
All right,
no,
well.
it's probably. I was being a bit. Yeah.
Is he surrounded by tall people? Must be surrounded by six.
This is
6
when
feet
I've
6
said this before a few times. Just look at his pose now at the non-striker's end, leaning on his back, hand on hip, as Waite plays Briggs's first ball up to mid-on. This is when those of us of a certain age, doing it again now, exactly that pose. If you half close your eyes, that is his dad. Briggs bowls, Waite drives nicely on the up through the covers, beautifully timed, picks up 2 runs as Ray moves round the boundary to do the fielding. A lovely shot from Matthew Waite, goes to 44, 179 for 5, and he's doing it again, Brett D'Oliveira.
Is it also
exactly.
is it his grandfather as well?
Well, Basil was his grandfather, Damien was his father.
Did Basil do it?
Waite drives, that'll be even better, that's 4. That's beautiful timing from Matthew Waite. Over pitch from Briggs, absolutely magnificent shot from Waite, goes to 48. Not aware that his grandfather did it as much, but I played a lot with and against his father in league cricket, and I've told him before, when he leans like that on his bat, if I half close my eyes, exactly the same. It's like turning the clock back 30 years. Briggs round the wicket, bowls again to Waite, better length, and he just turns this away on the onside, and there's no run, fielded at mid-wicket by Barnard. But super stuff from Waite. That second shot really was delightful. Briggs again is into him. A little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, and Waite just steers it out on the offside. A cry of no from D'Oliveira as he shows interest in a single. But he's played 2 shots that will live long in their memory today. Matthew Waite through the covers, one off the back foot, that one off the front foot. This one he pushes out on the offside. End of the over, 183 for 5. And Worcestershire making good progress in this afternoon session. Just 1 man out since the break. Adam Hose for 33. And we've got 4 overs left before tea, I think.
Yes, if you're looking at your clock and thinking, we bring all the timings half an hour forward, so tea should be 3:10. Well, we've had so much steam today, it's not going to be 3:10. There are 36 overs left, and the match regulations, of course, in the Vitality County Championship say in such a situation you've got to wait until there are 32 left. So we say goodbye to Frank Watson for the time being. 4 overs until the interval then, as Rhodes continues this long spell, bowling to D'Oliveira, who's only half forward and defending as far as mid-wicket. This is Division 1 game at New Road, Worcester, between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Brought to you live by BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC WM, BBC CWR, and of course on the BBC Sport app and website. So Clive Eakin slides in to the commentary box alongside me. Rhodes bowls, D'Oliveira defends, and Worcestershire fought back well, Clive.
Well, from 45 for 3 to this 183 for 5. Yes, I think I'll be very happy with that. I don't think Warwickshire found the ball getting any easier, but that's still a fair way from a new one, 20 overs away yet.
Rhodes to D'Oliveira, takes 1 step back in his crease and then comes forward defending. I'm just try and get a look at this Kookaburra ball in its 61st over. Still got to get through 19 overs and a bit of it. It still looks, well, not shiny, but it doesn't look as dull as felt. They certainly managed to keep one side of it relatively smooth as far as we can see from here. Rhodes bowls, D'Oliveira leaves alone, and the ball tails in after passing him, and Burgess takes to his left.
I think the issue that Warwickshire had with it were the 2 home games they had early season, both of which were drawn, so they didn't have any great damage, but felt that particularly when there was a bit of moisture in the outfield, the ball really soaked it up and became a bit of a mess, really. But maybe there's not quite so much dampness in the outfield now.
Down on the pitch this time comes D'Oliveira. They race a quick single. The throw comes in from Davies at mid-on, and he misses by half a yard. And from his reaction, and the reaction of a couple of those fielders around him, well, he looks like he's got a headache. But, we think that might have been out had he hit.
Well, the umpire was scampering to get into position. Of course, that is the issue when you've got no TV cameras here. The umpire has to be pretty convinced that the batter is short. But yeah, certainly would have been a big appeal if he had hit.
Well, D'Oliveira, you wouldn't know if his heart was in his mouth, because he's back into that easy-going stance at the non-striker's end. Waite on strike, and he's edged, and it's caught on the half volley at first slip. Waite's going nowhere. There's an appeal from Yates, but it's kidology.
Well, I wonder whether that was actually a bit of a bump ball, because
it bobbled up.
They didn't. There was no sort of argument about whether Yates was claiming he caught it on the full. I think it might be that it actually hit the ground under the bat. Anyway, there's no great discussion. That's clearly not out. More frustration for Warwickshire's bowlers. Tea is supposed to be in 5 minutes ago, but we have to get to 32 overs to go. So we've got 3 overs left before we take a tea interval. And Danny Briggs will bowl the next one. There's a forward defensive from D'Oliveira, who's really holding things together very nicely for his team. Warwickshire captain.
Worcestershire captain, I'm talking about. Just one wicket this session so far. Adam Hose fell to Ed Barnard. 4 defensive there, really correct one, leaning into it from D'Oliveira. No run. And Briggs round the wicket, bowls. And again, it is a defended shot by D'Oliveira. So after Matthew Waite was hitting his shots earlier, Worcestershire rested back a bit more control, but they're not penetrating at the moment. There's another 4 defensive by D'Oliveira. And remains 184 for 5. Next one again is defended for no run. And Briggs round the wicket, in again, and D'Oliveira pushes out to the offside. Probably not the most memorable overs cricket you'll see all season, but D'Oliveira keeping the ball out, and Worcestershire 184 for 5 with 2 overs to go till tea.
I gather England's women are in a potential pickle at Stormont. Not that you'd think it to look at the scores. Ireland are 24 for 5, responding to England's 320 for 8 in this 50 over game. But it's starting to rain. What's the minimum in a one-day international to get a full game?
Certainly 10. Sometimes it can be 20, can't it? Yes, they were 8 for 4 at one stage, Ireland.
Rhodes continuing to wait on 48. Keeper now standing up to try and stop Waite coming down the pitch. And he defends. I think it's 15 overs in a one-day international.
Okay.
But, England haven't been tempted to put the spinners on and race through the overs, maybe because the captain is Kate Cross and she's got 3 for 8 opening the bowling. It's really sunny here. No sign of rain anywhere. As Waite drives through the covers, it's beaten shaken, it's going to beat Hannon Dolby. It may not get to the boundary, but it will get Waite to his half century. Polite applause from a grateful New Road faithful. 3 runs to Matthew Waite, take him to 51. 71 balls. He really went for it early on. He got to 30 and about to run a ball. He's been more patient since then, but he's back into the side and straight away back into form after a lengthy absence with an injury. 187 for 5 now Worcestershire. Partnership now worth 71. D'Oliveira on 44. He's on strike. He defends. He won't be in any hurry to get his half century before the tea interval, which after this over there'll be 1 more. Ireland are 24 for 6 now.
So what is it? It's now 110 for 1 this session, Worcestershire. So if the opening session belonged to Warwickshire, I think this has definitely been Worcestershire's.
Look what's happened, Clive. Those women, I'll let you take the smaller one. He's brought in the cookies. Defensive off the back foot this time, D'Oliveira. We've been sent from the ladies' pavilion.
Although it's called the ladies' pavilion, it isn't just ladies making the cakes. It's supporters, volunteers, and well, I've been there. There's been some men behind the counter as well.
Certainly not women's work to do anything as enjoyable as making cakes. That's a universal joy. There's Rhodes bowls to D'Oliveira, lets it alone outside the off stump. We've got 2 chocolate chip cookies. There's still a respectable queue.
They homemade those cookies?
Well, look, the size difference.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Yours is much smaller than mine,
okay.
Clive, as you can see. Frank Watson has had those delivered, so thank you very much to all and sundry in the ladies' pavilion.
Queue's died down a bit, but it's been busy there.
I'm going to go over and say hello to them in the tea interval, say thank you. But last ball of the over from Rhodes. And, it's a shorter this time, and D'Oliveira's a little bit cramped up trying to play to leg. There isn't a run. And that concludes Rhodes's work for the afternoon session. Tea after this next over. Rhodes has bowled 10 overs, no wicket for 17 with 3 maidens.
Yeah, he's done a job, hasn't he? I mean, he's keeping the score down. But the ball not doing as much as it was earlier in the day. The run rate's improved a little bit from Worcestershire, but that's still around about 3 and over. Danny Briggs will bowl the last over before tea.
It's tea everywhere else in Division 1, Clive. Let's have a look at the scores then. Where are we at tea? Not everyone started on time. Durham against Lancashire. Lancashire are 96 for 4. They've had about 2 hours worth of work.
Danny Briggs round the wicket, bowls. Wait, lets that go past. Just watches it.
Essex 161 for 4. With Tom Westley not out 69. They're at home to Nottinghamshire.
Briggs floats that one up and it's driven through the offside. They're going to go through for a quick run. There is a shy at the stumps, but they are through for 1 comfortably enough. 188 for 5.
Kent hosting Hampshire. They've gone in for tea halfway through and over. I wonder whether they've had a shower there. 118 for 3 with Vince not out 62.
That one's left. There's no run.
Hampshire's score. And then the top of the table clash at Taunton. Somerset are batting first against Surrey and have reached 197 for 4 with Tom Banton not out 65.
Push back to the bowler by D'Oliveira. No run. And we've got 2 more balls this session. Which will be a session that Worcestershire will have enjoyed. That one's left by D'Oliveira. Waits batted particularly positively. D'Oliveira's held things together well. And they've taken Worcestershire to a strong position. Solid 4 defensive there from D'Oliveira. That's it. That's the last ball. And that will be tea. So just the 1 wicket to fall this session. Adam Hose caught Yates bowled Barnard for 33. That was 116 for 5. It's now 188 for 5 with Matthew Waite on 52 and Rhett D'Oliveira on 44. We'll enjoy the very nice cookies that we've been brought during the tea interval and see you in about 20 minutes time.
Elsewhere, the Chester this week, Lancashire 96 for 4 against Durham. Chelmsford, Essex 161 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. Canterbury, whereabouts in the Rays, Hampshire 118 for 3. Somerset 197 for 4.
Ray's going to have a change of ends. These are very vigorous exercises.
He's seen that spot that Barnard and Hannah Dolby were bowling at, and so I want to see if I can hit that funny leg.
Matthew Waite to face the first delivery after tea.
0 down to Matthew Waite. He's on 52 and playing that splendidly thus far.
Still tea and cake.
Well, there are still tea and cake. You haven't left it all then,
There
Kev.
isn't
There's
much.
okay.
There's only about 8 slices of cake left when I... Is that Dave
And
Bradley?
maybe they got some more from under the table after you're gone.
Is it Dave Bradley who does the announcements?
It is, yes.
Well, now, I know why he makes those announcements, because it was explained to me. They said he gets provided with cake according to how many announcements he makes.
Michael Ray in, and that's defended by Waite. There's no run. One more team bowled out today. Northampton been bowled out for 219. Saves Zabe 90. That's by Derbyshire at Northampton. The wickets shared around. No one got more than 2. They actually bowled 7 bowlers. All of them got at least 1 wicket, including David Lloyd, who bowled 5 balls and got 1 for none. Michael Ray's got the 1 wicket so far, comes into bowl, and that's whipped away a little airily down to 3rd by Waite. Not sure it's entirely the shot he intended. He's rehearsing what he would like to have done now, but he's added another run to the total, 189 for 5. Putting Worcestershire in, have got 45 for 3 and 67 for 4. They've fought back since then very well, Worcestershire. Ray bowls to D'Oliveira, who just hangs one up to dry just outside off stump and misses.
That's why he wanted to bowl from this end. That's just flown from back of a length. It's a little juicy bit Barnard was exploiting this morning. Whenever a bowler's hit that spot, the batters look brand new.
Just the 1 slip in place now. Going to be 2 slip chances, 1 taken, 1 very sharp one not taken by Sam Hain. Ray comes into bowl, and again that's a bit edgy this time from D'Oliveira. It's down to the fielder who's down there at 3rd, so it's only 1 run. It's always a relief, I think, when an edge goes down to 3rd and the fielder feels it, because you're not going to have half an hour of people saying, why isn't there a fielder down there? Yep. It's 190 for 5. How many runs can score down there? Anyway, they have got a fielder there, so they've stemmed that flow of runs. They are putting an extra slip in now, though, for Waite. Number 37 on his back, Michael Ray. A slightly unexpected first-class season here in the Championship. That's played to point. There's no run. Signed initially for a couple of games. Made his debut at Chelmsford against Essex. Did pretty well there. And then after a brief hiatus, he was re-signed to the end of the season.
He's been all right, hasn't he?
Yes.
Came into the game, 12 wickets at 29. That's respectable.
And he comes to bowl to Waite, who pushes up to the onside. They think about a run. Onside against it. The end of the over, just a single off it. 2 singles off it, 190 for 5. Single apiece to Waite is on 53 and D'Oliveira is on 45.
And we're going to carry on with Danny Briggs from the Diglis end. I thought we might go back to Seam after tea. Briggs bowled 5 overs for 11, perfectly tidily before the interval. Over rate +2, that's...
Which is slightly surprising given how late tea was, but I don't know quite how they work these things out.
The umpires stopped the clock for all kinds of things. The umpires stopped the clock for wickets.
Yes.
As though they were unexpected
Well, I think
moments.
isn't it 2 minutes a wicket or something?
They allow 2 minutes a wicket. I thought over rates ought to include things that are completely run-of-the-mill, like people getting out. Apparently not. So, Briggs into his 6th over. And that's flighted and short and punched out to Ray at deep point. That was a bit of a gift for D'Oliveira. Takes him to 46, just the single. Waite will now be back on strike, and he was playing very well through the covers of Briggs before tea. Now he punches to mid-on. A short cover has gone in, almost in line with a fielder in the ring who's at a more conventional cover, just over the close fielder's left shoulder. Briggs flights one, and Waite's confident it's not the arm ball and won't come back in, leaves it alone.
Still not taking too many chances. They've got sweepers at both sides now.
Briggs, quicker one, pushes it through flatter. That was straightening outside off, but again, Waite judged the lack of turn well. He didn't think it was going to go on with the arm and come back and threaten off. Briggs again, flighted more this time. It's a tight line and length. Waite defending. If you try to wait for Briggs to bowl a bad ball, you're only going to get one every 3 overs or so. You've got to look for the single. There's definitely one to leg side. Briggs bowls on middle and leg, but Waite comes forward and can't get the ball through the infield. So just the single off that over from Briggs, 0 for 12 to him. Warwickshire 191 for 5. Worcestershire, I should say, 191 for 5.
Danny Briggs set a county record in the T20 Blast by taking 29 wickets of the season, beating the previous high held by Jita Patel with 25. He is currently joint top wicket taker in the T20 Blast, but is likely to be overtaken on finals day by David Payne of Gloucestershire, who's level with him at the moment. But no wickets so far in this particular championship match. Michael Ray will have another go at Beretta D'Oliveira, who leans back, plays a nice enough looking shot, but it bounces straight to point. So no run. These teams 2 more matches left after this one. We should have Essex at home and Nottinghamshire away. Nottinghamshire away could be massive for Nottinghamshire, depending on what the table is by the time we get there. This next one is just come off the thigh pad, I think, to square leg. It's going to be signalled leg by. Umpire has his hand out and now lifts his knee. Beautiful balance from Bart Debenham on one leg, points to his knee. England's women have beaten Ireland by the fairly substantial margin of 275 runs. Ireland bowled out for 45.
Is that their lowest one-day international score? We'll find that out in a minute. I bet it is.
Apparently it's England's largest margin of victory in terms of runs in women's ODIs. Ray bowls and it's played back to him and there's no run. Tough on Izzy Wong. Warwickshire never actually managed to get to bowl because the team only bowled 17 overs.
She never got on.
Georgia Davis did take 2 for 19. 3 wickets for Lauren Filer and Kate Cross. And earlier, 150 not out from Tammy Bowman. Izzy did get to bat. She made 15 off 8 balls. This next one is Wraxham on the pass of Michael Ray. He's appealing and it's out. It's certainly fair to say Matthew Waite is not too enamoured with that. It's that slightly naughty type of feeling, which I must admit I don't personally like very much, where the bowler doesn't initially turn to the umpire, but celebrates as if it's a done deal. But he did eventually turn to the umpire and the finger went up. And it's the 6th wicket and a good partnership broken up. And a good innings from Matthew Waite, but he goes LBW for 53 and Michael Reyes' 2nd wicket.
Appreciative response from the New Road crowd here. When it is a crowd, a good turnout here on a sunny autumnal Monday. Matthew Waite won't take much sucker from it though, because having done all the hard work to get to 53, he'll have felt he could have gone on. He has gone on previously in this season. He has a championship century this year. he's helped Worcestershire get into a decent position. 192 for 6 now. And here's a man who hasn't exactly been flush for runs in the red ball game this season. Logan van Beek hasn't played a great deal. He's scored 28 runs. He's been out once. Does it count as an overseas player?
I don't know, to be honest.
A Dutchman?
Is he English qualified? That's.
He's not English qualified, but you're allowed an EU player, aren't you?
I'm not sure you are anymore, are you? I don't know, is the honest answer.
He's a Canterbury man, but Canterbury, New Zealand. 2,031 first-class runs. He does have a century, an average of 24, so a good number 8 to have in your team.
I mean, yeah, he's also played for New Zealand, isn't he? So is he New Zealand or Dutch? I suppose he's played for the Dutch most recently, isn't he?
That was Ireland's lowest one-day international score, 45. The previous low, 46 against Australia in Dublin in 2001.
And that was well down the leg side from Reg. He's slightly overexcited. Van Beek sort of swings the bat at it but doesn't make any contact. And it's 192 for 6. Ray. All these umpires just letting the batter get ready. And Van Beek. As in comes Ray, and Van Beek gets bat on that. Into the ground, no run. That's the end of the over. Successful over from Michael Ray. He's now 2 for 39 in his 14 overs, and Worcestershire 192 for 6. Weights 53, 84 balls, 9 fours. At one stage it was rattling along. He got slowed down a little bit eventually.
Here is Briggs to continue. To D'Oliveira, who defends, and his situation is a little bit different now. He was tucked in the slipstream of Matthew Waite. He started in quite an aggressive way. He's played second fiddle. Now he's the dominant batsman as he plays to mid-on on a check drive and jars his hand against the handle of the bat, gives it a shake. Bad vibrations on that occasion.
Is that the follow-up hit for the Beach Boys?
Down the ground it comes, a couple of steps, chips the ball past Briggs, but can't beat the infield. I think Bad Vibrations was the working title.
Okay.
Now, what a lovely late cut that is. He waited for the ball and he almost scooped it out of the wicketkeeper's gloves. 4 runs. And applause for D'Oliveira's half century. It's taken him 115 balls.
115 balls, 7 balls.
He's such a popular man here, part of the D'Oliveira dynasty. A real local hero. Briggs to him again. And thinks about trying it again, but just pulls out of the shot at the last minute and lets the ball hit the bat.
It's 35th first class score of 50 plus. He's got 12 first class centuries to his name. He, as I mentioned earlier, made 62 not out at Edgbaston and took 4 for 17 in the 50 over competition, 1 player of the match.
Here's Briggs, flighted this time, and D'Oliveira tickles it around his front pad. In fact, it's his front pad that's done the tickling. A leg by goes on to the ball. 193
7 for 6.
I'm sorry, I'll read that again and
Yes,
get it
do.
right. He made 62 not out at Edgbaston, took bowled 4 overs for 17 runs in the T20 at Edgbaston and 1 player of the match in that game. So, I'm going to go off and do a bulletin in a moment. Let's just see this ball from Michael Ray with Worcestershire 197 for 6. Warwickshire have claimed their second bowling point. Every point gratefully received at the moment. Of course, it's a little way to the batting point because you have to get to 250 these days to get your first batting point. 2 slips in place. Ray, again, his elbows pumping, comes in to bowl. Oh, made it kept a bit low. It's dug out though by D'Oliveira and plays it to mid-wicket for a single. He has batted very calmly, Brett D'Oliveira, in making 51. I'll have to leave you to it for a moment, Kip. I'll go and do an update.
I'll see you very shortly, Clive. Clive Eakin will be back with us. He's just going to do his bulletin for BBC CWR and BBC WM. Michael Ray to continue to Logan van Beek, who's into a walking defensive shot down the pitch, showing the maker's name to the bowler. My name's Kit Harris, with you here, also on BBC Hereford and Worcester, and the BBC Sport website and app. Every ball of the Vitality County Championship season will be brought to you, and has been brought to you, by BBC Sport and BBC Local Radio this summer. Van Beek yet to get off the mark. He faces Ray, fences at the ball outside off. Maybe we credit him with just bringing the bat inside the line at the last moment. Burgess jumps to gather. There was a bit of lift there. And D'Oliveira walks 2/3 of the way down the pitch towards Van Beek and remonstrates with him about something. Watch out for it when it bounces here, might well be the message. The fruity spot. Can't see anything when you look at the pitch, even from close up, but there is something there, back of a length outside the right-hander's off stump. And there's a little bit of width here, and it's punched away by Van Beek, racing away towards the boundary at point. Won't get there. Van Beek will take the 3 runs that get him off the mark. They clap everything here at New Road. It's a good county cricket crowd. A good proportion, a majority I should think, past retirement age, and what a great social club it is to be here on a Monday with so many at school and at work to come and enjoy some cricket with your friends or make new ones. Ray bowls full and D'Oliveira plays a lavish leave, almost something of the Marnus Labuschagne or Steve Smith about that one, or at the very least Robin Smith. Remember him in the 80s and 90s? A forthright leave, throwing the bat into the air right-handed and then bringing it back down past the body in the left hand. 2 slips, 1 fielder saving the single on the leg side. Davies wants another one, but it's too late to call mid-wicket in as Ray bowls to D'Oliveira and he tucks the ball away to mid-wicket. That's exactly where Davies wanted to bring the fielder in. He's given away a single. D'Oliveira will retain the strike. 53 to him, 203 for 6 Worcestershire, making decent headway. They'll want at least 250 from the position they're in. As long as D'Oliveira's there, that'll happen. Briggs is going to continue from the Diglis end. He's wicketless in 7 overs so far, but he's only gone for 16. Clive will come along in 5 minutes or so to replace me, but here's Frank Watson with Danny Briggs.
Yeah, and D'Oliveira tucks him away off his toes for a single to Hamza Sheikh on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 202 for 6 becomes 203 for 6. D'Oliveira is 53 now. I think Kit's right. 250 certainly be the first target for Worcestershire. Can't really think too far ahead on a pitch which has helped the bowlers. Briggs round the wicket bowls, and that's exactly why Van Beek is on the back foot playing at that one and missing it as it hurried through into the gloves of Burgess, standing up to the stumps. Waits again now, Van Beek, as he bowls again. Briggs, and he's on the back foot playing this into the covers. Thought about a run this time, but decides against it as Sam Hain fields and creates a huge divot, but being the good golfer that he is, he replaces it very carefully and treads it down into the ground. Just an indication of how spongy the outfield is after all the recent rain. This next one again from Briggs is hurrying on with the arm, and Van Beek playing a slightly dangerous game here, I think, going on the back foot to the left arm spinner, and again it goes through to Burgess, and Van Beek this time goes on to the front foot but still doesn't play a shot and allows that through. 203 for 6 then. The men out since Worcestershire were put in: Libby 13, Kashif Ali 16, Roderick 11, Brooks 8. In the afternoon, Hose 33 and Sint T Matthew Waite for 53. Briggs bowls and Van Beek is again on the back foot, pushing out on the offside. There's no run. An over delivered in double quick time by Danny Briggs, and just the one run coming from it from the first ball. His figures now 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17.
Ray is going to continue. Bowling from the north. Things do seem a bit better for batting now. Not ideal conditions by any means. The pitch takes care of that side of things, but it's probably easier than at any point previously today. There's still 10 overs left with the old ball. Worcestershire need to cash in. Ray to D'Oliveira. Drops the ball into the offside and runs a single. There's no one at point. That fielder is out deep. Rather than drive hard for the single, he's just dropped short. D'Oliveira to 54. 204 for 6. Imperative, really, that Worcestershire get through these 10 overs, pick off 30 to 40 runs, and keep these two batters together in time for the new ball. Ray bowls, and it's whistled past the outside edge, keeping very low. Standing back, Burgess has to take it on the second bounce. And it was by no means a short ball, it was length, back of a length at most. No great bounce that time. Pitch still variable in what it's offering. And I can see that some of the Worcestershire analysts to our left just scrutinising that replay. Ray again. Forward comes Van Beek, looking to be positive. It's not a ball for scoring. Davies picks up at mid-on. Tom Banton has taken 100 off Surrey for Somerset in the top of the table clash. Somerset 253 for 4. They're only 4 overs away from the new ball. Ray bowls, and that's drivable, but only as far as mid-off. Good looking shot from Van Beek. Metre or two either side of Hannon Dolby, and he'd have his runs there. Found the fielder. It's a good time to be batting, or at least as good a time to bat as there will be during the course of the first 2 or 3 days of this game. Ray bowls, Van Beek smartly leaves the ball alone. There's a little bit of shape back into the right-hander after it passes the bat. I'm not supposed to say shape, right, especially if the ball goes back in.
You could say, I think I say it. think I say it all the time, especially when I'm talking to coaches. I think you're talking about, what does he do? Oh, he gets a bit of shape
Gets a
on
bit
it.
of shape.
Yeah, I think you do, but it's just one of those
Good wheels.
modern things. Wheels, gas. Yeah,
Yeah, gas is a good one.
yeah,
There's something that's crept in on commentary a lot is pace on, pace off
yeah,
in
absolutely.
a blast game.
Yeah,
Ray bowls. Fuller this time. Van Beek in a walking defensive shot. Back down the pitch to the bowler. That concludes the over. Clive Eakin will be
he'll be here
alongside
shortly.
you in a moment.
I
Frank.
did arrange it. Yeah, I think this the modern parlance is not worthy of the ridicule it sometimes gets, in a sense, in that it's just modern cricketers using slightly different language to describe exactly the sort of things that cricketers have talked about for years and years, whether you call it pace off or a slower ball or into the pitch or a little cutter. It's a way of describing what takes place out in the middle and all its possible variations. Danny Briggs bowls a full length delivery, which Oliveira drives back, but I would call that a slap really, because it's very bottom handed. He sort of let the ball come on and then thumped it with his right hand, but the bowler did his own fielding. This is a more tentative push forward by Oliveira, pushes out into the covers.
Well, there's
There's
plenty of young cricketers, club cricketers who know exactly those terms. They
Yeah.
use them every day, and
Exactly.
when you say it, they know what you mean.
Exactly, absolutely right. As Briggs bowls and it's pushed out on the onside. But I mean, you know, it's easy to say, oh, why don't they just say slower ball or away swing instead of shape or whatever, but as long as I mean, the essence of communication, Kit, as long as your message is understood, I suppose that's all that matters. As Briggs bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside by Oliveira. Will Rhodes at slip doing some fairly vigorous loosening up exercises, suggesting that we're going to see his medium pace shortly. Briggs again is in from the digless end, and Oliveira is again watchfully forward, playing with the responsibility of a man who knows that he is the last of the recognised batsmen in this lineup, and it's important that he doesn't do anything silly. And that said, he tries a little ramp down the leg side, and it's beaten down the leg side. Burgess takes it. Danny Briggs got very excited. Oliveira was attempting to find the fine leg boundary, didn't get anything on it. That's the end of the over. 204 for 6. Clive Eakin still not in attendance, and Van Beek has 3, Oliveira 50 for the man out since tea. Matthew Waite, who made a beautiful 53 before he was LBW to Michael Ray. 53 off 84 balls with 9 fours, and amongst those 9 fours, 2 or 3 of the most sumptuous shots we've seen all day. One particularly off the back foot at this end through the covers, and one off the front foot through Danny Briggs in Danny Briggs' first over will live long in the memory. And it is Will Rhodes to take up the attack from the new road end.
Well, if there are going to be, we're going to get the full 16 overs in with the new ball, 80 to 96. It's possible that Davies will want one more little spell out of Ray Barnard, so it makes sense for these 8 overs with the old ball to be bowled by Rhodes and Briggs. So his 4 frontline seamers can all have a go in the last hour or so. I'd expect Rhodes to reel off an economical 4 overs here from this end. He's starting off bowling to Van Beek. Very, very full. Van Beek goes down the leg side, misses. There's not much heart in that shot. The keeper collects. It's just the one scoring shot for Logan Van Beek, the one that got him off the mark through the covers.
We've had some debate about whether it's Van Beek or Van Beek, and I've had people messaging me and saying I'm getting it wrong, so I asked Logan, and he said it's Van Beek, please, if I'm in England or New Zealand.
Rhodes sends another one down the leg side, another swish and miss.
And if I'm in Holland, it's Van Beek. And I said, so you want me to say Van Beek? And he said, yes, please.
How extraordinary.
So it is Logan Van Beek, as far as we Worcestershire commentators have been instructed by the man himself.
Complicated business. But it is
It is,
roads.
isn't it?
It's roads wherever you are. Bowls now outside off, left alone.
No ball.
And no ball. A couple of useful runs. It's the second time he's done that.
Yeah, you don't want to give runs away on a pitch like this, do you? That's the fourth no ball of the innings, so 8 runs have been added to the total. So that's quite significant when you've only got 206 on the board.
I'm very conservative with a small C when it comes to no balls. I don't see why they get bowled at all. Fuller this time. And Van Beek defends once more.
Everybody now, we're going to, for the rest of the game, we go Van Beek.
But then people are going to write in and say, do you know?
They did. That's what happened in my last game, and I
Dutch
said,
name.
I've spoken to him, and he said, it's Van Beek. And they said, oh, okay.
It's Paul Van Meekeren.
Yeah.
M-E-E-K.
Well, you can only ask what somebody wants to be called.
That's
can't
true,
you?
yes. If it comes out of the man's own mouth. Rhodes bowls. A little bit of width this time. And Van Beek drives on the up to extra cover.
I tell you what, he is one of the most enthusiastic cricketers I've ever met, Logan Van Beek. He really loves it. He absolutely loves playing the game. Throws himself into it with total commitment.
Well, good thing too. I mean, what a great job to have. Goodness knows the downs must be almost incomparable when you're in them. But hopefully worth it for the ups. It's a privilege to play the game for money, just as it is to talk about it for money. This is biffed through the onside. An uncomplicated shot. 4 runs through mid-wicket. Just stood there and swung it round the corner, forward a square. Didn't really see that one coming. The ball wasn't that short. It didn't get up that much. 7 runs to Van Beek, and Worcestershire 210 for 6. The ball's getting old and soft and slow.
The other thing I was going to say a few minutes ago that we've seen here, and it clearly happened twice in the Kent game, which was the last championship game here.
Last ball of the over from Rhodes. Bowls to Van Beek, who drives but won't beat the captain on the straight hit. It's the end of the over from Rhodes. 7 to go until the new ball. Worcestershire 210 for 6, and back to Frank Watson to finish that story.
And we saw it also at Chelmsford in both the first innings there, is that when the new ball is taken and the team is 6 or 7 down and you think this could clean them out, it then has produced runs, because as we all know the new ball goes quicker off the bat than the old ball, and the fielders are in and maybe the bowlers are attacking a little bit more, and the tail has wagged on several consecutive occasions for both sides in Worcestershire's recent matches. So there is the potential for that today as Danny Briggs starts a new over. And D'Oliveira blocks it back up the pitch to the Warwickshire left arm spinner. He's got a man on the drive at short extra cover and a man in at slip, otherwise fairly conventional. D'Oliveira will be a bit disappointed with that. Played quite a nice little late cut but jammed it down into the ground, and Will Rhodes at slip was alert to it and moved to his right and did the fielding. There's Briggs again, is in and bowls. D'Oliveira's down the pitch and driving straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot from the Worcestershire skipper. Does occasionally move down the pitch and hit it down the ground. I remember seeing old, very old cricket books with old coaching pictures, and Victor Trumper, one of the earliest, most famous of Australian batsmen, and he's in mid-air in this photo with his bat upraised, and the caption was Trumper jumping out to drive. And I always think when a batsman does what D'Oliveira just did there, and this time he's got another boundary with a beautiful delicate late cut, top bit of batting from D'Oliveira, because what he's done, the previous ball he has jumped out to drive in Trumper-esque terms. He's advanced down the pitch very positively, almost predetermined that he's going to go at Briggs and smacked him down the ground. Consequently, Briggs just changes his length slightly, holds it back that tiny little bit, and D'Oliveira executes that beautiful late cut, and now he's gone down the pitch again. So D'Oliveira's decided that he's going to dictate terms to Briggs, and he smashes another one straight down the ground. So really good batting from the Worcestershire skipper. He goes to 62, and Danny Briggs has got something to think about now. D'Oliveira, having let him bowl, he's just suddenly taken charge. Sorry, Clive.
Sorry, it's been a very good innings from Brett D'Oliveira. He's gone for his shots now, but it's been quiet and steady.
It's his 4th consecutive 50 in red ball cricket as well. Both innings at Essex, second innings against Kent here. And now he's forward again and pushing back up the pitch. So really good batting from D'Oliveira in that over. Twice driving down the ground, once laying back and delicately late cutting for 4. And the initiative, which was very much with Warwickshire after the break when they picked up the wicket of Matthew Waite, almost taken away in an over as Worcestershire moved to 222 for 6, and 30 have been added since that wicket fell. D'Oliveira 66, Van Beek on 7.
To hear you talking about names, it's a bit of a nightmare in football commentary. You talk about correspondence, and we've got a player at Coventry City.
Yeah, I know.
Milan fan Avac.
Yeah.
And I have asked him
twice.
I've even got him on tape saying his name.
Yeah.
And I still get correspondence from people saying I'm saying it wrong. Well,
Yeah.
I'm saying it the way he wants me to say it.
What else can you do? Yeah.
But anyway,
Well, it's not easy.
it is tricky also. Give you a couple boys. Rhodes comes in to bowl, and that's play on the onside. There's no run. Gustavo Hamer was a problem for me at Coventry because I asked him, is it Hamer or Harmer? He says, oh, I don't mind. So that left me. So I went with Hamer just because the club did. But now he's at Sheffield United. He's become Harmer again.
Yeah, well, Max Aarons, now of Bournemouth, I think, still, unless he's gone somewhere on loan, was at Norwich for years, and he was called Max Aarons for years and years and years. And then his brother was quoted as saying it's actually Aarons.
Rhodes comes in to bowl, and that's played out to the deep for a single. There's a similar story about Stefan Pilot when he was at Warwickshire. I think it's a Swiss name.
Pilot.
And he always insisted it was Pilot.
Yeah.
But then we went to I was commentating with Sussex, calling him Pele, and I said, well, and he said, well, they've told.
That's what it should be.
He's told us it's Pele. I think it was his brother apparently who intervened and told him.
Chris Gorham, who you probably know, was interviewing Max Aarons, and he said, "Can we just? This was after 4 years in the first team. Can we clear it up, Max? Is it Aarons or Aarons?" And he said, "Well, it's Aarons." And he said, "Well, I've been calling you Aarons for 4 years. Why have you never told me?" And he said, "I didn't want to upset you."
Yeah, so always asking. Poor Barry Davis, I remember the great Barry Davis. Will Rhodes bowls, and that's played the backward point. And asked Paolo Wanshop, if you remember him. And
yeah,
it came out something like Wanshope.
Yeah.
That's what the player told Barry Davis, so he started using it, and he got
he was winding
no
him
end
up.
of grief. And well, no, he was.
Oh,
he was
no,
right.
it was.
But Derby County decided they didn't want him called that, and issued a statement saying it was one shot. So I don't know. You can't win.
Well, we had Fateh Singh in the One Day Cup from Nottinghamshire.
Will Rhodes in, that's defended, there's no run.
A left arm spinner, Fateh Singh, and I asked him on the first morning, how would you like me to say it? And he said, Fateh. And I said, really? And he said, no, Fateh will do. And he was flying. He was good value and made a very good impression here, young left arm spinner.
2:23 for 6. Worcestershire have managed since early in the innings, managed to avoid one wicket being followed quickly by another as Rhodes comes into bowl, and that's run down to third. There isn't a fielder down there now, so this could well be 4. It is 4 runs from D'Oliveira, who's racing along now. He's on to 70.
Beautiful shot. The thing about Brett D'Oliveira when he's playing well is that he's so light on his feet that he sometimes plays shots off the back foot to balls that don't appear to be that short, and then of course if the bowler slightly over pitches, he uses his feet and come forward like anybody else. So he can be quite difficult to bowl at, and he's got that little steer down to third man going very nicely in this post-tee session.
Rhodes into bowl. That's solidly defended this time by D'Oliveira. Just shaking that left hand. He jarred that a little bit earlier.
No, he's got, well, he may have done, he's got a long-standing shoulder injury to his left shoulder, which has been troubling him for almost a year now. Kept him out several times, didn't play any of the one-day cup. Dived and landed on it very painfully here against Kent when he was fielding. And I was talking to him about it down at Essex the other day, and he was saying that it's still troubling him, and it'll be assessed in the winter, but he is determined to play as much as he can. But it's a long-standing left shoulder injury. Troubles him more when he's batting than it does when he's bowling. Danny Briggs round the wicket, bowls to Logan Van Beek, who pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. Van Beek, one of two Kiwis currently in the Worcestershire squad. James Hartshorn is the other one, who was expected to play today in this game and just break off as Biggs bowls, and Van Beek almost goes too far down the pitch and yorks himself, just in the end squeezes it back to the bowler. But Hartshorn, I think, has come down with an injury since the Essex game, where he was bowling quite a lot in the intervals out on the middle, as you see them do. This one pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. So everybody expected him to play here, Hartshorn, but he's not in the squad. Two changes for Worcestershire in this game, as Briggs bowls and Van Beek essays a little sweep on the leg side. Didn't really get much of it, got a bit of a bottom edge on it, picks up a single. The two changes see Matthew Waite come back in to the side to replace Rob Jones. Ethan Brooks moving up to number 4, and Jack Home, Shropshire's Jack Home, Shrewsbury School's Jack Home, Worcestershire Academy's Jack Home, coming in for a first-class debut lower down the order, replacing Joe Leach, as D'Oliveira pushes this one out square on the offside. And there's no run early today. Worcestershire put into bat, lost Libby, Kashif, Roderick and Brooks in the morning session. They were 67 for 4 at one stage. Briggs in again, bowls, D'Oliveira on the back foot, cracks this away square on the offside for a single. At lunch, 77 for 4, with Hose and D'Oliveira at the crease. Hose out in the afternoon for 33, Waite for 53 since tea. Alan Dalby has 2 wickets, so does Ed Barnard, so does Michael Ray. End of that over. Danny Briggs, 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 30. Worcestershire, 229 for 6.
So we are 4 overs from when Warwickshire can take the new ball if they choose to do so. Which may mean Will Rhodes has got 2 more overs in his spell to bowl. So 28 runs off his 12 overs. So though 2 batters have hit a couple of shots off him, he's still pretty economic. And he comes, slip in place, right arm over bowls, and Oliveira steps across and plays it out into the deep on the offside for a single. And that takes it to 230 for 6. Bit more cloud cover now, a nice spell of sunshine. It's been a pleasant day. Will Rhodes is the most economic of our Warwickshire's bowlers so far. Comes in now, slip in place, and that bowls, that's driven by Van Beek, and Ollie Handobby does well. Move across to mid-off. This is a long way to go down. Please replace all divots, which he's doing, but he made a good stop. Van Beek had time to run through for a single. Takes him to 10, 231 for 6. Running away from us at the New Road end. That's pushed out to the offside by D'Oliveira. It's a dot ball. Rhodes captain until the end of last season. He won a county championship as captain for Warwickshire.
Yeah. If he does move, he'll leave a legacy.
I think that he's now confirmed. He's going to be Durham. Yes, he will, and I'm sure he'll be welcomed back warmly if he comes to through some of the opposition. That one is pushed back to mid-off for no run. 2:31 for 6.
It's odd, isn't it, when a player has decided he's going and it's all sorted out. They don't often carry on in the side, do they?
Well, they tend to in cricket, don't they? I mean, it wouldn't happen in football because
they don't often, I think, in cricket. I mean, it depends.
There's been a few at Warwickshire that have done it. I mean, the best example we had of it, and admittedly it's slightly different circumstances, because Imran Tahir had been overseas player for Hampshire, and I think was already committed to go back the following year, but had a year in between as overseas player for Warwickshire. That's played down to the ground, there's no run. And his last game for Warwickshire, he did play it, against Hampshire, was aimed at relegating Hampshire.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a bizarre one.
Yeah, well that's real well, sort of, the mercenary, cricket mercenary, isn't it? And not meaning that in a pejorative way, but just, players like to hear who just basically go around playing for whoever wants them, I think, and fair play to them.
The other example I'll bring up of a player who played right through till he left, Rhodes comes into bowl, and that is carved away into the deep again for a single. Dom Sibley, who had announced he was going back to Surrey. Last game was in the famous game against Hampshire where Liam Norwell took 9 wickets. Yeah. Sibley was instrumental in keeping Norwell going and persuading him to carry on.
And keeping Warwickshire up.
And keeping Warwickshire up.
Yeah, so, there you go.
2:32 for 6.
Yeah, interesting how it goes. Various clubs. I think when Steve Rhodes was in charge here and Tom Kohler-Cadmore announced that he wanted to go, he said, well, off you go then, and you're not going to play for us again. And Rob Jones had that treatment at Lancashire when he announced that he was coming here. I think it just depends on the relationship between the player and the club. I suppose.
I think actually when Will Rose left Yorkshire here, there was a bit of an issue that he wasn't allowed to play, even though he made the move.
Danny Briggs from the Diglis end bowls, and D'Oliveira sweeps well, sweeps expertly, and sweeps for 2 runs. Very, very good piece of fielding by Hamza Sheikh out on the boundary, diving, flicking the ball back just inside the rope. D'Oliveira wanted 3, but Van Beek was turning, looking, decided no, they settled for 2. It was nicely played by D'Oliveira, 75 now to him, looking to put a bit of pressure onto Briggs, pushes this one out on the offside and there's no run. Mid-on's gone back to long on as D'Oliveira drove Briggs twice down the ground in the last over.
It depends on how amicable the party is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely it. Briggs bowls, quicker ball. D'Oliveira turns it on the leg side. He's going to go for 2 here. Yeah, no, he's not. Again, really good stuff from Hamza Sheikh. So quick over the ground to the ball. Had quite a long way to run in from the boundary as D'Oliveira just tickled that one behind square on the leg side, but he was so quick, the young man, that they only got a single. So D'Oliveira 76, Van Beek is 10. And Worcestershire 235 for 6. I said I thought 250 was about par. They won't be happy with that now. They'll want a few more. Wanu Badgins as Briggs bowls and pushed out on the offside. Rob Yates is the fielder. That short extra cover. 12th over for Danny Briggs. No wicket for 34 so far. He's in again and bowls and steered out on the offside by Logan Van Beek.
Lancashire, who are in deep danger of going down, or on a spot of bother against Durham, 126 for 5. Could be the worst case scenario for Lancashire. They go down and Yorkshire go up.
Not a side full of confidence at the moment, I don't think, as Briggs bowled. That one turned a little bit, left alone by Van Beek, but turned and bounced a little bit, taken by Burgess standing up to the stumps. 235 for 6. Van Beek is 10. D'Oliveira is 76. Always invite people to get in touch if they'd like to. regular people that do get in touch with me on Twitter at FrankWatson58. But if you're a Worcestershire fan, I would be happy to hear from you. Equally, if you're a Warwickshire fan, be happy to hear from you. What do you think about this season? What do you think about, is there a hangover from losing in that quarter-final again the other night? What's your assessment of how the season's gone? And of today, perhaps? Have they let Worcestershire off the hook a little bit today? 67 for 4 at one stage, but as we all know, the Kookaburra does tend to become less conducive. And there's a new one due in just 2 overs time.
I think they bowled badly. Rose comes in to bowl, and that's just going down the leg side. Olivier just put his back quite close to it, led to slip appealing. There's no question of him hitting it. I think confirmation they are planning to take the new ball is that Ollie Hallen-Dolby is twirling his arms with a view to coming into the attack. Before too long, one more over from Briggs you would think. This one from Rhodes. Oh, is it caught? It is. Low down at slip, well taken by Rob Yates, and a fine innings from Brett D'Oliveira comes to an end for 76. And Will Rhodes is his first wicket of the day. Edged it, almost managed to keep it down, but Rob Yates doing brilliantly to grab it just above the ground. And he's 235 for 7.
Yeah, really good innings from Brett D'Oliveira, but this game is absolutely following the pattern of the last game here, the Kent game, when both sides saw players making, Kent had a 50 in the first innings and 6, 7, 5, 20, 13, 26. Worcestershire's first innings, 30, 17, 63, 49. It was all people who made starts but didn't really go big, and that's because the pitch has just got a little bit in it all the time. And there we are, Brett D'Oliveira, 76. He's played really well. He's been in since the 25th over, just 1 over away from the new ball, and he is dismissed by Will Rhodes, who's a medium pacer no more, with an old Kookaburra, and there's still a little bit of nip in it. And just a word for Rob Yates, who quietly is becoming, in my opinion, one of the most reliable slip catchers in the country. Rarely does he put anything down, and he took that expertly. Very, very well caught.
24th championship catcher of the season now for Rob Yates, and it was a good one. It was low, very low. He did well to grab it. Let's see where he is in the overall. So yeah, he is the that catch makes him the top first division catcher at the moment with 24, 1 ahead of Harmer, Essex. And Rob Jones not too far behind.
Simon Holm was a good catcher as well.
Yeah. Rhodes in, and the new batter
Taylor
defends that to mid-on for no run. A bit of a bonus wicket for Warwickshire, probably Will Rhodes' last over in this spell, unless Alex Davis changes his mind about taking the new ball. Rhodes has 2 slips in place now as he bowls to Taylor, just going down the leg side. It's Taylor on the pads, bounces in front of Michael Burgess, who dives to his left and makes the stop. Be interesting to see when Warwickshire come to bat. Get an idea of.
Never judge until you've seen both. That's what they say, isn't it?
Rhodes jogs in, and that's pushed to mid wicket for no run. Generally, Warwickshire have batted pretty well this season, but they have had their down moments, particularly that match-losing second innings against Essex. They bowled out in their 90s when they seemed to have a firm grip on the match. They have scored plenty of runs. Rhodes in again. Quicker ball, that one's left. Stands up straight, lifts the bat in the air. Lets it go past as Tom Taylor at the end of a successful over for Will Rhodes, during which he dismissed Beretta D'Oliveira for an extra 76. It's 235 for 7. Brett D'Oliveira, by the way, faced 150 balls for his 76 and hit 11 fours.
Yeah, and he played very, very well. But as I say, I think it was quite clear that he was never really in. I mean, it was just, I don't know, it was just odd. I mean, he played some great shots. I thought he put Briggs under a bit of pressure quite nicely, but always the likelihood that you could just get a nick to one. And while he was in the 70s and had played really well, you weren't banking on him getting 100. It's Briggs bowls and Van Beek is pushing out into the offside. We've now got two men catching on the offside in front of the wicket. One at a sort of straightish extra and one at a wideish extra. We've got a slip, got a backward point. Briggs is teasing Van Beek a little bit. Bowls, and he just pushes this out on the onside. Van Beek is quite capable of clearing the ropes, should he decide to. Quite capable of going big, but at the moment quite watchful. As Briggs bowls short, cut for 4 by Van Beek. Not a good delivery from Briggs. He doesn't bowl many loose ones, but that was short and wide, and it sat up, and Van Beek was able to cut it away down to third man for 4. A welcome boundary. Worcestershire move up to 239 for 7. And this represents a decent effort after being 67 for 4. Van Beek is forward, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. Tom Taylor yet to get off the mark, the non-striker. Van Beek goes for a little paddle sweep, and he'll pick up 2 here, even allowing for the fleet-footedness of Hamza Sheikh, who runs around from backward square leg or deep mid-wicket to backward square leg to pick that one up. 241 for 7. Van Beek on to 16. Waits now as Briggs bowls, and he pushes this out on the offside, and that's the end of the over. Good stuff from Logan Van Beek so far. 16 off 37 deliveries, and I think the new ball will now be taken as Ollie Hannon-Dolby peels off his traditional cable knit Warwickshire sweater and prepares to bowl from the new road end, as he did at the very start of play this morning.
Taken by Warwickshire, bowling at the new road end, Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Okay, Clive's going off.
I can't remember, Frank, actually, to be honest.
I'm sticking around.
I'll make way for Kit.
And Clive will be back in shortly after 5 o'clock. Presumably you've got a 5 o'clock bulletin, Clive, yet. So the new ball being taken, the new Kookaburra. Ollie Hannon-Dolby with it in his hand and preparing to bowl to Tom Taylor. With that new ball in his hand from the new road end. And Kit Harris is back.
First ball with a new ball. Well, you've probably heard the sound of ball on bat there. It's a lot harder. But didn't seem to be much movement first up. Taylor comfortably defending. Who knows what he's doing, Tom Taylor? Decent player to have at number 9. Average is 18. He can make 50. He's never made 100. Averaging 20 this season. Perfectly capable player. Hannon Dolby bowls to him. He takes one step out of the crease and across, leaves the ball well outside off stump, shoulders arms to it. And now Van Beek is going to come down. I thought he was going to talk to him, but actually he's just pulling some bits out of the surface. He's seen a blade of grass or two that he doesn't like the look of.
Yeah, he made 62 not out last week at Chelmsford in the first innings, Tom Taylor.
Yeah, the tail wagged.
The tail did wag. He's been an outstanding recruit for Worcestershire this year in all forms.
He faces again. There's that shuffle forward. It's a trigger movement, a forward press, and cover this time fields. And there's some signalling from the cover. Who's in there at cover? Is that Rhodes?
Yeah.
But yes, Rhodes at cover is signalling to the pavilion, and he's doing the swapping around sign. So he wants something on, possibly the substitute for an over. It's not clear why. Hannon Dolby getting into his groove with a new ball. There's that forward press again, and Taylor this time drives to mid-on. What I like particularly, I know lots been said about Ollie Hannon Dolby's run-up. I love the way he sort of swings and pumps that right arm. It's very similar to Bob Willis, who used to swing and pump his left arm, the non-bowling arm, as he ran in. His stride is so big, his action is almost delayed, so it looks almost like a drag of the foot, almost whippy. He bowls now, and that's driven hard to mid-off, where Davies picks up already. Now, is this tell us about the amount of swing, Frank? The keeper is standing up. First over,
just lack
with
of
the new
pace,
ball.
isn't it? I think lack of pace in the pitch.
How does a self-respecting right-arm fast medium opening bowler deal with that kind of insult?
I think he probably quite likes it. Puts the batsman under a bit more pressure. You mentioned that Taylor was looking to move down the pitch a little bit, and I don't think Hannon Dolby will be too bothered. He's a bit too long in the tooth to be insulted.
He bowls to Taylor, who shoulders arms, and that's a tricky take. Very, very high from a short ball by Burgess, who just parries it to second slip. Yes, Frank, that must have been the reason why the keeper came up.
Yeah, it's good fun keeping when you stand up to a seamer as well. Somebody of
Are you a keeper?
that pace. I was a keeper, yeah, and the best fun I think that I ever had as a keeper was standing up to seamers who were accurate. It's no good if they're spraying it all over the place, but if you stand up to a seam bowler who's not too quick and is quite accurate, it's the best fun you can have, I think, as a wicket keeper. And Michael Burgess has done quite a lot of it today, and he's been pretty tidy. He's only let 4 byes through, and that was when he stood up to Rushworth this morning, and he fired one so far down the leg side that he had absolutely no chance of getting it. And that man Chris Rushworth is going to bowl now, and at the moment at least Burgess is standing back, and Rushworth will bowl from the Diglis end, 241.47, and he is bowling to Logan Van Beek, and that one is down the leg side and taken by Michael Burgess. I mentioned going around the ground and having a chat with a few ex-players from Moseley Cricket Club who are here today supporting Warwickshire. It's a Birmingham League club just up the road from where I grew up. There's a few lads there that I played with as a schoolboy, and one of them, who's not here today, but one of that crowd, there's a young chap who's a wicket keeper similar age to me called Graham Plimmer, who may well be listening or watching. Lives in Solihull. I'll just break off his Rushworth bowls, and Van Beek is tucked up by this one, just fends it down on the offside. Well, Graham is now retired, and his retirement job, apart from coaching young wicket-keepers on the Edgbaston pathway, is that he makes and repairs wicket-keeping gloves, and he made the pair of wicket-keeping gloves that Michael Burgess is wearing out there, because I happen to know that he makes Michael's gloves, and he makes quite a lot of gloves for top keepers. A little cottage industry in his back room in his house in Solihull. Hope you're well, Graham. And they are superb gloves he makes. As this one is bowled by Rushworth, and Van Beek, looking to turn it on the leg side, is taken on the pad, and the ball drops out on the onside. It's great talking to wicket keepers about what they like and how they send their requirements to Graham, and some like thinner leather on the back, and some like stronger leather, and some like bigger webbing between the finger and the thumb than others, and all sorts of different possibilities, but all catered for. Superb glove maker Graham Plymouth, formerly of Moseley and Warwickshire. Pushed away on the onside, this one by Van Beek from Rushworth, and there's no run.
I learnt a nice wicket-keeping equipment story the other day, because you know who still holds the record for the most keeping dismissals in first-class cricket? Can you call that to mind? If you want to guess, it's probably who you guess it is.
I should know, shouldn't I, really? It's obviously somebody with a very long career. Most keeping...
Most first-class dismissals.
Okay. So you're suggesting it's obvious?
Yes. Older than you.
Era, yeah.
But you'd have
Godfrey
watched
Evans, perhaps?
Younger.
Alan Knott?
Next one.
Taylor?
That's the one.
Yeah, okay. Met him loads of times as well. I even kept in his gloves once. I'll tell you that story in a minute. It was a benefit game.
I can tell you something about his gloves.
Well, he never had any webbing. I know that. As Rushworth comes in again and bowls, and Van Beek plays defensively up to mid-off. No run. End of the over. He didn't have any webbing between thumb and first finger on his gloves.
He was a rep
for British cricket balls.
But
in later years.
No, earlier on he was a
Right,
rep
okay.
for. He was a rep for a glove manufacturer.
Right.
Who it is? I think it is unkind to name.
Okay.
Worcestershire 241 for 7 after that first over with the new ball. But he didn't. He found the gloves so substandard that he couldn't play in them.
Right.
So he had his own gloves made,
Right.
as you would expect a keeper of his calibre to do.
Yeah.
And he would get a little patch with the maker's name from the company he represented.
And that's exactly what Michael Burgess has done.
Is that right?
That's true. Well, I played in
an old keeper's trick then.
I played in a game at Old Hill Cricket Club where I used to play in the Birmingham League, in a benefit game when Bob Taylor played, and I was on the same side, and he was keeping wicket and I was at slip, and it was just magical for me.
Hannon Dolby to Tom Taylor. Big outside edge here, very, very thick. Runs way down to third man, and Taylor is off the mark with a single.
And being a benefit game Sunday afternoon, all very light-hearted, they said, "Bob, do you fancy a bowl?" And he said, "Yeah, I'll have a bowl." And they said, "Who wants to keep?" And they said, "Oh, well, Frank's a keeper, he can keep." So Bob Taylor took off his pads and gloves and literally gave them to me, and I kept wicket for about 5 or 6 overs wearing Bob Taylor's pads and gloves, which was amazing.
And could
he
he
was
could
fantastic.
He bowl? Could he bowl?
No, it was terrible. But he then
You didn't
he was a
you
rep.
get any dismissals off him, Frank?
No, I don't think so. He was a rep for British cricket balls.
Who became Dukes?
Who became Dukes.
Hannon Dolby has hit him on the pad here. It's quite high, and Ben Debenham is of the like mind to me. I'm further away than they are, and I can see why that was not out, but I think it was pretty straight. Slips have still got their hands up on their heads. Certainly succeeded in keeping Van Beek on the crease.
And yeah, Bob Taylor became a rep for cricket balls, and when I was running the cricket at Repton School, which I did for quite a long time, he would come each year with his case, which he opened up with all the balls displayed in it, and I would spend several hundred of the school's pounds buying the balls for the following season.
Hannon Dolby into Van Beek, edged and held at second slip. Just for a moment, it looked as though it might have dropped a little short of, I think, Rob Yates. But he held it. It was a good low catch. Van Beek only propping half forward, and he didn't throw the bat at it. 16 he goes for. The new ball has taken its first victim. There were 2 more victims in prospect. 16. And that's Hannon Dolby's 3rd wicket, so he could just end up with a 5 if he takes the last 2. Worcestershire are 242 for 8.
Well, I was singing Rob Yates's slip catching praises before you came back on air, Kit, and he's done it again. That's his 3rd of the innings. He makes it look very easy. He's one of the best. He's the top catcher in Division 1 this year, and one of the best slip catchers in the country, I think, now, leading Simon Harmer at the moment by a couple of catches. Harmer also catches them in the slips without any effort whatsoever. The best slip catches are nearly always found at second slip, and that is where Yates was when he picked up that catch, and he just makes it look so easy. 2 catches he's taken today have both been quite low. The one to get rid of Hose and that one, and he makes it look very easy. It is a great boon to a captain and to a seam attack to have somebody who catches well at slip. It's something that Worcestershire have had over the years, but not perhaps in recent years, having lost the likes of Darryl Mitchell recently and Tom Fell. Ricky Vessels was always very good in there. You have to work at it. You have to try and find a new Corden. Rob Jones has come to the fore for Worcestershire, not playing in this game, so we'll probably see Ethan Brooks in there and Adam Hose, but Rob Yates right up there with the best of them. And it must be great for a bowler like Hannah Dolby. You talked about having the keeper standing up. It must be great knowing that if you find the edge, you've got a reliable pair of hands in there. Rob Yates at second slip, Sam Hain at first. It's really good.
Here is a moment that a young man will remember all his life. Jack Home, his first ball in in all professional cricket, I believe.
In first class cricket.
First class cricket, to be bowled by Hannon Dolby. And he's going to get runs. Might even get 4 of them. He's tapped it away, forward of square, beautifully played. The ball is just reeled in, inside the rope.
Just 2.
Come back for a couple. Off the mark straight away.
Yeah, he played white ball cricket, played T20 and One Day Cup cricket, but that's his first ball in red ball cricket. He is not considered to be a bunny with the bat, but of course it's a massive step up.
What a lovely journey this season. His first innings of the season, he made 49 for Shrewsbury School against MCC, and here he is on first class debut. Hannah Dolby bowls, and he, like a true batsman, leaves the ball alone well outside the off stump. So he's played for Shrewsbury School this season, and a couple of games for Shropshire. He played in a club match, Shifnal against Old Hill. Which is his club?
Birmingham Shifnal.
And he got into the second 11 in June for Worcestershire. Played a bit more for his school. Well, here he is on his county championship bow. And well, that's a play and miss, his first of his career in red ball cricket. There'll be many more plays and misses for a number 10. That concludes the over. Worcestershire 244 for 8. And the spread bet market is highly encouraged by Frank Watson's early suggestion that 250 might be about right. There's no reason to regret that prediction.
I've watched a lot of cricket here.
Yeah, you know your onions, Frank.
This season, yeah. I think you're now going to see Tom Taylor probably play a little bit more aggressively now that he's lost Logan Van Beek. That said, Amar Verdi in his first innings for Worcestershire at Essex last week made 42 and shared in a partnership for the last wicket of 64 with Taylor. Rushworth is in and bowls, and Taylor's looking to work this one away on the leg side. Good tumbling take by Michael Burgess in his bespoke black wicket-keeping gloves.
They're big, those gloves.
Yeah, well, interesting you should say that. That's a great spot, because I happen to know from my friend who made them that Michael Burgess likes very big gloves. Very, very big. As did I, to be honest. I used to quite like having a very sort of loose-fitting glove. Different keepers like different things. Rushworth in again, bowls slightly slower this time, and Taylor on the back foot just pushes defensively out on the offside. So Worcestershire have lost Libby for 13, Kashif Ali for 16, Gareth Roderick for 11, Ethan Brooks for 8, Adam Hose for 33, Matthew Waite for 53, Brett D'Oliveira for 76, and Logan Van Beek for 16. 3 wickets for Ollie Hannon Dolby, leading wicket taker in Division 1, showing why. 2 for Barnard, 2 for Ray, and 1 for Rhodes. Rushworth, none for him yet. Taylor on the walk. Rushworth, whether he saw him coming or not, I won't be sure, but he dropped it in a little bit shorter, and Taylor was just happy to walk into it and just drop it down in front of him. 1 to Taylor, 2 to home, 244 for 8. 12 overs left in the day after this. 10:30 start, of course. Scheduled finishes 5:30. It'll be more like 5:45, I would imagine, as Rushworth comes in once more and bowls, and Taylor is on the walk again and driving into the offside, but straight to Barnard. Not Barnard, Briggs at extra cover. The average county cricketer these days, with a sweater covering up his number, wearing a cap the same as all his colleagues, is usually about 6'1" or 2", and always bearded, and often very difficult to tell from his counterparts.
I mean, they're
so alike, very alike.
They look good.
Yeah.
Proper team.
Rushworth in, but good delivery from Rushworth, and Taylor completely turned around by that one, looking to play it to mid-wicket. Outside edge runs along the ground, and this time it is Barnard diving even to his left and picking that up, and a slightly awkward movement from Barnard, who may well be called into the attack before the end of the day if Worcestershire are still batting. If you're the Warwickshire openers, you're now thinking, if another 3 or 4 overs go by, Rushworth in, bowls, and Taylor, there you go. I thought Taylor might go big, and he went to try and hit that one over the D'Oliveira stand at the far end, missed it. He could almost feel the rush of air from the swish of his bat down here at third man in our commentary position. He made no contact. 244 for 8. What I was going to say is, if you're one of the Warwickshire openers, you're now almost thinking, well, I wouldn't mind if they actually take this up to the last 3 overs today, and we don't have to come out for a horrible little session overnight. If they have to go out for 10 overs or so, then fair enough, but once it gets down to 5, 6 overs or even fewer, I think it becomes something that you'd rather avoid if you're an opening batter, as long as it doesn't mean that your side concedes an extra 20 or 30 runs.
Would they send out a night watchman?
Well, interesting. Worcestershire did last week.
And which batter would go in? Which night watchman would go in? Home back on strike, outside off stump, and it's dropped at first slip. Got a thick edge on it. It was certainly travelling. It went straight towards Sam Hain, just to his left. He threw himself at it. Fancy he got a hand on it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And it's 4 more. That's well. Jack Home might remember the first boundary he's hit in first-class cricket, because it should have got him out. 6 to him, 248 for 8. Worcestershire on the cusp of a batting point. Perhaps Hain was thinking about how he's going to go about his batting on this pitch. I'm sure he wasn't. He's a consummate professional. He'll have been concentrating. Catchable height, but the distance and the speed were tricky. And Dolby again to home, and plays inside the line this time. I reckon he drew the bat inside the line at the last minute. Burgess gathers. One of the hospitality areas here at the ground was greeting a reunion for chief police officers. I was chatting to 1 or 2 of them. They weren't cricket fans, and they didn't really know what was going on, except they said there's one of the fielders has got very, very large gloves on. They obviously have an instinct for keeping. Hannah Dolby bowls, and there's some run. No, there's 1 run, flicked off his legs. That's the shot of a batsman. Home has looked pretty confident when playing his shots. Single down to long leg. He goes to 7. 249 for 8 Worcestershire.
Well, I've had another message about...
I'm not saying home wrong, am I?
No, I've had a message about the gloves and the man who makes them from Paul Greetham, who's in charge of the pathway at Edgbaston, in charge of all the youth coaching, and he said I'll tell you 3 things about Graham Plimmer, who makes the gloves. Top bloke, brilliant glove maker, provider of boiled sweets, especially pear drops, during all coaching sessions.
And a Dolby to Taylor. Checked drive to the skipper at mid-off. Yes, I know that.
The secrets that keep county cricket going, Kit.
Paul Greetham is in our book that comes out every year.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
always list some of the key county staff.
Yeah. Well, he runs the pathway at Warwickshire. I've worked under his guidance as a coach. Does a great job, and very proud when he sees the likes of Rob Yates snaffling those catches at second slip.
Hannah Dolby again. There's a very nice drive, but still only as far as Captain Davies at mid-off. Taylor looking good, but he's just not finding the gaps at the moment.
Yep. He will not hang around, Taylor, if it's up there, I think, as he showed in that previous over when he went for the big one. He will not turn down the opportunity to attack, particularly now that they're 8 down, and it's an absolute rookie at the other end home, although he's on 7. Taylor is he's on 1.
Hannah Dolby bowls. Sensible defensive shot from Taylor.
But he's got good technique, Tom Taylor. He's not. I mean, he's lower middle order, but he's a lower middle order batsman of some capability. The white ball 100 against Worcestershire last year for Northants.
What number was he batting when he did that?
Against Worcestershire for Northants last year in the white ball, I think probably batting about 7 or 8, and he got a white ball 100 in the One Day Cup at Wantage Road, which was interesting because he'd already signed for Worcestershire at that point, but the news hadn't been made public, so he made the innings, made the 100 against Worcestershire, and I think players of both sides probably knew that he was going, but nobody else did. 249 for 8. One more over and get Clive Aiken back in. I've got to nip off and do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's news programme, and I will be telling them that it's been a very good day's cricket.
Yeah, it has been.
Ebbed and flowed. Both teams have had their periods of superiority, and I'd say honours are just about even as Chris Rushworth starts a new over from the Diglis end, and Jack Home is looking to turn this one off his legs. Gets taken on the pad, a lovely diving take by Michael Burgess, whose gloves look bigger every time you look at them.
Yeah, smaller. It wasn't stopping that with a smaller pair of gloves.
Graham Plimmer. Other glove makers are available, but Graham Plimmer, who made those gloves, will be getting some. Well, he's getting some good publicity here. Classic Keeper, I think, is the company, and other glove makers are available, as I say. There's Rushworth in again, bowls outside the off stump. Home leaves alone this time, taken by Burgess, who's had his fair share of the conversation centred upon him this afternoon. He's kept very tidily.
Do keepers still have their gloves refaced, or do they get a new pair?
No, I think, well, it varies. I think, again, it depends on how much they like them and how much they feel attached to them. But certainly Graham does a lot of refacing as well, in the winter. A lot of repairs, refacing, restitching.
Do they have different
new
webbings,
gloves, etc.
like batsmen have different gloves, one for spinners, one for...
Generally not, I don't think. It's Rushworth bowls, and that's a nice looking drive from home, but straight to mid-off. No, I think mostly they have one pair, and they patch them up and try and get them through to the end of the year. They might have 2, they might have 1 pair being repaired. They might have a pair they're breaking in. They take quite a lot of breaking in.
How do they do that? They just
repeatedly
wear them around the house,
whacking the ball into them, that kind of thing, and throw downs,
like
and
knocking
hits
in the
into
bat.
gloves. Yeah, very much so. But yeah, it's a very, 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 very quirky thing. Rushworth bowls, home drives, nice shot, but again, he's not going to get a run. Alex Davis, a keeper himself, does the fielding at mid-off. Yeah, it's a particularly personal thing, I think, when a player gets a pair of gloves that he likes. And they're all sponsored by the big bat companies, aren't they? But I think you find that a lot of the gloves are made by quite a few people, and as you say, they're appropriate labels are attached to them. There's Rushworth in again, bowls, and Home is in behind this one, playing defensively back to the bowler, and there's no run. 249 for 8 it remains, but it's a very, very personal thing, and if you get a pair of gloves that you really like, I think you try and make them last as long as you possibly can, I think. But as I say, if you talk to 10 keepers this level, you'd probably find they all have different preferences about the way their gloves feel and the way they're made. Rushworth again from the Diglis end, bowls, and Home is forward. Nice looking Defensive shot up to mid-off, the end of the over from a maiden. 15 overs, 7 maidens, no wicket for 37 his figures, 249 for 8. Jack Home has 7, Tom Taylor has 1, and Clive Eakin will be back shortly to join Kit Harris.
Thank you, Frank Watson. Worcestershire against Warwickshire here at New Road, Worcester in Vitality County Championship Division 1. Live on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC WM, BBC CWR, and of course the BBC Sport website and app. Scheduled finish according to the match regulations of day 1, 5:30. We're going to get a bit of overtime, maybe 5:45, as there are 10 overs to go. Taylor facing Hannon Dolby, keeper standing up, and they're going to race a quick single here, and that's very well judged. 250 on the board, and the applause is for Worcestershire's batting point. Hello, Clive Eakin.
It feels a bit strange, 5:45 finish, isn't it? But,
strange to have overtime and then finish at 5:45.
Indeed, yes. But, yes, as Frank says, it's been a good day's cricket. And really, it's all. I feel a lot. It's going to be down to the second innings of the match, really, where this goes. I feel.
Hannon Dolby to Home, dropped in his last over. Defends out to Davies on the offside. He's now the only fielder saving the single in front of square on the offside. There's a gully and 2 slips. Well, it's almost slips 1, 2 and 4. Deep third. Point. Davies is trying to be extra cover and mid-off, covering that whole area, but that's all right for Warwickshire. That's fine. They want the ball to swing away and the tailenders to drive. Hannon Dolby bowls, bat and pad together, trying to play to leg. The shot doesn't come off. It's a stifled appeal from behind the wicket for LBW. And on the onside, 3 fielders, mid-on, hands in pockets.
250 in 5:21 balls. I make it, which means the 5th 50, during which they lost 2 wickets. It's taken 106 balls. That's the second quickest of the 550s. By far the quickest was 100 to 150, which came in just 53 balls. So Adam Hose was playing a few shots.
Hannon Dolby bowls. That goes to mid-on. His hands are out of the pocket this time. He leapt to pick that up. Mid-wicket and long leg complete the field.
Hose and Waite were responsible for that quick 50. Other than that, it's been that to work for their runs. Worcestershire. They've accumulated what looks a respectable score. Might turn out to be an excellent score, we shall see. Might turn out to be not enough.
Just got to be wary of the weather forecast tomorrow. This game is developing quickly enough for a finish. Hannon Dolby bowls on the pads of Home, who's going to put the long leg into action this time. Takes his single. The long leg, Rushworth, I suppose, all that way away. Escapes the shade of the horse chestnut tree to whip it in. 251 for 8. Home goes to 8.
The still thing is that, and I suppose they could lift that tree and replant it at the new ground if they build a new ground.
It's a big one.
It's quite a
might not survive a
important
replanting.
part of the. I mean, that's the other issue, isn't it? What do they do if they do move? What do they do with this ground? I mean, you're not going to build houses on a floodplain. You wouldn't have thought, unless they could lift it.
Hannon Dolby bowls down the ground, aerial. It's going to plug safely and doesn't roll on even for 4. Oh, direct hit from Davies, and now Home is safe. But as he ran back, he didn't run his bat in or anything. He was pretty slovenly about completing the second at the non-striker's end. Davies is such a good fielder. Hit the stumps on the full, but just a couple of runs. 253 for 8. Taylor moves to 4.
It looked close. I wasn't sure whether the umpire was really looking at that, but I expect he was.
Frank Watson said that Taylor will start playing his shots a bit, but that's might have been a good idea. That really only his second shot in anger.
So Rushworth then to bowl from the Diglis end. 3 slips in place. Going to Jack home.
The third slip has come out and is going into cover.
So in goes Rushworth. Very textbook defensive shot from home. It's got something. There was a time, I think, I'll be a bit romantic about this, but I'm sure there was a time in cricket where a first-class debutant would be given its first run by the bowling team. Wouldn't happen now. There you go. That's have a run. Get your first class run. This next one, late decision to leave it from home. And there is no run. 18 years of age. He took 4 for 18 in a second 11 red ball game against Warwickshire at Portland Road in June. Did play in the quarter final of the 50 over competition against Warwickshire. Took 1 for 31 in that. So pushes that one to the onside. There's no run. She would like to get these last 2 wickets, but they would then face an awkward little spell. We've got 9 overs to go at the moment, so there'll be 8 after this, 2 for the change of innings. As Rushworth comes into bowl, that's left, there's no run. Warwickshire might like to try and arrange this so that they get the last wicket with exactly 2 overs to go, so they don't have to bat today. Rushworth, who is wicketless thus far, trying to put that right now. Bowles going well down the leg side. It's another good take by Michael Burgess. The Warwickshire wicketkeeper diver just left. His wicketkeeping has really come on. Has had a couple of games where he's not kept wicket, a little bit of an injury. He was actually, I think, out of the team for 1 game, and then in both the white ball competition and I think in the championship match as well. If memory serves me correctly, he didn't actually keep wicket. But he's doing a good job so far today. That's pushed to mid-wicket for no run by home. Fairly quiet over, 253 for 8. 8 overs scheduled left in the day, so yeah, not going to be too late. Can Worcestershire take their innings into the second day? Elsewhere, Lancashire 148 for 6 against Durham. Bit of a struggle for them. Not so struggling a bit in the field now against Essex at Chelmsford. Essex 215 for 4. Whilst just above the relegation zone currently. Kent looks certain to be down. They are having a reasonable day. They've got Hampshire 193 for 6 at Canterbury.
And Dolby is cut hard in front of square. Won't quite go for 4. Shake has a long run round to field. And it's another couple of runs to Taylor.
Big game of the top. Surrey's bowlers have begun to have a bit of success. Shakib Al-Hassan signed for 1 game only. That's left a bit of chuntering. And Daniel Worrell taking 3 wickets each. Somerset 311 for 9.
I've had a little look at those. I think those wickets are mostly down to Somerset. Some brainless shots have been played. This ball is outside off stump. Taylor plays and misses. Burgess whips the bails off, but I'm not sure he had the ball when he did it. And I'm equally unsure that Taylor was out of his ground.
17 wickets have fallen on the day at Leicester, where Yorkshire are 199 for 7. They lead by 101. Middlesex going well, 336 for 6 against Gloucestershire at Lords, and Derbyshire 51 for 1, replying to Northants 219, Sussex 98 without loss at Hove, replying to Glamorgan's 186.
Hannon Dolby looking for his 4th wicket. Bowls back of a length, Taylor defends into the leg side. It's quite a signing, Saqib Al Hassan, for one game. You know the pitch at Taunton is going to spin. You've got a couple of spinners on the staff. What does Amar Verdi make of all this? It'll be coming up to 3 years since he was last picked by his employers for a county championship game. He's here playing in this one on loan. At one point he was the next cab off the rank to play for England. But Hannon Dolby bowls now to Taylor, goes for the big heave over the top, but gets the inside edge on the ball and will only take a single to mid-wicket. Amar Verdi, well, I mean, is it too extreme to say there's a career, well, destroyed by...
Well, he's still got a career, isn't he, if he's playing here at the moment.
Well, international hopes destroyed.
Well, I suppose the question is, to be brutally honest, is he good enough?
That was certainly the talk when Leach and Best were picked for England, that Verdi could be the next one, and he hasn't really played a game of cricket since that conversation. Hannon Dolby is clipped away off his legs by Home. He moves from 8 to 12. That's his second boundary. It's a good deal more convincing than the first, which was a dropped catch by Hayne at first slip. Worcestershire moved to 260.
Well, he's got an opportunity here to show what he can do, isn't he, when Worcestershire get the ball?
Do you think it's right that teams should be able to bring in a player for one game in September? Or is that just
it's questionable, but I suppose, I don't know, it's a difficulty of getting overseas players for any length of time at the moment. It is questionable. I mean, Warwickshire have done it, although they've tended to do it only in emergencies.
And Dolby this time finds a defensive stroke from Home and concludes his over. 3 for 61 he has. He's bowled 17 overs today. And there are 7 remaining. And doesn't football have a window that closes so that in the title run-in you can't just...
There's a very limited window now in football. I mean, it's closed now. It will reopen for a month in January. And that's, I mean, it used to be in cricket that you couldn't change counties during the season. It still happens fairly rarely, but I suppose with overseas players, it is a difficulty of getting an overseas player for any length of time these days, what with franchise cricket as well as international cricket. So I don't know what the answer is. It is questionable, but I suppose Surrey would argue they haven't got an overseas player, they're entitled to...
It's their 6th overseas player.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That is the difficulty sometimes, is to actually get an overseas player for any length of time.
You don't have to have an overseas player.
No, you don't have to.
When you have 10
No, you don't have to. You don't have to have one, no.
I'm not sure I hold with the need strengthening argument.
Michael Ray comes in to bowl, and that's whipped away for a single by Taylor. I mean, teams will do it unless you introduce rules, won't they? I mean, you know, Surrey want to win the county championship, so they presumably feel that this improves the chances of doing that. So as long as they're allowed to do it within the rules, then they probably will do it. So you need to change the rules if you don't want it to happen. I don't know what you change them to. Maybe limit the number of overseas players you can have during the course of a season. Perhaps that might be one way of doing it. That one from Ray is played to backward point. There's no run.
Yeah, unless there's been an injury. You could say 4 across the formats.
Yeah.
Something like that. But I feel it's the younger players I feel sorry for, that you get your chance with a big county and then someone with a bigger name and a better reputation comes along, and that is the end of the advancement of your career. You're a journeyman from now.
Ray bowls. Let's push that to the offside. There's no run.
But money talks, doesn't it, Clive? That's the...
Yeah, it's money, but also I suppose it is its ability as well, isn't it? I mean, you've got to... It is difficult. It's difficult for young players, but I suppose they've got to prove they're good enough. Ray, right arm over, comes into bowls, bouncer, there's no run.
I mean, on the flip side, it's probably quite a sweet deal for a young man to get a lot of money to go and live in London, and you don't have to play all that often. You can see why that might be tempting. You're going to play 1 in 3 championship games in the name of rotation, bit of blast, 80 grand flat in Clapham.
In comes Ray to bowl. Plays it back to the bowler, there's no run. I mean, cricketers always want to play, don't they? That's how Warwickshire have lost a few. Will Rhodes is arguably a case in point because he's frustrated that he doesn't get into the T20 side. He accepts he can't really complain because until they get to the quarter-finals anyway, the T20 team that is selected does pretty well. But he wants to play more formats, and a number of players have left Warwickshire in recent years because they're not playing in all the formats they want to play in. They're not playing as much cricket as they would like. Bouncer from Ray. That's ducked under, and it's no run. End of the over, 261 for 8. And indeed, Warwickshire signed players on occasion with the promise that they would play more cricket than they're playing at their existing county.
Adam Hose was a case in point. He wanted to play all the formats. I suppose Surrey are perhaps maybe unique in that sense, in that is the one county you don't go to when you want to play more regularly.
Although Dom Sibley, funnily enough, I noticed he's been playing T20, playing T20 pretty well.
Has been.
And I remember being laughed at when I suggested that when Warwickshire had a few players out that they might want to get him into the T20 team. But he did play T20 when he first arrived, and I thought he was pretty good at it. So that might have been a factor. I think a lot of it was about wanting to be closer to home, and I think his personal relationship situation meant that he wanted to be back in London. But it might have been a factor as well. I thought he could play a bit of T20. He wasn't playing for the Bears.
Here's a hook shot from Taylor. Is it going to bisect the 2 fielders? Yes, it is. Out towards the hospitality tent. That was a ballooning bouncer from Ed Barnard, who's been introduced into the attack, running from the north. That wasn't a particularly aggressive bouncer, and Taylor's done well to ride the bounce. 265 for 8. The run's coming relatively seamlessly.
Yes, and 10 overs of the new ball. I know they did get a wicket with it, but not really a great deal happening with it.
And this one is also clipped away to leg. Just one. Both of these batters in double figures now. Taylor to 13, just nudges ahead of home. They're rotating the strike well enough.
That is 24 so far. Useful runs.
Wouldn't Worcestershire be in a good position on this pitch if they managed to somehow to contrive another 34 and get to 300? Barnard outside off, edged all along the ground, several bounces to Yates at second slip. Home must have played that with very soft hands.
He's done all right, the first class debut. He had a bit of luck when he was dropped, but he's looked reasonably assured out there.
He's faced 30 balls. That's a good stint at number 10. Takes guard again and prepares to face Barnard. The sun just going down, the shadows lengthening as he eases into a defensive push to cover. The Graham Hick Pavilion is now occupying, its shadow is occupying a decent chunk of the deep mid-wicket boundary. The Ladies' Pavilion and the Horse Chestnut Tree doing their best to compete. Here is Barnard again. Home feathers at a ball outside off. It goes past his gloves, drops his gloves at the last minute on the ball, lets it go through. That's for a moment from the angle we're at. I thought maybe he got just a little something on that.
Graham Hick was always great to watch here when he played for Worcestershire. His England career was a little up and down, but always a joy to watch playing for Worcestershire.
A destroyer of county attacks. Barnard bowls. Home, they're going to take a quick single here into the onside trap. And Davies, who's at mid-wicket, is furious with himself for not hitting. I'm not sure he would have come off even if he had hit the stumps at the striker's end. The strikers successfully rotated. 13 apiece to Home and Taylor. Worcestershire 267 for 8. We could say we're going to get one more over in before the scheduled play at 5:30. But, well, that will give us 4 more to bowl in overtime, which isn't... Well, it's never great to have overtime, is it, Clive? But 4's not too bad.
No.
Given that we haven't had a lot of spin today, they've got through their overs tolerably well.
Yeah, just looking at Graham Hick's test record, I mean, he did average 31, so it wasn't disastrous. 6 test centuries. That's going down the leg side. It's a bit of a shout, but I don't think it came off the bat. It's taken by Michael Burgess. There's a school of thought, and Ian Botham was of this view, obviously his Worcestershire teammate, that he wasn't very well handled, Graham Hick.
Well, he never knew where he was going
level.
to bat, did he?
No.
He probably batted every position in the top 7.
Perhaps the approach of Ray Illingworth at the time wasn't one that suited Graham Hick's character so much. This next one is turned round by they're thinking about a run. He hesitates, so the throw from Alex Davis goes to his end, but they are through pretty comfortably in the end for a single.
Ray Illingworth didn't believe in sports psychology, did he? Felt that,
well, maybe he believed in a certain type of psychology, but it wasn't necessarily one that...
Well, when he came in, one of his first moves, I think, was to sack what England had the next best thing to a sports psychologist. It was a chaplain, Reverend Wingfield Digby, and Illingworth got rid of him straight away. If you need a chaplain, you shouldn't be playing for England.
That's hit into the ground and fielded by Ray.
Not Ray Illingworth, of course. No. Kick up the backside is what Ray Illingworth believed in if a player was underperforming. Give him a bit of a spray. Hick, Ramprakash, Devon Malcolm, they all needed sympathetic handling, didn't they, in the 90s, and I don't think they got it by and large.
No. Ray leans forward, runs into ball, that's whipped away. There is a sweeper out there, so it'll just be a single to Taylor. But this ninth wicket pair continues to do well. They'll have an eye now on getting to the close of play and looking to have some bonus runs in the morning. 4 overs to go after this one. So, not been a huge scoring day, but not a bad one. And 8 wickets falling as Ray comes into bowl, and that comes off back onto thigh pad, I think. Ray raises his arm and shouts, not quite sure what at, and picks up the ball. There's no run. He's back from the Diggers end now. Ray bowled a spell from the New Road end. Alex Davis position, almost in a sort of leg gully position. Ray comes into bowl, that's left by Home, who raises his bat high in the air as it goes past. There's no run. 4 overs to go today with Worcestershire 269 for 8. Mark Robinson, the Warwickshire head coach, just walking around in front of us. He is a walker at games, often walks around the ground.
He's got his rainbow laces in.
Oh, he has, yes.
Sure. Shows he's an ally of various sexualities. He's a man with inclusive thoughts and inclusive shoelaces. This ball from Barnard is met with the full face of Holmes' bat and dropped into the leg side. Taylor, I'm sorry, and takes a single. That gap is there. It's not being patrolled by Davies anymore. There is a single on offer there. So the bowlers mustn't bowl too straight. A deep mid-wicket is now coming up into the circle with Home on strike. And, he goes for a drive here. We'll find mid-off. That was a good high elbow sort of shot, but not much timing in it.
We'll be thinking about this second batting point, won't they, these two? Even if they're bat long enough, they'd have to go some to get a third batting point.
Seems reasonable to have hopes of 300 at this stage. Yeah, I agree the 350 might be exceeding it a bit. Barnard bowls. Home just camps on the back foot and defends with soft hands.
Well, they'd have to do it in 17.5 overs now, which obviously isn't a problem to get another 30. They're still there. But asking them to get another 80 might, well, it would need a bit of an acceleration.
I don't think we're going to get it. These two ought to be focusing on just lasting until the close now. That's the smart, what the smart batsman would do, and that's very well played by Home. Outside off stump, bit of a lifter, just lets the hands drop and allows the ball to whistle past. I expect we'll see Ray and Barnard bowl out from either end between now and the close. There might be a temptation to pop Briggs on for one. Do you want to come in for the last 4 overs at the end of this over? I shall take my leave of you, Clive.
See you tomorrow.
Barnard bowls outside off. There's an appreciable bit of movement there. I think that was a leg cutter. But again, Home knows where his off stump is. He knows what he does and doesn't have to play, and allows it to go through. So this will be my last ball of the day, Clive, before I give way to our host broadcaster, Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Barnard is in, bowls, and Home pushes the ball back down the pitch to him in defence. 270 for 8. Worcestershire with 3 overs to go today. And I will see you tomorrow, Clive.
Thank you, Kit Harris. Tomorrow we've had a full day's cricket today then. It's been mainly sunshine, occasional bit of cloud cover. The conditions have been good. And been a good contest between bat and ball. And runs, there have been little spells where runs have been scored quickly. For the most part it's been quite hard work. But also for the bowlers, they've had to work for their wickets as well. And they've got 3 overs now. Sure, in the happy position now, whether they could take these last 2 wickets quickly, they won't have to come out and bat today.
Yeah, I was just talking about that before you were here, Clive, about if you're an opener. Once it gets to the last 10, you think, no, we don't want to take these wickets yet. We'll take them near the end of it, as long as we don't give away another 30 runs. And Rob Yates is now breathing a lot easier.
He can hold his catches happily now. That one is whipped away and very well stopped in the covers. So he's turned his back. Is it Little
Barnard?
Oh, Barnard, yeah, Barnard. Very good stop. Brilliant. That would have been 4 if it got past
brilliant.
Well,
just brilliant, isn't it? We take it for granted, Clive, don't we, now, that everybody's got somebody that can do that. 30 years ago, that would have been one player in each side at the most who could have pulled off a save like that. Fantastic work.
Next one is clipped into the ground. No run. Yes, you used to look at one, but didn't you? Whether it be Trevor Penny at Warwickshire or Damien D'Oliveira at Worcestershire has been the star fielder.
Yeah, and you know, if you talk to people here at Worcester, that even way back into the 60s, 1964, when they first won the championship, Jim Standen, who was the West Ham goalkeeper at the time, was regarded as the best cover fielder, but there were few and far between. Yeah. I don't think we take that into account when we look at batting stats these days, how much better the fielding is.
Point in comes Ray. He bowls, and that's hoiked away onto the leg side. That's going to be runs. Is it going to go all the way? 2 fielders are chasing it, and they do get there. And in fact, they only got 2 in the end, I think, there.
Yeah, they didn't run the first one particularly quickly, I don't think.
Alex
But
Davis
Tom Taylor
making the run.
probably quite happy to keep the strike.
Yeah, Alex Davis making the long run to pull that in, just short of the boundary. Hamza Sheikh was there in support.
But yeah, I think you look at batting stats and don't take that into account. The bats are better now, though. I think that's made a difference. Outfield's maybe a bit quicker, I don't know, but fielding hugely improved, isn't it? And it gets better every year, doesn't it?
Here comes Ray again. That's short, that's pulled, and this time there's no chance of anyone stopping that. Not sure what Ray's plan here is, but that's a 4 for Taylor. He's banged a couple in short, and he's gone for a total of 6 runs from them. Hamza Sheikh is having to jump over the advertising hoarding into the... Well, he's jumping over something anyway to retrieve the ball. And 276 for 8, all valuable runs at the end of the day for Worcestershire, for whom Brett D'Oliveira has been top scorer with his 76. Matthew Waite made 53 and Adam Hose 33. Three wickets for Ollie Hannon Dolby, 2 apiece for Ed Barnard and Michael Ray. Well, those days where it's not obvious who to interview, might be first out the door who gets the interview. Tim Ambrose used to be useful for that, because he'd nip out for a little quick smoke in the place, so he often grabbed him while he was doing that.
I think we're going to talk to Matthew Waite
Yeah.
on the live stream. We're going to do it live on the live stream at the end of the day, which we started doing in the last couple of games, which is fun. So if you're listening or watching, you give us a few minutes at the end of the game to get organised, and you're still watching the live stream, you can see a live interview with Matthew Waite, which will also be out onto Twitter X fairly soon after the game.
Ray bowls again, it's short, it's pulled, and fielded by Hamza Sheikh on the bounce, gets a throw in and comes close to conceding overthrows.
I could see his thinking though, because Taylor hit it, went all the way out to the boundary, and Taylor just jogged, really snail's pace jogged the single, and Sheikh thought, I'll see what happens if I wang it to the bowler's end, and he did, and he made Taylor just hurry the last stride or two.
He's doing a little stretching exercises, Taylor. There's no issue there.
I hope not. He's very important to Worcestershire.
Ray into bowl, and that gets a bit of a leading edge from home. That's hurt him a little bit. That's given him a bruise, I
Hit
think,
him on
just
the
above
hip,
the
I
knee.
think,
He's trying not to show it. But end of the over, 277 for 8. We've got 2 more overs due to be bowled today.
Yeah, story of the day then, perhaps, as we go through this next over. Worcestershire losing the toss, put into bat, made a decent start, but Jake Libby, who'd made 13 of the 19 runs on the board, was then caught behind by Michael Burgess off Ali Hannon Dolby in the 5th over. Then a decent partnership between Kashif Ali and Gareth Roderick for the 2nd wicket, took the score to 45 before Kashif was also caught behind by Michael Burgess, this time off Ed Barnard for 16. That was 45 for 2, and it almost immediately became 45 for 3 when Gareth Roderick was bowled by Michael Ray for 11. Just break off as Barnard starts a new over. Taylor picks a single up, tucking him away on the leg side. And 67 for 4 in the 25th over when Ethan Brooks, who had resisted stoutly, was LBW to Ollie Hannon Dolby for 8. At lunch, 77 for 4 Worcestershire, with Adam Hose on 24. Brett D'Oliveira not off the mark. Hose the only man out in the afternoon session, caught by Rob Yates at slip off the bowling of Ed Barnard for 33 after having 49 for the 5th wicket with his captain. Barnard bowls, Home plays and misses at this, and Burgess takes. And then after tea, which was taken with Worcestershire at 188 for 5, and a good partnership developing between Matthew Waite, who made a beautiful half-century. He was on 52 at the interval. Brett D'Oliveira was on 44. Waite LBW shortly afterwards for 53. and that was a second wicket for Michael Ray. 192 for 6 at that point. Barnard bowls, flashing drive from home, makes no contact. And then Brett D'Oliveira, who played really well for the top score, 76, became another victim of Rob Yates in the slips, taken off the bowling of Will Rhodes. 235 for 7 at that point, and 242 for 8 when these two came together, when Logan Van Beek was again caught by Rob Yates at slip off Alan Dalby this time for 16. Barnard bowls, home defends, and there's no run. So Worcestershire 242 for 8, but since then a good partnership of 36 so far for this 9th wicket between the debutant Jack Home, who is only in his first ever game. He's faced 46 deliveries so far, he's 14, and Tom Taylor, who has been excellent for Worcestershire since recovering from that early season injury, 23 not out at the other end. There's Barnard in from the New Road end, bowl short, and Home swings him away over backward square leg for 6. Super shot from Jack Home, the first 6 of the innings of his fellow Shrewsbury schoolboy, albeit they weren't there at the same time. Barnard dropped short, Home inside the line and swung it away for 6 over towards the marquee to take Worcestershire to 284 for 8, and a very, very good shot from Jack Home.
96 for 3 this session now, so morning session belonged, I think, to Warwickshire, the middle session to Worcestershire, the third session has been pretty even.
As Barnard is in again and bowls, and Home is taken on the pad this time. Big shout for everybody. He'd actually walked quite a long way down, I think, and the appeal was optimistic, to say the least. The end of the over. You've had the story of the day's play. We've got 1 over left. Worcestershire 284 for 8. Home has 20. Taylor has 23. 1 over to go. If Worcestershire can get through to the end of the day, I think, having been 67 for 4, they'll be pretty chuffed with their day's play. Warwickshire, on the other hand, might feel they've let them off the hook a little bit.
They will get to the end of the day now, won't they? Because if a wicket falls, we'll walk in, won't we? Just to say that Somerset, in the big top of the table clash, have suffered something of a collapse from 305 for 5. They ended up being 317 all out. So the last 5 wickets for 12 runs. It started with Tom Banton going for 132, but perhaps controversially, Shakib Al Hassan taking 4 of the wickets there. Signed for the 1 match. In comes Michael Ray for the final over of the day. The ball to Taylor at short. Tom Taylor pulls it, and that's going to be 4. 1 bounce of 4. And Warwickshire are conceding some runs at the close of play here. To 88 for 8. In comes Ray, 1 slip in place. And that's short again. That's Paul. That's in the air. It's safe again. There's more runs here. Not quite sure what Michael Ray's trying to do here. That's gone for 6. And well, Chris Rushworth, just down below us, is shrugging his shoulders and shaking his head. I think he's a bit mystified as well about what exactly Michael Ray's trying to do here. 6 more runs, 294 for 8. And Alex Davis is going to have a quiet word with the bowler. He suggests he tries another tactic.
It does not make a lot of sense. You've got 1 over left in the day, and you've conceded 10 runs off the first 2 balls, and Worcestershire now in sight of a second bonus point.
Well, we've sort of ruled out the chances of getting to 350 in time, but these runs might make that still possible. In comes Ray to bowl, and this time he pitches it up, and
not a bad idea.
Swings and misses that one, Taylor. So we've got 3 balls left, and that's made it a little bit better of a day for Worcestershire. They've done all right. They've been put in. Difficult this morning.
Yeah, I think they'll be fairly happy, Clive, with the way the day's gone. I don't think it's a a 350 pitch, is it?
It's a slower ball. He's appealing for an LBW, Michael. He doesn't get any support from any of his teammates.
And the fact that Michael Burgess has gone about 5 yards outside the leg stump doesn't fill you with any much enthusiasm either, I don't think.
I suppose the only thing, the pitch has been difficult, but you have to factor in this Kookaburra ball.
Yeah, it's got easier, I think,
Yeah.
but this, I still feel, Clive, that any moment, at any time, that you could get one that just nips enough off this pitch.
Ray in. Oh, that's a fairly ugly swing there by Tom Taylor. Perhaps just getting a little carried away. Swings and misses, just needs to keep this out. Now, I've only got one ball to go.
Yeah, just keep your head down and get through to tomorrow morning, I think, would be what they'll be saying in the dressing room.
Taylor on 33, home on 20. Last ball of an intriguing first day. We've had wickets, we've had runs, we've had sixes. Good catches, couple of drop catches. An extra slip, yeah, just for the last ball of the day. Sam Hain has put down 2 chances, albeit one of them, well, both of them are quite difficult. One of them was a very sharp chance. Ray into bowl to Taylor, who turns it onto the onside. There'll be no run there, and that is it for the day. 294 for 8. Former Coventry City Chief Executive Dave Boddy is among those in the front row who stands up and applauds Worcestershire. He's a Worcester man, is Dave, and he's appreciated Worcestershire's performance at 294 for 8, with home on 20 and Taylor on 33. So there we are. Good day's cricket, Frank.
Yeah, good day's cricket, Clive. Really topsy-turvy. This is what Division 1's all about, I think. 2 teams going at it, close in the table, and you can see why. Not much between the teams on what we've seen today. Ollie Hamdolby, top wicket taker in Division 1, picking up another 3 wickets. Rob Yates, top catcher in Division 1, picking up another 3 excellent slip catches. Worcestershire recovering well from 67 for 4, 294 for 8 at the end of an intriguing day's play. Tom Taylor 33, Jack Home on debut is on 20. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We'll be back tomorrow morning from 10:30. Remember, early starts in September, and until then, thank you very much for being with us. I hope you very much enjoyed our coverage. My thanks to Clive Eakin and to Kim.